100,000.
All right, we are back, chat here. So I do apologize. We're just getting the new stream shared out, and getting it to all the places that it needs to be, so the racers know where the streams are being broadcast at here. So we threw it up in a couple of Discord servers there real quick, and do what we do. So we just got to go tag GT7 in the dashboard here on YouTube now on my PC, and we are styling to go again here. So we are back. We are now 10 hours complete here in our race, and we are starting stint number 6, hour number 10 plus here. So our race leader currently is IRO V2 Racing in the number 2 McLaren, and it is MT Snipes behind the wheel of that car. I know it says he's in 8th place right now. The live timing has not corrected itself yet currently, and we do have some wet track conditions here in the stint here, so we do see some intermediate tires out on track here, and I'm not surprised to see this. As was my scheduled stint to race this weekend here, one of, and this has been pretty consistent with what I've seen out of the lobby in each practice run that I made for the stint. So I have a pretty good idea of what to expect here over the next 15-20 minutes, so we'll have to wait and see how it all plays out. But as everything settles into play here and the drivers start to get their laps in, it is MT Snipes in the lead with a 25-second gap over Razor. So I'm not sure what happened there, as that gap was much larger than that. It was almost a minute, so there's something to do with the pit stop sequence, maybe a little incident in the wet. Who knows what's going on there, but it is Marky Mark here, 45 seconds in behind the race leader here, and that was quite a bit different as well. That was a 3-minute gap on the driver swap here, so something definitely happened to IRO V2 at the beginning of this race, and it must have been very early on before we actually got into the lobby to even see what it was ourselves. So we can only speculate what may have happened to cost that time there, but boy, the wet has changed things, and we did say if it gets wet it will change things. I do not know if it was declared a wet race yet. The moisture meter on the racetrack tells me that it should have been declared a wet race at this point, but I do not know if the race director called that wet race or not. We'll have to wait and see what what the rest of our racing field viewers know compared to what I know here, because I again missed that part of the lobby. So if it was declared a wet race, I have not seen it. So I do not know what the mandate is required here in stint number 6 as far as the soft tires go. We're just going to kind of wing it and play it by ear here and see what happens. It was declared. There we go. The race director himself just came in and officially told us that it was a declared wet race. So open tire strategy here for the next 2 hours for our racers, meaning they do not need to use the soft tires if they choose not to, and will not be required here for the next 2 hours as per the regulations. Our race director has called the wet race. So thank you for that. Appreciate you, Jack. Appreciate you, my guy. Just me or super laggy to stream? Hold on. It could be the stream. Let me bring it up on my own phone here. Take a little peeksies. That's not the right one. It seems to be fine now. It may very well have been lagging at the very beginning of the stream. That's probably very possible. I'm running multiple processes in behind the stream as well on the same unit. I got my dashboard open for my YouTube channel, so I can moderate from that. And I've got Discord open in the background as well, which uses up an insane amount of processing power. So it is quite possible that the stream is lagging from time to time. I do apologize. We'll shut down the Discord server in the background. That should help. Alright, so let's go take a look at the gaps here now that we definitely know that most of the field's out on track here. We're still missing our 11th place driver at the moment because we're just waiting for that driver swap, but the rest of the drivers are out on track here. It's still quite wet on the racetrack as well, so it Snipes in the lead 29 seconds ahead of Razor here right now. And Razor is, there we go. Now the live timing settled back. It is 2 minutes 56 seconds there from third place to first place. That's a little more indicative of what it should be. However, though, it is 29 seconds still in between first and second place, so that has changed a little bit, and I'm not sure what caused that change, but it has definitely shedded the time down. And it is also a 30-second gain for Marky Mark here as well. So maybe an unexpected tire change at the beginning of the stint here, perhaps for the Aero V2 team, is more along the lines of what I'm thinking here now. We've got Toby in fourth place with 53 seconds in behind Mark, and then that is Schechter in fifth place here for our Italian drivers, and they are moving and grooving here right now. 3 minutes 57 seconds in behind race leaders, 6 seconds in behind RAA's Toby right now, on track for the race asylum. Oscar back in the wheel, in behind the wheel here for MRL in the number 8 GTR here. He started things off for the MRL team here this weekend and is now sitting here back in behind the wheel of the car with an 18-second gap to the Italians up in front of him here. IORT Elico's back in behind the wheel again, and some of these drivers we're seeing quite regularly on the racetrack, much of the same for our number 10 garage right here right now. We've seen 3 of our 4 required drivers so far out on track throughout the race here today, but it is with a purpose and a reason. So the team is making those decisions in behind the scenes, and it's been working for the team so far, so yeah, I'm not going to argue. George Senor, or Jorge Senor, I guess, Senor Jorge. I'm not exactly sure how it works out like that, but we're going to call him George because that's what it means in English compared to Spanish, and is in 8th place. So the 71 car comes back out here in stint 6 in 8th place. So we did suspect it would be somewhere between 6th and 8th place, and they do come out in 8th place. That was a fairly hefty time penalty disconnecting so early in the stint last time around there. It was definitely about a 3-minute drop there. So we have Ricardus here for the Sector 7 Phoenix Mercedes right now on track as well. And we have Yanni here in 10th place for Speed Buddy Racing back behind the wheel of the car. And then we've got Rad Yu in her debut here in the Mercedes. And I think that she is still waiting for driver swap here. That is pretty indicative of what usually happens here when a driver absolutely, or accidentally, pardon me, exits pit lane too soon. She's just sitting on the end of, I believe, turn 1 there. Off the track, out of the way so it doesn't interfere with the ongoing race. You will be released fairly soon here, probably within the next couple of minutes here. It happens almost in every split, every racing weekend. Something like that happens, and we got race control is very quick to handle the situation, and that's what we're seeing right there. So Mark is 2 minutes and 55 seconds currently in behind second and first place, and has almost a minute gap here to the race is out on GTR in behind. Here we got yellow flag, and that's just because we have the Team Rad driver currently sitting safely off track in a very particular spot here. Now, the only time that becomes a problem is if there's an immediate battle in that yellow flag zone. Obviously, that battle can't really commence because you can't make a pass under yellow in the game, or it gives you a 3-second penalty. So that is about the only really complication it could pose. But right now, with the spacing between the racers here on track, with the exception of Alico and George here, Alico just looking like gaining that position potentially, or maybe George is reeling him in, I don't quite remember. But we have Ricardus in now to, I assume, get off of the racing tires. So our first driver to start our stint on the intermediates has come out on the racing slicks. So a very early decision here to come out on the racing slicks. Now there is a drying line on the racetrack, and I'm not sure if the viewers can see it on the stream or not, but I can see that drying line in the racetrack, so to speak. It's a lighter line in amongst all the really dark asphalt. Essentially, that's where the dry line is. So that's where Ricardus is going to want to most certainly keep his car to right now. Every time he dips those softs into a little puddle of water over the outside edge of the track, it is going to make things a little bit harder for that car to maintain grip and traction until the track starts to dry out. But you can see water's down to about 15-18% on the racetrack in certain spots here right now, most certainly feasible for soft tires. Now for the drivers that are on the intermediates and still have yet to stop, obviously, to get onto racing slicks, they'll make that decision when they decide to make that decision. It is the bigger question here, so that may change the gaps, it may close them, it may open them up, it's hard to say. But all drivers that go onto the racing slicks while still semi-wet conditions on the racetrack are taking the inevitable risk of potentially making the mistake on the slick tires here. So this is where the race starts to get very interesting. We have Schechter coming in here now to get off the wet tires here, and I'm assuming go on to racing slicks as well. So the second driver here now to bring it into pit lane and get off of those intermediate racing tires. I guess the bigger question is, depending on the strategy from our racers here for our two stoppers, do they try to stretch the intermediate wet tires out far enough to keep within their pit strategy, or do they just bite the bullet, make the pit stop when they need to make the pit stop, and take their soft tires? That's kind of the bigger question at this point here now. The pace drop off compared to the slicks and the drying conditions as well is going to factor in. There's a lot of question marks right now for each of the teams and racers, and behind the scenes having to make this decision right now, as of course wet stint declared here by race director right at the beginning, as it was very wet on the racetrack there. I mean, we were seeing about 45% moisture on the racetrack when we got into the lobby. It may have been potentially higher at the beginning of the driver swap sequence as well. So it is drying now, and we do not see any more new rain coming down. So if it stays fairly consistent with what I remember in Stint 6 practice over the last day and a half, is it'll stay dry now for a large part of the stint, and then somewhere near the stint again, we're going to see a potential for a rain shower of, any sort. I've had them come very small and shyly, and I've had it come very hard and steady in some of the practice lobbies for Stint 6, so that is kind of maybe a little bit of an inside track of what we could expect to see. This particular lobby started very similarly to some of those lobbies I've been practicing and preparing for the stint, as it was my original stint to race here today. Will be later on in the race here now, as we've handed over the wheel to Mark in hopes to remain track, in hopes to continue to gain the track position we're looking for here this weekend as well. So team executive decision being made there, and gladly gave up my seat to a more efficient driver here in stint number 6. We set our racing lineup literally to do exactly that anyway, secure a good solid position on the track in the first half of the race. So That's exactly what we're doing, but we do see the water coming back down here now again on certain parts of the racetrack. You see it's still quite wet in this part of the racetrack here, depending on where the drivers are. It really is determining on how wet the track is, but you can see the raindrops dropping off the outside edge of the track there as the camera was shifting through there. So the rain hasn't stopped here yet in hour number 10, essentially, as we're about 10.5 hours into this race here now. And, I mean, moving and grooving. We got 49, 49, 49, 50, and 52, and 54. So that's 156. That's 236, plus another 18. That's 244. So we're on lap 254 here with our race leader right now in this 24 hours of Spa. So almost approaching the 300 lap mark here this weekend already at Spa. So pretty incredible stuff here from our racers. Razor here is 29 seconds in behind the race leader. Marky Mark is roughly 2 minutes and 20 seconds in behind, give or take. Second place, and then 58 seconds to RAA Toby, who has 46 seconds to Schechter. Oscar is in pit lane, going on to what looks to be the intermediate tires here. Nope, going on to the soft tires, pardon me. They just hadn't done the changeover yet. Alico's here is on the intermediate tires. George is on racing slicks now at this point. Obviously, we've seen Ricardus get onto those racing slicks a little bit earlier. We see some lights flashing from the Italian team. I believe in 6th place they're trying to get around Ricardus here, but this is where it gets tricky, right? We have drivers on different tire compounds. We got the blue flag situations in play here, and I mean, it's not necessarily safe for a driver to be caught out in the wet on slicks in this condition, right? So that is the next factor into all of this here. And ooh, boy, that was very close to getting tagged by whoever that was that just came around the corner there, and the game is not giving me replays. We unplugged and replugged in our computer and everything. We are not getting replays. Apparently no replays allowed this weekend. Alright, Snipes in the race lead. I just wanted to see what happened there. I mean, that was a move being made by Capperman on the inside of the blue flag car in a non-designated blue flag passing zone. And by doing that, actually forced Ricardus out of the dry line into the wet conditions on those soft tires, which is what ultimately caused the spin from the number 80 Sector 7 Phoenix car. Now, that's from what I saw. Whether or not there was contact between the two cars, I can't speculate on. But what did happen there was impatience from the lead lap car trying to pass a blue flag car in a non-blue flag passing zone. So I'm not exactly sure what will come out of that, if the racers will discuss that or file that between them, but that was an improper blue flag protocol situation in my opinion based off the rule set. That was not a designated blue flag zone, and Ricardus did not need to give that position up to him right there and then in the corner, especially with the conditions that the races are under right now. It would have been a lot safer for them to get onto the next straightaway, Ricardus be able to pull his car off into the wet line with the slicks on a straight line and still be able to get back into the dry line safely instead of what happened. So, I mean, I don't know. We'll see what happens with all of that. But again, you know, the blue flag protocol has been one of the big discussion points this season here between both splits and IRO. And you know, we caught that one right live on stream and didn't see the full extent of it, but the one thing that we did see was the fact that that was not a designated blue flag passing zone. That probably shouldn't have happened right there. Alright, so we just had a car absolutely lose it out of the source there. That was Oscar. He got rear aero damage here on that car too due to that unfortunate spin there, and he just locked him up in the wet with the racing slicks there and just absolutely went off track there. And that is, again, risk versus reward when you get on the racing slicks in these conditions. Every car has a breaking point. No replay. Game hates us today. Game hates us today. Alright, so 1 in 11 here. It is Snipes in the race lead. We got Razor closing the gap a little tiny bit here. It knocked about a second and a half out of that race leader here so far since we've been in the lobby. I'm not sure what happened in the early part of the race. I feel like a mistake was made and some time was given up by Aero V2 Racing Team there, but Speed Hunter is still hunting, but not close enough to really attack yet. We've got Marky Mark here is 3 minutes behind the race leader, putting him about 2.5 minutes in behind Razor, so a lap down essentially. And a little bit. We've got Toby 57 seconds in behind Marky Mark here in 4th place. We've got Schechter here in 5th place. We've got Elikos here up into 6th place, and Oscar now in 7th position there with that little bit of an oopsies heading into La Source on the slicks there. And I guess we'll have to wait and see if he decides to stay out with that damage or if he's actually going to come in and fix that damage. It's really unfortunate there for Team MRL that happened, but again, risk versus reward when you get onto racing slicks, and now we're seeing it from our BMW team here as well. A little bit of a mistake there in the wet. Went wide, got into the dirt on the racetrack, the safety dirt, which kind of essentially turns into mud. And then, it gives him some nice extra slippery tires when he gets back onto the track surface. So he does a good job of managing it there. We got Ricardus here in 9th place. 8 minutes and 24 seconds in behind the race leader. That's all we see right now. We got Yanni a minute 39 in behind Ricardus, and we got Rad Yu on track here for Team Rad right now, and 17 in behind. So some time actually made up right now on the racetrack here from Yu. They were a little over 20 minutes behind when the driver swap sequence was coming nearby, so it looks like Yu has actually gained a little bit of time here somewhere along the way. About 2 minutes worth. So, good stuff. And you can see some of these racers, they're still out here on those wet tires. They're just taking advantage of the wetter areas of the racetrack at this point now to keep the tires cool. We've got Razor here in 2nd place. You can see him offline right now, and that's exactly for that reason. It's just to keep into the wet part of the racetrack to keep those tires cooled down, and obviously gives them their required temperature that they need to make the corners as effectively as possible. In the drier conditions, these tires wear down very, very quickly, and they become very, very sketchy. So you definitely got to utilize the water on the racetrack when you're on these wet tires, regardless of whether there is a dry line or not. You're really kind of driving offline as much as you can to save those tires for as long as possible. And I'm assuming that the top 3 racers here are kind of leaning on each other for who's going to make the first pit stop to take the racing slicks, and then the rest are going to follow suit, if I had to guess. So it's kind of a follow the leader type situation, I think, right now up there in the top 3. Whichever one of them decides to pit for the slicks first, you can guarantee the other 2 are most likely probably coming in the next time around to do the same thing. So we'll have to wait and see what that is. We've got MRL all up in the business of the 1010 Porsche right now, trying to give themselves a lap back on the 1010 Porsche. And again, this is a combination of different tire compounds between the 2 cars here right now on the racetrack. We've got intermediate wets driving on drying conditions here on the racetrack, which means they are driving a little bit slower now. And then you've got the soft tires driving in semi-wet conditions, and a little snap there from the 1010 Porsche there as he was in, it was just tail snap right there. It was going from wet to dry maybe potentially, and the car snapped a little bit there, but that did allow the MRL car through easy peasy without any hard battling. And it's unfortunate for Marky Mark as he's going to lose a second or 2 time there, but does manage to save the car there. That was that's that Porsche. That's what we were talking about with that Porsche. When it decides it doesn't like what you just did, it likes to snap its back end. And that's exactly what we just saw there. The number 10 car, it did not like whatever was happening there with the inputs from Mark, and it told him that it didn't like it by snapping the rear end real hard on him there, and sending him a wide off track there. So again, great job recovering the car there, keeping it out of the wall, but has also decided to get into pit lane and get some racing slicks on that car now as well. So now it's making the adjustment of driving on racing slicks in the semi conditions here, and we'll see how that works out. So you can see the grooves actually in those tires too, right? That it would be a set of intermediate tires, and that is what they look like compared to the racing slicks. So I doubt that is the tires that we're going to see go on to the number 10 car. However, that is kind of what they look like though, and that is just references what we were talking about a couple hours ago when it comes to tire compounds and why the soft tires are a little more viable in semi-wet conditions because of the softness of the compound. And we talked about the grooving in the wet tires, obviously to channel the water a little better to give them better grip factor, and that was a case of exactly what we saw with the 10 car coming in there. They had a set of intermediates sitting out there in anticipation that's what he was taking, but I assume that Racing Softs went on that number 10 Porsche, not another set of intermediate tires. So all right, Oscar here in P6, 14 seconds in behind Scheckter here right now, and Alicos is 42 seconds in behind. George, however, is applying some pressure to the IORT driver, or they have just battled for that position, and IORT has taken position from George. I'm not exactly sure what the case is, but we are going to stick with it here for a moment as they're only separated by half a second on the racetrack, and good hard recover driving from all the drivers that have made their mistakes here and the teams that have made their mistakes so far in the race. Everybody is really had just put their head down and really pushed it into the loud pedal and continue to try to make up that ground back up on the racetrack. I mean, there's zero give from any of the racers on any of these teams here this weekend. I mean, everybody is feeling that finale pressure and breath of relief at the same time because it's the end of the season. But until we get into the checkered flag, I mean, they have work to do. So, and like I said, the teams are on point this weekend. Very on point this weekend. All right, Razor now into pit lane to get off of his wet tires here as well. And the field now starting to get into those racing slicks. So this is an important part of the racing stint for a lot of these racers, not to make the big mistake on the racing slicks at this point. So we still have IRO V2 team out on the intermediate tires, and like I said, I feel like we may see a couple of teams try to stretch these intermediate tires out for as long as they can. I mean, if they can maintain the pace of the lobby they're currently in on those intermediate tires and stretch those tires out for as physically long as they can, that may very well help the tire strategy out for this stint with the early rain start. Now again, soft tires are not required now. It has been declared a wet race for stint number 6. It will be different for stint 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. It all starts with the new tire mandate unless declared a wet stint. It was declared a wet stint here in stint number 6, so they are not required to use the soft tires here in this couple-hour run. However, that is the tire of choice here this weekend for our racers when possible, so we're going to see a whole lot of soft tires coming out anyways. But now the track is semi-wet, and again you can see the mistake being made there from the number 10 car. Oh, and he's just going to pick up a little bit of front end damage there as he just got a little slide coming up already on there, got it back under control for himself there, and then lost it again, trying to recover it, getting back onto track there, and it just kicked out sideways on him there, and that unfortunately put him nose first into the wall there, and he's going to pick up some front aero and suspension damage, so most likely going to see the pit stop coming here from the number 10 car. It happens. I mean, like I said, risk versus reward when you get onto those soft tires in the semi-wet conditions. You got to be really on point and really stay in that dry line, and Mark was doing exactly that in number 10 Porsche, but the car snapped on him as he came up the hill and already on, and that is a slight issue with the Porsche coming up through Loration, especially if the track is just slightly slick, and the car snapped on him and just got light in the back end, and when it settled back down onto the track surface, the tires just spun a little bit, and that's what created the snap, and well, we see what happened from there. So an oopsies moment there from the TT crew there, and then number 10 garage, but you know, that's racing. It's going to happen, and when you have inclement weather, we're going to have the mistakes. We got Yanni coming into pit lane here. We have Yanni coming into pit lane, and looks like they disconnected there. So Yanni and our Speed Buddy Racing team here now off track on lap number, I want to say 10 or 11 for them here in the race, and that was they were roughly about 10 minutes behind the race leader. I didn't quite pay attention that much because they were just coming into pit lane, so I thought everything was a-okay there, but apparently not. Alright, so we do have the number 10 Porsche coming into pit lane here, so they are going to obviously attend to that damage on the front end of the car. That should potentially allow Toby here to grab P3 back from the number 10 car here as he comes around as well, so we'll keep our eye on that. And we know it's about a minute pit stop for P2. Yes, we can see P2 for a quick pit stop here, but just for a stop and go on a quick damage repair, no tires, no fuel. It's quite potential that we'll see a sub 1 minute pit stop time, but it should be enough for Toby to grab P3 over the number 10 car here as he's just heading into the final chicane right now. You can see Marky Mark is still not released from pit box here yet, which means he probably hasn't even gotten there yet. And it's a long drive to the pit box here at Spa, so 4 seconds of fastest lap here so far in the stint for Toby on his personal best. And as he comes around La Source here, still has Mark up in P3, and Mark is now exiting pit lane officially here, so he's coming up the exit here right now. And that means Toby's going to be heading up through Laurentian at full speed here and potentially maybe able to grab that position from Marky Mark, but we do not see the headlights of Toby as he's still a few seconds in behind here. So the gap has gone from 56 seconds now down to about 6.5 seconds here. Between the number 10 and number 9 cars here, so and dropping here, so battle on potentially for third place here, as one little mistake is all it takes in these wet conditions here to change things up. And we said that earlier in the broadcast here as well. You know, when we get the potential for rain to start to factor into this race, that could turn the race completely upside down. No, it hasn't turned the race completely upside down, but it's definitely created some complications for some of the racers out there, and some unexpected moments on the racetrack. And then, I mean, that is where the wild card factor comes in, because you have to make these tough decisions, whether or not which tires to take, when to stay on them, when to get off them. I mean, these are all the things that these racers are dealing with, and a little bit of slide action coming from Razor as he comes through the chicane. They're just catching a little bit of the track edge and that wet track surface and these racing slicks there, and that's just kind of taking a little traction away from Razor there. And now we got some blue flag cars kind of coming into the mix here too, and things are about to get a little interesting here with a defined dry line on the racetrack, but still not a fully dried racetrack yet, so there is still limited room for side-by-side racing slick action here right now on the racetrack, and that's going to make it tricky for navigating blue flag traffic. Is really going to take some cooperation between the blue flag cars and lead lap cars at this point here, and making the right decisions at the right times, and seeing what happens there. So we do see the Mercedes of IORT giving up the position to the 93 car there right into the braking zone, so that was a great position give up right there. Now Snipes will be waiting for the Team Rad car here to find that safe zone here to now let them by as well. There is a small safe zone here as we head around the left-hander here. I don't know if they're going to use that opportunity, if they're going to wait until they get up in towards the Paul Frere curve before they give that position up. But we can see the flash of the headlights here. That is well within driver's rights at this point here now, and you can see UU does move out of the way in that small little straight. That is a safe blue flag zone there, and safely gets herself back on the racetrack. But now she's under fire there from Alicos as well, and technically that's a blue flag situation to her as well, so she does need to let that Mercedes through, and she does do so very efficiently. She doesn't actually cost herself a whole lot of time in the process of giving those two positions up. That was a really good navigated double blue flag there from Team Rad's UU, in my opinion. And she had to make the second place driver wait for an extra section of technical turns there, but definitely a good sequence of blue flag situational awareness right there from Rad's UU, and so far looking good in her debut here. But our race leader finally decided to come in and get off of those intermediate tires, as a minute and a 5 second gap over Razor now, and when he comes out should still be maintaining at least a dozen seconds, I would think, at this point. In behind the Speed Hunter, or in front of the Speed Hunter racing team as they come out. So we can see Snipes is already leaving the pit box here, and we got the Speed Hunter Aston Martin here just heading into La Source. So there is going to be definitely a gap between the two here still, and unfortunately for Speed Hunter, he's got a couple more blue flag cars up in front of him here he's going to have to deal with in this situation as well. But it is going to definitely close that gap up between Snipes and Razor here now with those pit stops happening on the racetrack. We got Toby here in 4th place, 7 seconds in behind Marky Mark right now, after the extra pit stop being made by Mark for damage repair there. We've got Oscar here in 6th place. We've got George here in 7th position. We've got Alicos here in 8th place. We've got Ricardus here in 9th. And we've got Rad's UU here in the 10th position. And now that we see the live timing has corrected itself to right about on point with how far behind they are. So the live timing just hadn't corrected itself yet. The first couple of rotations through the lineup as we were going. Quick slam of coffee here. Wet the throat back down a little bit. We've been talking for almost 12 hours straight now, so yeah. The voice is definitely taking its wear already. I can feel it in my throat. We still got a half a race to go yet, plus another league tomorrow to broadcast on top of, so it's going to be a very voice-heavy weekend, I guess. And then we've got, I believe we're covering 12 hours of the Split 1 race next weekend as well, if I'm not mistaken, which is going to be a lot of fun. Split 1 guys and drivers are even faster than Split 2 drivers. I mean, these 2:16s are blazing fast on the racetrack, and that's still not going to be the fastest time we're going to see on Split 1, I don't think. I think we'll see 15s and 14s out of them guys. Even believing how hard to believe that is, that's quite honestly what we could expect to see, so. Bloody aliens up there in Split 1, I tell you, bloody aliens. So we got Purple Lap coming from the Italian team here right now. We're going to stick with this here. That's not a sector up in through Rouge and La Ration. That's, 2/3 of the way through the racetrack. I think that's the 4th or the 3rd live timing line here on the racetrack, meaning that we're getting near the end of the race here, or the racing lap, pardon me. And he was not a small amount of purple. He was a little over a 10th purple here on that 2:19.9. So let's see if he can grab that on the way through here. He does with a 2:19.631, taking that away from the number 10 camp there, Marky Mark. So currently the fastest driver on the racetrack now is our 5th place driver, Schechter, at 1,055. But his Snipes still leading the charge here, but 14.9 seconds is the gap now. So I mean, it's gone from a minute to 14.5 seconds since driver swap here. So definitely some kind of mistake or miscalculation made up front there before we got into the lobby that cost them at least 30 seconds of time. And now Razor doing a good job at just chipping away at that gap and almost got this down to 14 seconds at this point. So this battle for the lead kind of rejuvenated here between Speed Hunter and Aero V2 racing teams. Tenths Simracing currently sitting in 3rd place here, 8.7 seconds up the road ahead of Race Asylum's Toby right now as well. So very great racing results so far here from the number 10 camp and the number 9 camp here as well. Now the number 9 car had a great race in Road Atlanta in round 9. I believe they finished podium there as well. So and just capitalizing on a really strong round 9 finish and continuing to try and ride that momentum and confidence into the 24 hours of Spa here. And I mean, they've been battling for that podium pretty much all race long here, and it's no different right now as 17 seconds now the gap. So a little bit of wibble wobble, unfortunately, there for Toby, and some damage picked up, and we'll have to see if they decide to pit or not to fix that damage, or if he's just going to tough it out. But definitely going to cost him some time here. Schechter is closing in as well, 12.7 seconds in behind. I mean, Oscar's 15.3 seconds in behind. So what has the race done here in stint number 6? It has closed up the gaps to the racers. I mean, these gaps were, 50 seconds, 30 seconds, a minute plus between most of the racers here throughout the field. And now that the wet has kind of come into play here, we're starting to see those gaps close up a little bit. So, I mean, Rad Yu's even picked up a couple of seconds on the race leader here over the last couple laps as well. So, definitely changed the way that this race is set up here now. The gaps have closed up. The pressure is starting to add back up on the drivers here now, and every little miscue and mistake is definitely crucial right now on the racetrack, as these racers don't have that big cushion that they were sitting on coming into stint number 6 here. I mean, the weather is already factored into this race and has already played a role in this race, and it's going to probably continue to do so for the next for the next 12 hours, 13 hours. Oscar in pit lane. I'm assuming that's a scheduled pit stop at this point here now for the MRL car. We've got Marky Mark here in third place. And let's just go take a quick peek here. Nope, it is a damage-related stop, it looks like here for Oscar with rear aero damage. When I seen 51% fuel, I kind of got my red flags up a little bit. So it is a damage repair here coming for the number 8 car, and I mean, here we go. The little mistakes are going to start to add up here. The track is drying, but it is not fully dry yet, and it is it's a false sense of security when you start to see the dry line really widen up on the racetrack. The drivers want to start taking their natural lines around the racetrack again, but you have to remember that the curbing on the outside edge of the racetrack and the outside edges are soaking wet still. Very dangerous. So the drivers need to be very careful on the curbing right now, especially as the water pools up there, and the very edge of the racetrack still is very, very wet here as well. All right. Different strategy coming from the MRL camp here. It's not a different strategy though in the grand scheme of things. It's a strategy they've been utilizing for a large part of the race, but definitely more so important here this time around with having to make that earlier pit stop due to the damage there. I think that is a try to stay on the same pit schedule as the rest of the field type of situation. So that is going to be a long run on that set of medium tires, but there's still room in the fuel tank for a little more fuel, so it tells me that they've done the math and it can be done here. As far as fuel load goes, the bigger question is, can the medium tires do 41 laps? That's the bigger question. They're probably not going to feel great by then. Knowing what I know about stint number 6 at this point in the race, I think I would have just taken another set of soft tires and relied on the fact that we're probably going to see rain in the remaining 15 to 30 minutes of the stint. This stint is very, again, similar to a couple of the stints I ran in practice for stint number 6 with how the weather conditions are gone. And I did state earlier in the stint it'll stick around for about 15-20 minutes at the beginning of the stint. It'll disappear for the middle part of the stint. It'll probably return in the last 30 or so minutes of the stint here. So in about 30 minutes time, if I'm correct, we should start to see some precipitation coming back down on the racetrack. Now, how wet and how much precipitation is hard to say, but we do have a mistake made by the Speed Hunter team here, and now some rear aero damage there on that car as we see the MRL car get a lap back on that car. So are we going to see the pit stop being made here from the Aston Martin as we're nearing that part of the racetrack to assess that damage, or are they going to just tough it out for a lap and see? No, they're diving in to fix that car up. So great news for the Aero V2 crew here, as that's going to cost them about 45-50 seconds of time on the racetrack. Now that's going to open that nice cushion they had up before the driver swap back up to a little over a minute here. So unfortunate here for the Speed Hunter team, but they'll get this car in, they'll get it fixed up, and they'll get back out on track, and they'll continue pushing on. It's not going to put the third place driver sitting on the doorstep at all of the second place driver, but what it might do is put the the third place driver back a lap ahead of second place and almost back on the lead lap essentially. So there is that factor here as number 10 car is coming around right now, and if they can get past pit exit before Razor does, they will at least gain the lap back on P2 there. So that does help to charge back towards second place, of course. But a long ways to go, and you still got a whole lap to make up on the racetrack yet. So mistakes being made by a few different of the racers here in the semi wet conditions here on the racetrack, and I mean, we expected to see that was going to be the case here if we started to see precipitation on the racetrack, and then that's exactly the case. Mother Nature is now deciding how this race is going to go here this weekend. Oscar and Elko here. Elko's very close together here, separated only by 1.2 seconds, a little less now as the MRL car gets a decent run through there. And we'll see if a battle ensues here. Again, this is different tire compounds in between the two racers here as well, so it's kind of an interesting battle on the racetrack here right now. But it is Snipes in the race lead. Oof! It got a lot of that curb there, and you can see how it kicked the back end of that McLaren out. The McLaren's probably dealing with much of the same issues as the Porsche is, as far as having a loose rear end to get good rotation, and probably not a whole lot of rear aero downforce on it, just to try and open up the top end speed on it a little bit better. So it makes it a little bit sketchy touching the curbs, and that's exactly, I think, what we just saw there from our race leader as well. We've seen it a few times from number 10 Porsche here today as well. By the way, yes, you're live? Okay, good. Good. Good man. There he is. Alright, chat. So what we're going to do is we're going to move you over to Nolander here for a little bit. I'm going to make something to eat here and get ready for stint number 7. So I need about an hour to prepare all of that, and that's exactly what I've got here right now. So we're not shutting the stream down, we're just going to bring Nolander's stream in. But I guess that means I need to go to his stream first. I don't go there. It went there. Why do you gotta do that? Don't go there. Yeah, bear with chat. This takes a minute. Alright, let's see if this works. Bear with.
So now GTR there. And beautifully done livery on that car. I can't get enough of those cars. JP does an incredible job with Race Asylum's liveries. That is just an outstanding livery. He's extremely good at what he does. So George here clicking along in P6, and I'm gonna guess that yes, indeed, is the BMW. But again, unfortunately, let's see if I can. Give me just a moment, y'all. We will switch to the next driver here. Alico's being hunted by Oscar. We'll go ahead and give that a look quickly. Once I grab my other phone, I'm tired of not knowing who these teams are. Like I say, just being in with livery changes, car changes, and I don't know all the team names anyways. I know a lot of them, most of them, but being also at nighttime, you just can't see it. They all say their team name on the car, some of them, right? At least intuitively, that is what I would want to think. Give me just a moment. I'll grab my other phone, y'all, so we can have a look at this. Sheesh, that's working good. Okay, so. Got to see who is this? Alico's pulling purples right now? Yes, it was. Fastest lap currently on track being held by Snipes with a 218.626. Incredible. I haven't pulled off a 218 all day thus far. Like I said, I've been just away from my sim racing rig for entirely too long, having the career change myself. It's not done me any favors as far as my sim racing skills or lack of there. But it is what it is, you know. That real life has to come first, you know. Every single one of these racers understands that. Every single one of these race organizers, team captains, the racers individually, obviously, we all know, you know, real life has got to come first. It cannot take the place of just having fun out here. And some people in the pursuit of a dream, you know, and you know, good stuff. That's probably about one of the most incredibly rewarding hobbies a person can do. You know, I mean, one could argue that fishing is an incredibly rewarding hobby too, and it is. Don't get me wrong. But I can stay warm and dry right here in my home. And don't get me wrong, I like fishing. But yeah. Let's see here. I just have to try to find... And of course, I am on my phone that has a incredibly cracked screen. So I brought you over to here to P7 with Alicos. Currently has Oscar and chasing him. I thought perhaps that was going to come to fruition a little quicker. But regardless, we did get to take a good look at Alicos in the Mercedes there. And that great looking livery. So Oscar now in the Nissan GTR as well here, clipping along. He is within 2 seconds and running his best lap thus far. Is Oscar with a 218.654. Not far at all off the fastest lap on the track, which is a 218.101 for Snipes. Ricardus here clipping along in P9 is the other Mercedes, but is it? It must be Infinite Octane. Must be who is Ricardus is with here. I could be wrong. I may be doing myself and the teams more of an injustice by trying to figure this out like this, because like without knowing the driver and the team that they're in. So I'm just looking at the team car selections and trying to figure it out from there, y'all. So perhaps we may reference it from time to time, but if we get it wrong, my apologies to the teams. Anyhow, Ricardus here clipping along in P9, running a bit of a different racing strategy than what we have seen currently. That looks to me, that is a Sector 7 car. Okay, now that I caught a glimpse of the side of it. So there, we got it right. That is Sector 7 race team car there. Is who Ricardus is racing for. And I know that car there is a rad car. And I also know that it's a Mercedes. And that's our girl, Rad UU. Still just clipping along, doing her thing out there. Well done, hun. Get her done. So Snipes still running away with this thing in the McLaren. A minute and 20 plus second lead over Razor in P2. Now let's see. IRO V2 Endurance is the racing team. So IRO V2 Endurance, the current team leading this race here in the finale of the IRO Spa 24-hour race, y'all. Lots and lots of racing to go, but currently just upped his fastest lap time there. He just keeps getting faster and faster. Snipes is just slaying him out there in the McLaren. And we wondered when that car was going to come into its own, right? Like nobody else in this tier or the pro tier had chosen the McLaren. This team picked it some time ago. They've been right there on the edge of doing great things with it. And tonight is just their night here at Spa. This track, the rain conditions just it's really conducive to an MR car, and that McLaren's really just coming into its own here. It's really nice to see that is working out for them the way that it is. So Marky Mark here, another team that I'm super happy for, man. These guys have raced their hearts out all year long. They've had some really disappointing turn of events with disconnects, all sorts of different stuff going on within the Tenths team as well, who is Team Rad's brotherly or sisterly rival, however you want to look at it. We're like, we race together all the time. We're all good friends, you know. We're always ribbing on one another and whatnot, just in the most funnest sportsman-like way you can imagine and whatnot. But I'll tell you, as Team Rad owner, I'm super, super happy for Tenths to see them have such an amazing race. They have some really, really great racers in their team. And not that they're just good at racing, they're all just real nice, genuine people, you know. And they're always willing to help, you know, whether or not you're on their team or not. They, you know, the guys and gals, you know, will jump in and give a fellow racer a hand and whatnot. So, yeah, again, just super stoked to see Tenths out here doing really incredibly well here on the finale for the IRO. It's hands down, hats off to them, man. It's incredible stuff. I do have to say, meanwhile, they have all of their fastest racers on track. We help all of our slowest. Excuses. Oh, no, definitely not taking anything away from them whatsoever. They've had an incredible race, and I hope to see them finish good and strong. I hope to see them finish on the podium there. That would be outstanding. I would absolutely love that. So, chasing down, Marky Mark is chasing down Rad Yu currently. Definitely running a bit light on the fuel department, though. Incredibly difficult to know who it is the car is behind you right now. Like in my last stint, I ended up giving a position up to P9, and then once the driver got around me, I was just like, oh crap, I did not have to give up that position, and I didn't want to either, because although the blue flag was being waved at me, it was like I could have like legally fought for that position, because we're trying to gain back a lap that technically we shouldn't have lost. But again, it's fine. It's like, I don't even care. I just told my team, look, we're going to finish this thing out as a team, whether or not there's only 4 of us here to race for 24 hours or not. We're going to do this thing, and we're making it happen. So we're going to have some very tired racers at the end of this thing, myself included, doing comms and racing and whatnot. I did I laid down and closed my eyes for an hour, but didn't manage to get any sleep. Imagine that. But yeah. So, Schechter here in P4. Oh, here we have a potential battle here between Schechter and George Sr. or Senor. There's no I in there, so I don't know if that's Senior or not. We're just going to call him George, right? Because I can get that part right. That part I can get right, and I'm not going to miss it too. So, Schechter being chased down by George here in the BMW. The screen went black on that phone. I just went to go look to see what team the BMW is. And of course, my screen My screen is black, and that is Full Speed Racing. George is representing out there in the BMW. Schechter, I really have no idea because I want to say that's the Medway car. Nope. No light on the side of the car. I can't see the livery. Yeah, I don't think so. I think that's the other one. Maybe Race Asylum Orange. I don't know. I do apologize, teams. Either way, Schechter's trying to put some distance between himself and George, and is doing so. And you can see now why. So, although he was catching, he's going to have an incredibly difficult time trying to keep up with the pressure compound. So Racing Silence Academy driver here, Toby, also very nearly in a battle with Oscar. A 1 second difference between these two drivers, and this looks like a really good battle. We're going to leave it right here for a little while, and let's see how this plays out for P6. So Oscar's trying to chase down Toby, and he is now well within the slipstream here. Toby got a great run out of there, though. Oscar closing up that gap, though, under braking, and I mean really closing it up. He picked up a half a second, 6/10 now, all over the back of Toby as this is about to go off here for P6. The battle for P6 is on. Both of these drivers and cars, obviously both in the Nissan GTR, as you can see, both on the same compound of tire. This is all about the driver. Toby going defensive. Oscar going to have to go around the outside if he wants it. We'll give him the inside for the next turn, though. Toby does just hang on in the position enough to keep the inside for the next corner, but Oscar wins out. Great, respectful racing right there. Fantastic. That's how it's done in the IRO. Love to see that. Super job, fellas. Great racing. Absolutely love to see that. Lots of respect shown by both drivers. Now see, this is the Medway car, if I remember correctly, the green and red silver color combo there. I'm pretty sure is the Medway. Well, that's just what it says. It's either Infinite Octane, X Eclipse Racing. Wow, that's a mouthful. Or Sector 7. That's not Sector 7. So that's the Infinite Octane car. But Alco's clipping along here in P8. There's the Sector 7 Mercedes right there in the form of Ricardus. We had already established that, but seeing it does help. George now coming in to make a pit stop, probably a final pit stop. Doing a really good job on these tires. not quite 50% yet. Here on lap 24, although she was on some intermediates there for a little while. Running quite consistent. Running really some quite consistent laps. I'm well pleased with Yu. She's a really good driver. She's really coming into her own. She does race with, as you can see, she's a UK driver, so she races with a lot of Team Rad UK, and they are incredibly fast group over there, and very, very helpful. Really, really helpful. And she just loves those guys. I love those guys. I mean, how could you not? They're a really great group of guys. I love my team, if you can't tell. But yeah, so you still just out there giving it to business. Well done, hon. Proud of you, sis. Get her done. Snipes here in P1, still holding it down strong, getting faster and faster and faster as time goes on. Currently a 2:17.739 fastest lap on the track, fastest man on the track. Has been the fastest car on track for much of the race. Was running in like the first stint or two. I think that this racer was in, I want to say P4 and P5, battling right there with the top half of the field anyways for the first couple of stints, but just kept driving, just kept themselves in a good position to take advantage of any slight errors or mistakes, any slight discrepancies in pit strategy and whatnot, just taking advantage where they can, finding themselves in a really great position. Oh my goodness. Between the yawning and the hiccups and oh my. But anyhow, yeah, a minute 26 seconds plus potentially over P2. I mean, really, you got to put the work in to be there. That's just all there is to it. Like I said, battling from P4, 5, potentially even 6. Oh, I just can't stop at the yawning and the hiccuping and oh my goodness. We'll need some little coffee, I think. So anyhow, Razor, also this team here having a really great drive as well. Once again, the Aston Martin showing its prowess here in the finale of the IRO. That is Transatlantic Racing. Oh, okay, I see now. Medway is the other Nissan GTR. That's what it was. Yeah, I remember. Okay. But anyhow, Transatlantic has been hands down one of the very best teams here in Split 2. Division 2, rather I should say, because like this is split 6 of the race, or stint 6 rather. Man, am I tired or what? I must be tired, y'all. I don't speak any English. Not too very good anyway. But anyways, yeah, the Transatlantic team has just been hands down incredibly difficult to beat. And that Aston Martin is just, that car's done just wonders for him. It really has. I mean, it did fall off the pace compared to what it was at one point in time. But this team stuck with the car, and they just essentially relearned how to drive the car over again. So Marky Mark here continues on here in P3, down to a 31-second lead, but that is due to making a final pit stop. And I would imagine that lead is just going to continue to grow now as Scheckter has on a bit more worn tires here for P4. I think that's the Medway team right there. Remember, right? If I can get some lighting on the side of the car, I'll let y'all know. Here's some light as they're coming in. Yeah, that's the Medway car. Oh, wait. No, it is not. I thought I seen green or red. I do, on the flag. Let's see. GTR. Have to say, taking a look at the livery, that is Race Asylum Orange. Oh, good on you. Back tempo, regardless. Yes. Appreciate you. No, you're not kidding, my guy. You are not kidding, dude. You guys, I'm so stoked for y'all. I'm incredibly stoked for Tenths. I am 100% rooting for you guys to be on podium at the end of it. I really am. Although that'll knock us over, and you'll get the win as far as the overall standing goes and all that. I'm quite sure of it. But I don't care, man. I mean, you guys have had not the easiest go of it, right? Like, I mean, we haven't either, you know, with real life happening with racers and whatnot, just circumstances and whatnot. But again, like I said, I will take nothing away from Tenths. You guys have done an incredible job. Every one of the racers, as you said, has fought really, really hard to get you guys there. I'm pumped for you, my friend. I really am. I'm really pumped for you. And apologies, chat, for not having been looking at the chat for a while. My chat screen is off to my right, and I'm looking at the TV in front of me off to my left. And I often forget to switch back and forth. It's a bit of an on-board now with Scheckter here, currently running in P4. Oscar has fallen back definitely due to those worn tires. 8 seconds since the last time we looked. Finish out this lap with Scheckter on board with him. I need to wash my spectacles, y'all, so as I can see. vegetables. Now your race leader, Snipes, is coming in to make a final pit stop as well. There you are. There you have it. A lap around Spa at night with courtesy of Schechter. Good stuff. Ricardo's in just behind there in P5. Let us get back to our overhead viewing, our cinematic viewing here. Just a lot of hard work comes into this race. We have a long way to go still. Definitely a good race so far. So, hey man, I'm proud of this crew, dude. Yeah, I bet you are, man. Like I said, I'm rooting for you guys. I'm rooting for you. I have been all season long secretly. I just didn't want to tell y'all. We've had our good races, a couple of top 5 finishes and whatnot, which, I mean, sheesh, with this lot, that's really good, man. Anytime you can get into the top 5, it's worthy of notation, we'll say that, you know. There's some incredibly fast racers in here. Many of them are, like, they're pro racers. They're throwing down pro times. Anytime you can get into a low 2:16s on Spa, that's a pro time. That's not. So, I mean, we've got our hands full as far as the quality of racers that we're racing against. So, like I say, anytime a team can come away with the top 5, it's well earned for sure. So, the Race of Silence Academy driver here, Toby, still holding down strong here in P6, has dropped a position to Oscar and Schechter. They were in P4 to begin with, I believe, but still, again, right there in the runnings. Having himself a really good race too. There's not been any calamity happen for the team or anything. And again, that livery is just stunning. Absolutely love that. Yeah. I didn't notice, Ghost. I'm glad you guys could do that though. I mean, I wish I could do that with Team Rad, but we're just little 04 racers taking turns. Our slowest 4 too. I mean, aside from Supra, I can't throw Supra into the slowest of the 4 anyways. Not at all, dude. He's hands down gotten fast. I mean, as you can see with the Vegas Cup, he's in there now, battling out and falling right along with Doug Barrow, who's probably Team Rad's fastest racer currently. Definitely the most acclaimed racer as far as championship winning racer goes. Doug Barrow's got it down, for sure. He's definitely won more championships under the banner Rad than any other of our team members. And I wish him the best with his health. I wish he could get back in here and do these longer races like this, but I 100% understand what it's like to be just so much pain that you just can't do it. I experience that quite often myself, so I definitely feel for the guy. George still clipping along in P7, looking to make some moves in this final stint, y'all. Speaking of which, for the next stint, you guys, we have the pleasure of being able to call comms for the man himself, Mr. GT45 Gaming, will be racing in the next stint, and then stint after that, unfortunately, I have to go race again. So, sorry for all the hard work you've done, team. I'll go in there and wreck it for you. Oh. Ask us mine looking at Jude, please. Sure thing, guys. No problem at all. There's a good look at Razor for you. Currently 36.9 seconds in behind P1 right now. And really, y'all, that's just a pit stop away. But looks like he's going to have to make a pit here before this race's end. He might have to take one more pit, which hopefully Mark will not. That'll put you guys even closer to P2, my guy. That might put you back on the lead lap for P2. It just goes to show y'all right there how fast these guys are in this division, right? When P3 is a lap down from P1 and P2. That tells you how fast these guys are. Like, it's no joke. I gave my seat to Mark this time. The track is this one. Oh, I see how it is. I'm calling up Doug now. Nope, stint 10. Feel free to stream though. Yeah, we'll keep the stream going for the rest of the night. I have to race in stint 8 and stint 11. And then at least my guy Super will be coming back in, make up a little bit of ground for us. And it don't matter. Like I said, we barely made this race as it was. I'm just super happy that we could finish out the season together as a team, even if it is just 4 of us. And we took on a couple of drivers from mid-season. They raced a race or two, and then real life happened with them, with job changes and this and that and whatnot too, you know. And it just didn't work out for us. But that's all right. It's been an incredibly good learning experience for the team. It's been team building. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun too. I mean, it really, really has. Even just watching these races is a whole lot of fun. When you got commentators, you know, such as yourself on here, and we have other good commentators too, you know. But it really, the IRO puts on a really great championship. They really do. So Schechter in P4, Oster in P5 here. Look at you. Such a courteous driver. She really is. She got learned from the goodies from Team Rad UK over there. This is an up and coming driver. She doesn't have much time behind the wheel, and she is really, really. That's why I really wanted to give her the opportunity to race in this. She's one of those drivers that does better the more pressure you put her under. She does not succumb to the pressure and whatnot. She's really good. She's a pleasure to have on the team too. Just a sweetheart. You can find her, y'all, on YouTube as Mia Skinner. She's also a streamer. Just a sweetheart of a lady. So George here in P7, currently 24.7 seconds in behind P6. Alicos here in P8. Team as the race progresses. Hey, man, do your thing, man. Do what you got to do. I'll tell you, I'll be sorely displeased if I don't get to see Miss Devious out on track racing, though. You'll be here later, though, right? I'll be disappointed if I don't get to watch her race another female racer. She's absolutely incredible. Fast as all get out. I mean, even in my heyday when I was on the top of my game, when I was getting a lot of seat time in, she was incredibly difficult to beat. She was difficult to keep up with, let alone beat her. I think I've only ever beaten her once that I know of for sure. And yes, I can prove that. I recorded the race. It was such a good race. I'm not in charge. Hello, she's 10-9. Nice. Good stuff. So we will get to see Misty race. Again, another very, very capable racer. Retired real life racer as well, and you can see it when she's on the track. She's very, very good. She also races in VR2. So she tries to get it as realistic as what she possibly can. And for any of y'all that are out there wondering, within our group of the people that we know, between myself and GT45 Gaming, we know several real life racers, and they say while it is not an exact what's the word I'm looking for? An exact representation or of real life racing. Like, it's not perfect, but it is incredibly close. These simulator games are. This is more of a sim K. GT7 is, but like things like ACC or iRacing and some of the ones that come out really hit that mark really well also. But they all can attest to that. Yeah, I mean, your braking points, your turning points, just about the same speeds exactly as what you would see in real life tracks. Several of them will attest to that fact, and VR2 drivers also, it's even a step closer to being more realistic. The realism is even more in depth when you get into the VR2 headsets and stuff like that. So Ricardo said you're anyhow in P9, still clipping along, again, running a slightly different strategy than some of these other racers here. Nice now, just getting around P6 there. Form of Race Asylum's Academy Toby, who really has been having a good race here. He is for Race Asylum Academy driver, which is the nothing taken away from the Academy drivers in Race Asylum, because they're all very good drivers. It is. I only mention that to say it is their lowest tier of drivers. So these are their rookies, basically, working their way up. And every one of them that I have seen, including Toby, are really good racers. They really are, and they won't be in that Academy group for long. Such as Cupcake we'll see here on the next stint as well, or maybe he was in the last stint. She racing VR2. Yeah, I knew that. Yeah. Oh, I always look forward to watching Miss Devious drive because honestly, I love to take the opportunity to watch faster racers, and that's one of the really nice things about doing commentary. Now, you can't learn everything. You're not going to just get on track with these guys and gals and do what they do just from doing commentary. But you do pick up on a great deal of what these drivers are capable of doing and what they are doing and how they are doing it to a limit, right? Like, again, you're not going to pick up on every detail, but you do pick up a lot, which is one of the really nice bonuses about doing commentary. GT45 Gaming can attest to that fact. We've been doing commentary now for some years, and we both learned an incredible amount just from watching racers. And Miss Devious is one of those racers that I always like to watch and pay attention to. I think that we actually, although she's a better racer than I am, she's faster than I am, I think we have a considerably similar racing style. At least in my eyes. She definitely does do things differently than I do, but like no two races out there are going to be the same. One is going to brake hard and late, where another one will come in and brake at a midpoint and then do trail braking in through the corner, to whereas others will come off the brake and they will coast into the corner. And again, that also depends on what style of car you're running, right? Like the front engine rear wheel drive cars really like to kind of coast into a corner. And yeah, you weren't wrong, there comes the rain, buddy. On lap 45, 6 laps remaining for these racers. Now, how wet is it going to get? Well, that's up to the game itself, right? But we'll see here now. We did see rain come into play there, and it seems as though as cleared up a bit in this sector of the racetrack, but on the last sector you did see the rain coming down, and it was substantial. Like not a downpour like it was at the beginning, but yeah. So here's Razor again, still clipping along in P2, and boy howdy, if it gets any wetter, he might be in trouble. Those are some awfully worn softs. But currently, just a sprinkle on track thus far. You know, I think I recall that GT45. I think I recall that. I think he was most improved driver for last year, which you would have think have gotten him out of the academy. But I mean, that's team business, none of mine. But again, yeah, like I said, he's been having a really incredible race here. He's lost. Oh, and there's the rain. I hear it coming down nice and heavily now. How's that going to affect Razor on these incredibly worn softs? About promotions. Unless you got your promotional pads out, we ain't talking promotion. Oh, I said that out loud even. Unless you're a construction worker or former construction worker, you'll have no idea what I was talking about anyway. So Razor's still making do with these tires, and I am not joking you. Those are some incredibly worn softs, with just 5 more laps to go for him. Marky Mark here sitting good as far. Ooh. Oh, I don't even want to say anything now. Sheesh. Getting all sorts of slideways there. Talk about a Code Brown moment for the commentator even. Oscar now up into P4. He's taken the position away from Scheckter. I wonder... Aha! You can see what's happening there. Look at the compound of tire that Oscar is on versus the compound that Scheckter is on. Look at the wear there, and you will now start to understand why it is that Oscar has taken away P4 from Scheckter. The rain looks to have ceased again on track, so just a couple of sprinkles, one being a bit more than sprinkles, but here is Race Asylum Academy's Toby here. Getting chased down by P9 in the form of Ricardus. Again, that won't obviously be for position, but to get a lap back potentially for Ricardus is what he's looking at for his team. And that is the Sector 7 team. So 6 laps to go for this racer as well. George here is still clipping along. 5.4 seconds in behind Toby now. He's looking pretty decent on the wear of his softs there. Potentially going to close up this gap. Might be able to close up the gap to be able to pit indirectly behind Toby for the next stint. We shall see. He is moving and grooving right now. That time you can see is just dropping away. George on the move here at the end of stint 6, looking to potentially gain another position for his team there. Alcos in P8. Much of the same as far as tire wear goes. Looking very good in that department.
Alright, we need to do a favor here. So we have gone back live on my channel here for a minute. We are in stint 6. So just bear with me here, folks. Welcome back here as well. I've been kind of here in the background for the last few minutes, but we do have a red flag situation currently at the moment. It's not affecting Lobby 6, it's affecting Lobby 7. So I'm going to go through the field real quick to get timing gaps for our race officials here. So hopefully one of them sitting in chat watching here. We are going to go through this a little bit slowly here as we have a little bit of time. So our race leader is the number 2 Aero V2 McLaren right now, with a 1 minute and 2 second gap over Speed Hunter Racing number 93 Aston Martin. From there, that takes us into our third place driver, the number 10 Tenths Simracing car here. They are 3 minutes and 30 seconds in behind the race leader. We're just going to keep flowing through here. We have Oscar for Team MRL, and he is 4 minutes and 20 seconds in behind the race leader. That takes us to the Italian team here. Schechter, 4 minutes and 26 seconds in behind the race leader. Moving through, it is RAA's Toby, and 4 minutes and 50 seconds currently in behind the race leader. And I'm just going to leave the gaps between the cars up for you guys to see. IORT Alicos is 5 minutes and 30 seconds in behind the race leader. We have Ricardus here for the Sector 7 Racing Porsche. Mercedes, 9 minutes and 44 seconds in behind the race leader, and that's going to grow a little bit here. They'll hold on till it settles. 9 minutes and 47 seconds in behind the race leader. We have Rad UU here, is 20 minutes and 56 seconds behind the race leader, and we just lost somebody. That's the 71. We lost SBR. Did SBR make it back into the lobby for this stint? We're missing SBR. Alright, so that's just for race control here, so just bear with me here. I'm keeping an eye behind the scenes of what's going on, and we'll swap over to the other lobby once they're ready. So we will be under red flag condition here at the end of the stint, potentially. So what's happening is we'll have the timing gaps between the race leaders in each position, and once we get the red flag sorted out and get the other lobby up and running, we will release the drivers in sequence, based in order, based off of their time gaps, so apart from each other. So there's a little bit of logistics that's going to happen behind the scenes here. Race control has been very busy this weekend. The SPA has been creating a little bit of technical issues for us, but they are on it and very actively operating. That's why we went back live on our channel to get those gaps in between all the drivers, so race control has a second set of verification to rely on if they need to. Hopefully that helped. Obviously the gaps are going to change a little bit before the end of the race, but it gives them at least an idea of where everybody's at here. So we'll go through the field here one more time as the racers start lap 51. As our race leader starts lap 51, so they have a little bit more of an accurate point again here on it, and we're not going to leave the lobby until we know it's good to be in lobby 7. We definitely want to be in there before they send the formation lap out, because we've had some complications with the lobby. We don't want to be adding any extra stress to the lobby, so commentators must be in that stint before the stint goes, or please stay out, because we don't want to compromise the racers. I'm just kind of playing it by race control right now. I'm in behind the scenes, you know, with our little information that we have available to us here, and just sticking with the cause here. So going to stick with the race leader here for another lap, and then we're going to do the timing gaps, and then we'll flip it over to the St. Jude's video once more, let that run through, and then we'll go to the intermission screen for the time being until we get the red flag situation all sorted out. It might take a few minutes, so bear with us, but pretty par for the course in these 24-hour races in Gran Turismo 7. There's usually some hiccup involved at some part in the race. Today there's been a couple of hiccups involved, but credit to the IRO staff and team behind the scenes. They're on point and 100% with the program here, and they have acted very quickly so far today, so they will keep things moving nice and good here. And I know I'm getting lag warnings like crazy right now, currently on the stream, so this is what we're going to do. Just got that shut off. That was the last time the stream lagged 4 minutes ago. Alright, it should settle back down now, chat. Now that we're not streaming another live stream. Again, my current PC really can't do that job. It's just can't handle that kind of processing power anymore. It's been overworked and underpaid, so to speak. So I mean, the fact that it even just did that for the last hour, it was actually quite impressive. So thank you to the old PC. We'll give it a good a little rest here in a few hours time to let it relax, but typically it can't do that. So I mean, we were still able to get Nolander's content out to you guys while we went and got some food and refreshed here a little bit, so appreciate Nolander for that. And we'll have a couple of other broadcasters taking on stints 9 and 10 here tonight as well, because I do need to prepare for my racing stint, as I will be in the car here for stint number 10. So hopefully the computer continues to play nice, so we can continue to do exactly that. However, we will make a couple of adjustments and shut the capture card and stuff off on the back end. That will definitely help settle down the lag issue that we were having there. So I do apologize, but it was nice and clean and crisp on Nolander's point of view there, as it was not on his end, it was most certainly on my PC's end here. And I mean, just point in case of why we needed that upgrade. So Snipes here, we're just going to go through the field here now that he's on that final lap. We want to get those gaps for race control. It's always better to do it when they're flying on track as opposed to a couple of them sitting in pit lane, because I could muddy the information a little bit, so to speak. Toby closing in on George here, so we might actually have a battle leading right into a driver swap here potentially, but we're going to stick with this lobby right to the end, so until race control has everything ready and sorted and they're satisfied with everything. So just bear with us here, chat. There we go. We got confirmation on race control how the procedure is going to go here, so we are going to leave our live stream up as it runs so race control can make an informed decision, keeping in mind, however, though, there is a 15-second delay in the stream, so consider that if you're using the live stream to release your drivers. Give it about 15 to 30 seconds after you start releasing drivers, just to make sure everything is up to real time, so to speak, if you're using the live stream for your information. So right, so our race leader coming into pit lane, it's a mid-31 gap to second place team, the 93 Aston Martin of Speed Hunter Racing, currently sitting in second place. So we will keep an eye on that right until that driver comes into driver swap here. I know there's a battle happening in the background between George and Toby, but we do need to make sure that we have the accurate information for race control in case they need to use it as backup. So we got to stick with it, chat. Bear with. I didn't want to bother Nolander with all that information via his stream chat. That just complicates logistically. It just made sense for me to get back on live on my channel and make it happen. So I know exactly what the process is. I know what they need. So it's just easier this way. And then we'll jump over to stint number 7. So we do apologize to everybody for the situation. It is essentially a red flag situation here upcoming. But I think by the time we probably get the driver swaps completed here in this lobby, we'll probably have that rectified and resituated and moving in the other lobby. So that is one very dead tire on the 93 car here, and he is out of fuel as well as he enters pit lane here. So a minute 41 as he enters pit lane here. Moving down to our third place driver here now, number 10 car, Tenths Simracing. They have they will be coming in here in about a minute and a half here, give or take. The car looks really good in the dark. Those stars, when the light hits the car and around some of the corners that are lit up on the car here, and the light hits those high definition stars I put on the car there in the background, it really makes it pop on the car. I really enjoy this livery. I'm glad that this is the livery that we're displaying this weekend. I mean, it's nothing fancy, it's nothing special. We didn't put hundreds of hours into the livery, but it definitely gets the point across of what we're doing here this weekend, and the fact that the car is up in the front half of the pack on top of it with the season we've had. We're looking for a storybook ending here this weekend for Tenths Simracing. I mean, bottom line, a third place finish for this team is like a win for us this season. So the vibe in the garage is focused. It's very serious. And, these racers are making big decisions in behind the scenes without needing, myself, Mischievous, or J-Set to be there to make the decision as team owners. So everything these racers are doing this weekend is beautiful. And I'm proud. I'm emotional and proud. I'm getting tired. Nolander looks like he's jumping into the next lobby here, so we should have some coverage for everybody here shortly. I'm just proud. It's a proud moment for us even at this point in the race to be where we are. So Mark is coming into pit lane 3 minutes and 39 seconds in behind the race leader. Next will be the number 9 GTR of Race Asylum, currently being piloted by, the number 9 GTR of MRL, my mistake, being piloted by Oscar here. So it will be Medway Racing League here coming up shortly. So yeah, I mean, proud of the crew, and I mean, it's not the big wigs making these decisions, it's the racers, it's the people doing the work, the ones on track making these decisions and calls right now behind the scenes for Tenths. And I mean, who am I to argue what's going on behind the scenes right now? Because what they're doing is working. If it ain't broken, don't fix it, right? So we'll just continue letting the group do what they're doing. Alright, so 4 minutes and 29 seconds for MRL in behind the race leader upon pit entry. That takes us to the number 71 BMW, currently being piloted by George Senor, or Jorge, I guess it is in Spanish, I'm sure. And he's just coming up to the final chicane here, so we'll see him enter pit lane here shortly. And it's going to be Toby, like right in behind him here as well. So very close between the two. 5 minutes and 1 second for the number 71 car, and 5 minutes and 6 seconds for the Race Asylum GTR number 8 car. Moving to the next racer here, who's just entering pit lane very close in this mid-pack right now. Entering now at 5 minutes and 17 seconds, and that is the Italian team here, driven by Schechter. Next will be IORT. And they are just coming through the final chicane here right now. So the number 55 car is just entering pit lane, and that gap will be 5 minutes and 40. Gotta get the right camera angle before I call it. 5 minutes and 41 seconds. Moving to our Sector 7 number 80 Phoenix team car. Still a lap to go here, so it will be a couple of minutes before we see our next driver come through. All part of the process as things go sideways. We really got to adapt on the fly, right? So and that's exactly what's happening here. So we do have a backup host that has opened up the lobby for stint number 7. Should be up and running. They probably ran the formation lap quickly here, and should be probably now starting driver swaps, I would think, or starting that transition. We don't know, we're not in the lobby currently, but we'll be over there shortly here. So got to love online racing and internet. Just gotta love it, right? Alright, so we are getting near the end of the driver, or the penultimate lap, I suppose, here for Ricardo. So we're still going to see another lap coming here from our 9th place car as well. So still a little bit of time to go here. So they're a little over 10 minutes behind the race leader upon entry of the pit lane from the race leader. So we'll wait and see how that relates here as they come around. They still have another lap to go here before they're coming in to hand their car over to the next driver as well. So one more time here for the number 80 car, and then we've got Team Rad there. That's about 4 laps in behind, or maybe 5 laps in behind the number 80 car. Here will be a little bit before we see them come in. I know we all want to see the action in the next stint. I get it, but we'll be there in a minute. We do have to. This is important. I mean, the data is, the technical information is just as important as the race itself going on for the back end. So, and there's really no better evidence of it than video evidence of it, right? So, we got to make sure we get all the drivers coming into the pit sequence here and track their timing at the same point in pit lane. So, race officials can double check and verify. If there's any adjustments that'll need to be made, that adjustment will be made in the next stint. So again, the officials here in IRO are very prompt and very efficient, and have a resolve to almost every situation that we can deal with live. So again, just great job to the team in behind the scenes right now for continuing to keep everything moving forward and flowing. So it's not easy. Got Christian coming in with a sub here on the YouTube channel. Appreciate you, my guy. Welcome into the Winner's Circle community. Really hope that you love what we're doing here with the sim racing. And we had a little lag spike right there as the alert box is going to kick in there. So, and it's actually working properly. Wow. Hey, cheers, mangoes. Cheers, mangoes, melons. Appreciate you, my dude. Or my gal, I guess, whichever one it is. Never really know the handle on with just a username. Alright, so Ricardo's here now, bringing it home here. He's going to bring this thing into pit lane to prepare the number 80 car, the Sector 7 Phoenix Racing Mercedes here for driver swap. And again, we'll just do the live timing thing here for race control, just to have their verification purposes. Technical data is important. And it looks like it's 10 minutes and 21 seconds by the time we get the camera angle change, and that is correct. Alright, so now it's to Rad UU here, and we got about 4 laps to go here before we see the Team Rad driver come in, so we're going to hang out. She's going to get some lovely camera time here for the next few minutes as we stare at that really well done livery there. That I believe that is the design done by Team Rad's Doug Barrow. He is I mean, that's what he does for therapy, in all honesty. He paints race cars on GT7. He just loves to do it. It's a hobby, It's like Race Asylum's livery editor JP. It's not because he's asked to do it or demanded to do it or any of those things, or even being paid to do it. He does it because he chooses to do it, because he enjoys to do it. And that's kind of the same thing for Doug Barrow with Team Rad. He enjoys making liveries. It's like a therapy for him. It's kind of his happy place, so to speak, and he does a very, very nice job on them. And again, this is a very well done design here on the 777 Mercedes here for Team Rad this season. We've seen this car out on track for a few rounds, and I mean, the Team Rad car when you see it based off of this design. It's unique to itself, and when you can see it in the daylight, it's very sharp, it's very crisp, it's very clean, it's got nice lines. So very well done design on the 777 car. Obviously we can't see it that well right now because we're still in evening conditions. We are roughly probably about 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning here right now at Spa French time. So We are slowly but surely making our way towards sunrise here, so I would say maybe midway through stint number 8, or some part of stint number 8, if not the beginning of, we'll start to see that sun starting to rise here in the French countryside, and then it's going to be game, or Belgian countryside, pardon me, and then the game's going to be back on again when the drivers are back to better seeing conditions. We'll see the lap times improve a little bit, but what the weather has in store is the final question. Don't panic about the final lap thing. You continue around. You're okay. She is brand new. This is her debut here this season for Team Red. She's got had to come out in a tough situation, multiple laps down here in the race, but how adapted to the rule set she is I'm unsure. Hopefully she's got somebody in behind the scenes helping her out here, because talking her through this, because that has messed up a couple of racers this season throughout split 1 and split 2, and it does that because essentially the pit stall for the race leader is across the start finish line, but because the race leader hasn't left pit lane yet, it doesn't activate the finish timer for the race for stint yet, so it will tell all the other racers that are still on track moving that it's the final lap, and that alone might encourage a driver to pit early or stop just entirely. We've seen it before, and all that does is just hurt their track position and time on the racetrack, right? So hopefully she's got somebody in behind the scenes communicating to her just at the end of lap 51, just keep going. At the end of lap 51, bring the car in and you're good to go, right? So hopefully that is the situation in behind the scenes here at Team Rad, and again, this is her debut here in this stint, so this was her first time here with the IRO Endurance Racing, and she did a really great job. I think she had one moment there where she had a spin early on in the stint. She had to deal with some, obviously, letting blue flag cars through, which can slow you down as a blue flag car at times, and maybe a little bit nervous here as this is her first time here as well in the Endurance Series, but she's been here, she's done that now. She's got the yellow stripe out of the way, so to speak. She's got that first stint under her belt, and now it's just a learning experience any other time she's back on track here the remaining of the weekend. So hopefully she feels a little more comfortable behind the wheel and in the situation now, and next time she comes back out, maybe she's a little bit quicker and has a little more of a fun time out on the racetrack, shaking off those early racing nerves, right? I mean, all racers go through that, so she's doing a really fantastic job here for Team Rad. And Team Rad has a great group of drivers over there as well. They're a large part of the community over here at GT45 Gaming. Again, me and Nolander work fairly closely together for some time now, and I've watched Team Rad progress and grow, and I've seen the drivers come and going, and just like any racing team, right? It's no exception in our own team here at Tenths, and it's fun to see the development again of your community, right? And Rad UU is very new to the league racing in our neck of the woods, and she's still fairly new to Team Rad, but the effort that this girl gives is 110% all the time. I mean, she's always got racing events going on for just her own stream and her own channel on top of it as well, and she's very active within the sim racing community and our community racing in what she can as well. So much love to the new racers. We love to see them coming in. I mean, that's the whole point of doing what we're doing, is to draw more racers in and turn more racers into good, hard, crafty racers, right? And that's the whole point of doing what we do. So obviously the competition never hurts. We all love competition, but at the end of the day, you're learning something, whether you realize it or not. I mean, that's kind of the thing, right? I mean, I need to take my own advice sometimes. There's been some moments this season where I felt like I've learned absolutely nothing, but after a few days passes by and you sit down, in a reasonable fashion and take a look back at your own stints in the race as a whole, you start to see those little things, right? And you try to implement those things into the next race, right? To make the improvements you need to make as a racer yourself individually, but also to help the team as a whole. So I mean, that's the goal really here at Tenths this weekend, is redemption. All of us have our races this season that we just want to make up for here tonight, and I think that everybody that has touched the racetrack has exactly done that here so far for the number 10 crew. I mean, they're not leaving anything on the track. And, that was the one thing I kind of told everybody last night before I shut it down for the night. With the words of wisdom pre-race, so to speak. From the team owners, right? Just send it straight up. Just send it. No holdbacks, no regrets, no giving up, no quit, no stress. Just send it. And I think when you take the pressure off of the racers like that, you just tell them to go. I don't know. Maybe that was the difference. Maybe just taking the restrictions away from the racers, taking the thought of I have to be safety conscious out there. I got to take care of my car out there. I got to do this. I got to do that. The strategies viable for the race allow for these guys and gals just to send it. And I feel like that maybe is the key here at Spa this weekend for the racers, with just not having to think about all the extra things that we're normally thinking about as the season is progressing, right? We're just going out there this weekend on one mission. Just send it. Don't leave anything on the racetrack this weekend. Put it all out there. And where we end up is where we end up at the end of the season, but the bottom line is that car comes across the start-finish line at the end of the season, and we cap off our 2025 season, we'll learn from it, and get prepared for 2026. I mean, that's the point. So, and raise a little money for St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital. Never hurts either. Never hurts either. In the pinned comments here in the YouTube channel is, of course, the fundraising link here from GT45 Gaming and Nolander Gaming. It is our Vegas Cup fundraising campaign for St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital, and it is a part of their global initiation that they're doing, trying to spread out to 50 other countries worldwide to provide free cancer care for children and, of course, their support groups, their families. So we definitely need everybody's help, and if you can donate, fantastic. If you've donated, thank you very much from the bottom of our hearts. I haven't went and checked on it here in the last few hours. But the big thing that I can ask from everybody, this is something free for everybody to do, and it literally just takes a little bit of your time. Take the link, save it to your mobile device, make a post on your own socials, in your own networks, in your own communities, in your own circles, send it out, explain to everybody what's going on, and let's hit that $2,500 goal. I mean, it's really important we hit that $2,500 goal. I'm not going to say why. I am just going to continue to nudge everybody that it is super important that we hit that $2,500 goal, because once we hit that goal, we shatter the goal. And it is important we continue to push hard, and the only way we're really going to do that is to continue to share it out. I mean, as a sim racing community, we can only do so much. We need help ourselves as a community to continue to meet these goals, and that's where the sharing comes in. It gets it out there worldwide through the internet. Let's break the internet with this thing. Let's absolutely make massive amounts of people worldwide see it, but the only way we can do it is to take the initiative and put it in our own personal circles. We can only do so much with what the page has for reach. Networks, we also got to take it into our personal networks and rely on our community to take it to their personal networks and share it out. In the past, it has had huge success with the content being shared out. We're not seeing that as much in this particular fundraising effort this year, and that is the one thing that we can change to start making the difference in the fundraising effort, is just sharing out the content. Anything related to Vegas Cup Series, St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital, get it out there, share it as many places as you can. And I mean, if you're going to get in trouble for sharing it somewhere, obviously don't do that. I don't want anybody to get in trouble, but the more people we reach, the higher the law of averages starts to kick in, and that's just better chance we have of success. And all I want is success for the St. Jude's fundraiser this season, because that's one family for one full week, plus treatment for one child. I mean, that's huge. That's helping one family out leading up into the new year here, whether that be in the US of A or in a different country at this point right now. It's really irrelevant. We're helping a child and a family out for a whole week at no charge to them. How many times in your lifetime can you say you've done that for a family? Probably not too many, because we don't have that kind of money as normal individual people. But as a community and as a group and as a collective team, like the teams racing here in International Racing Organization this weekend, we can succeed, and we can crush that $2,500 goal. So sharing is caring, ladies and gentlemen. Please share that campaign out, share that link out. It is super important that we continue to push that out and let people see what St. Jude's is doing, because they're taking it outside their backyard and they're putting it in lots of other backyards, and it is honestly a very important thing that this world needs. So continue to push it out, continue to care, and continue to share. Appreciate y'all. We love y'all. Thank you from the bottom of our hearts at GT45 Gaming, Nolander Gaming, the Bloomstrom family, and of course St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital. All right, so Brad Yu coming in here in her first ever stint here in IRO. Congratulations to her. She has gotten her feet nice and tidy wet here, literally, at IRO, and is bringing that car into pit lane. So it is 21 minutes and 49 seconds as we come into pit lane, and we'll just wait for that camera angle to change to verify. And that is definitely the case. So we're going to flip you over screens here, ladies and gentlemen, for a moment. Bear with me. We'll get into the next lobby. All right. Driver swaps officially started here, ladies and gentlemen. Let me get rid of that stuff on the bottom there for you. And we are officially underway here for stint number 7. It is wet on track here to start off the race here again in stint number 7. So that is, I'm assuming, going to declare a wet stint here again for stint number 7, which should throw the mandatory soft tire mandate right out the window. However, again, we'll probably see soft tires being ran when it does come to the point, if it comes to the point where dry conditions come into play. But we are definitely seeing some moisture on the racetrack. I would say it's a little over 50% wet here right now at Spa, which means we're potentially getting into puddling water and pooling water in certain areas of the racetrack. So we should be seeing all of our drivers most likely coming out to start on the intermediate wet tires. Now, with some of the drivers that are a couple laps down, that could change as their cars start to drive around the racetrack. They will start to drive the racetrack out, obviously running their hot tires over it and continuing to use the same lines over and over again. It creates that dry line. So we will start to see the track dry off at some point as the races start to get on track and moving. But right now it is just IRO currently in the race lead. I believe he had about a minute 14 or something like that, or minute 40, somewhere in there. On that driver swap sequence there. So I mean, he's going to have a good solid 45% of racetrack to work with here to start building up his gap here again in the race lead. So the IRO V2 McLaren here has been very, very strong so far here this weekend at Spa, and you know, they didn't hard battle at the beginning of the race either. They just kind of stayed cool. They just sat back and stayed close enough to take advantage of mistakes, and when the mistakes were made, they were exactly where they needed to be to take advantage of them. They had a couple of good, clean, quick battles, and that was it. You know, it was race on. So all right, so we have seen our Aston Martin Speed Hunter Racing team released here. TDR, I believe they're called Speed Hunter Racing. I don't know. Speed Hunter in behind the wheel, nonetheless. And has also been released out of pit lane here now as well, so they are now out on track. And again, we're going to have to deal with the live timing being a little bit confused and upside down and all around because we weren't in the lobby at the start of the formation lap, which means we got to wait for all the racers to go through their first official hot lap for it to sort itself out and our live timing to correct itself. So I mean, it's all speculation right now. on gaps and distances and all that stuff. So we're just going to chill with our number 2 McLaren Aero V2 racing team, as they are our current race leaders. And let's jump on board actually here in the wet during this early run here, just kind of take a little look around. So this is what it's looking like in behind the race car right now. As you can see, quite a bit of mist being kicked up from these racing intermediate wet tires, and you can see a little bit dicey out there as well. There, as you can see a little snap of the car as he tries to get out of that sector there, and you can see a little bit of a drift slide in a sense here going through the carousel into the left-hander here as well. Pouon's going to be a little bit dicey as he continues around as well. And I mean, it is dark out there when you look anywhere else right now on the racetrack, so you're definitely not really paying attention anywhere but in front of it, taking that quick glance up in behind you. But I mean, right now for the race leader, he doesn't even need to be looking behind him for any reason, except for maybe when passing some lap traffic at the time being. But it is Sheriff Doofy now out on track here for the number 10 car as well, now being released from pit lane. And the race director has officially declared it a wet stint, so we are officially nil and void on soft tire mandate for the next 2 hours here. And just double verifying to the racers and the crews that is the case. So wet stint, pardon me, has been declared, and that means that a soft tire mandate is now nil and void, not required to be used in the next 2 hours of racing. It's a sad day when the live timing can't even get itself right. I mean, drivers are already out racing on track. Clearly they're making time up on the rest of the field, and the driver is sitting in pit lane, so I don't know why it takes so long for it to adjust itself, but it's taking a while to adjust itself. Alright, so Anryu back in the car here for Aero V2 in the race lead. We don't know what the gap is yet. We'll just label all that B for now. We've got Speed Hunter here in the number 93 Aston Martin in the second place. That has a Johnny Waffle for MRL, currently sitting in third place. That's not correct. So it's still not 100% correct yet. It's still adjusting itself, so we'll just continue to wait. It is Sheriff Doofy in third place, and then I believe it's Johnny Waffle in fourth place. And it's Cupcake in fourth place, and something like that. One of those, yeah. Those three are mixed up in those positions in some way or some form. But one thing I know for sure is that number 10 car should be, at least, or should have come out in third place. I mean, if that driver's made a mistake and cost himself position since then, that's on the driver, right? But, yeah. So the timing is not quite correct yet. We'll just hang tight here, let it sort itself out. And while it sorts itself out, we will hang tight with our race leader here. So we got blue flag situation coming up here actually in front of the race leader. And I'm unsure which car currently it is that they are closing in on, but as we get a little bit closer, we should be able to tell who it is. Should. You can see pretty tough conditions out there right now as you got the McLaren sliding around out there, even in the wet conditions with the wet tires. I mean, it is definitely giving some good water content here on the track in this, what is that, 12th hour? A little over 12 hours in now. Is the number 71 BMW that our race leader is closing in on here right now as we come across the start-finish line. So, I mean, it's probably going to take 6 or 7 laps for the race leader by the time we finally see the live timing correct itself. I think it's starting to get there. I don't know. Ooh. Struggle is real. struggle is real right there on track right now in the wet. I mean, that was just trying to keep the car from sliding too far outside there as he headed up our Rouge Laurentillon. So Speed Hunter here in second place, and then yes, I think it's still very confused. It is, because that would be their out lap. The sheriff will come across here now officially on this flying lap. That should put him there. It is. Okay. Alright, now we're going to have to wait for a little bit yet. Our top 3 are in the correct order at this point. The rest will still continue to sort themselves out here over the next couple of laps. So it's still going to be about 10 minutes, I want to say, before we really get an accurate lineup and the timing gap between the cars. So right now we have a minute 34 between the number 2 car and the number 93 cars here, and the battle, the fight for the race win has kind of been between these two guys here for the last 2 teams, pardon me, for the last 4 or 5 hours, with, you know, Sheriff and MRL and the RA cars all chasing in the background, 45 seconds, a minute in behind. So the 2 first and second place drivers and teams currently on just a slightly different level than the rest of the field here right now. But obviously with the weather starting to factor into the race, I mean, anything can happen, I suppose. Well, the gaps are looking pretty good here. Oh, that's not a mouthful. What is that? Any eye shot guide, you okay? I don't even know what that would mean, but that's just quite the name. And I'm probably way off, but yeah, you know. Snipes here for the IORT 55 Mercedes here in 8th place, and we've got GTO Sinister coming out here, and I'm not sure who he'll be driving for here. This would be Sector 7 Phoenix car, I believe, as he comes out of pit lane here. And yeah, that is correct. So we will see the Speed Buddy Racing and Team Rad drivers come out here in a few minutes' time, as they're a little bit further behind the rest of the group here. Yeah, cheers, brother. Cheers, guys. I mean, it has a purpose behind it. We're also, you know, raising money for our fundraising campaign here in the background as well. So, you know, it isn't without a purpose. You know, we did just decide 2 or 3 days ago that we're, you know what, we're going to live stream Split 2 even though we're all racing, right? I mean, it had a purpose in it. So, I mean, you know, it's a dual-edged sword here this weekend. You know, the racers get a hopeful full race broadcast for Split 2 for the finale, and St. Jude's gets, you know, another 30 hours of fundraising coverage, right? So, you know, double-edged sword. It has a dual purpose here, but you know, again, thank you to International Racing Organization for allowing it this weekend. You know, we've got the commentators getting some pretty big flexibility on the rules here in Split 2 this weekend. Normally the commentators need to be in the lobby before the formation lap starts, so we're not compromising the stability of the lobby by jumping in as the races undergoing. You know, we've been bending that flexibility a little bit on those rules this weekend as well, so so far, knocking on wood, it hasn't caused that issue in the lobby, but I mean, we've definitely seen some DC issues and some lag issues here in the lobbies this weekend as well. So I mean, it's definitely something on the back of my mind as a commentating director here this weekend. So we're definitely trying to be very conscious of that situation. All right, so a minute 32 separating first and second place here. I think I can comfortably say that's a proper gap there. 3:35 separating third and first place, and 2 minutes separating third and second place. That's definitely where it was when they came into pit lane. 40 seconds separating MRL and the number 10 car, and again, very consistent with exactly how it came into pit lane. And I mean, hats off to race control. Looks like they got this spot on the money. We have Salamander here for the number 71 FSR BMW here, currently sitting in 5th place, 36 seconds in behind the MRL car. We've got the Race Asylum number 9 GTR here, just 6.6 seconds down the road from that number 71 BMW, and he's got Yokai in behind here in 7th place in the Italian team's car here as well. And I still don't know what team that is. I really need to go look. Totally just not in my memory bank at all. Like not even anything ringing a bell in my head right now. It's I'm sorry. And we got a little bit of rain coming back down here on the racetrack again, so not quite ready to give it up here is the wet conditions here on the racetrack, as we're starting to see a little bit of moisture coming back down on other portions of the racetrack again. So I suspected that maybe some of the drivers that were coming out later to stint might just be able to jump immediately to the racing slicks and just try to make up some time very quickly in that sense, but it seems like Mother Nature has different plans for the races now. With that being said, there is a dry line starting to develop here on the racetrack. It's visible. I can see it. I'm not sure if you can see it on the stream or not, but you can. I can definitely tell that there's a drying line there. And it's borderline slick weather on that dry line currently for most of the cars on track right now. The problem is you know, they have the weather radar up. We can't see the weather radar. We don't know what they're looking at, what they see. So we can go sneak a peek at the weather radar, but again, I don't want to be jumping in and out of the live action. I don't want to do anything to potentially unstabilize the lobby either. So we're just going to sit here and do what we do and watch and talk and try to keep the action flowing here. But certain parts of the racetrack are still a little bit in that sketchy zone for the racing slicks, and some parts are still you know, under that sketchy borderline line. So I don't think the drivers are going to be quite ready to come in on the soft tires quite yet. As 1010 Sheriff Doofy behind the wheel of the number 10 car here right now continues around. We've got Johnny Waffle in the MRL car here as he comes around as well. And I mean, decisions need to be made at some point here in the race as the track is starting to dry out. But again, there are certain areas of the racetrack right now that are drier than others too, so it all really depends whereabouts you are. But it is a battle here between Cupcake and Yokai right now, 0.2 of a second separating the two GTRs here on track, and game on here for 6th place. So he's going to take a look up the inside into the carousel. Does he get the position? But he's forced on the dry line on those wet tires where Cupcake was on the outside line. That was pretty optimal for those tires, but Yokai does get the job done, does make the move on Cupcake there, and moves up into 6th place. Cupcake dropping down a position there into P7, and we still got no replays. That's what I say to the spectator mode right now. Snipes in its position there. Oof, catching a little bit of curb there that almost tossed him. You can see the car snapping just a little bit as it got into some potentially pooled up water maybe on the curbing there. Sinister here in 9th place. We've got Tony here for SBR in 10th place, and we should see the Team Rad team leaving pit lane here fairly soon. We have Nolander Gaming also covering a large part of the race over on his channel and YouTube as well, and we will potentially see Cupcake come in here and do a stint here as well over on his channel for commentary as well here yet this evening. So definitely a group effort here in behind the scenes, and obviously with Tenths Racing in the split this weekend, you know, the fact that the team has taken over the crew chief duties for me, you know, has allowed me to really just focus on the live stream and then getting prepared for my stint here in a little bit. But so, you know, team effort is a team effort all across the board to allow this stream to happen this weekend as well. So hats off to everybody involved, really. Last minute logistical nightmare, but we make it work. I mean, you know, that's what happens when you make decisions last minute. was going to say, where'd that time difference come from? But we have some drivers starting to opt to come into pit lane and get on those racing slick tires at this point here. So that is what we're seeing here currently right now. We got Yoke in 4th position, trying to track down Sheriff there in 3rd place. We've got Cupcake here in 5th place, and now Johnny Waffle is hot on the charge here, just a 0.3 of a second in behind Cupcake. And we did say that when the mid pack was entering pit lane, it is getting very, very close in the mid pack. And I mean, prime example, we've had a battle for 4th place between Cupcake and God Yoke. Now we have a battle between Johnny Waffle and Cupcake for 5th place here. Sheriff now coming into pit lane as well, going to come on to the racing slicks here. So things are starting to shape up here. So we're going to see a similar style stint, like I think like we saw just in the last one here, where we got that early rain shower and early water coverage on the racetrack, and at some point the driver is going to jump onto the soft racing tire and then have to change their strategy a little bit here on the track. So it's 48 racing laps, so that leaves 21 and 20 laps essentially now for the soft tire runner if it stays dry for the remainder of the stints. I mean, obviously that could change, but you just never know. TDC should be coming out here fairly soon. Now that he's seeing everybody starting to do a pit stop transition too, that should be an inclination for him not to come back out on the wet tire, but to actually come out on the racing slick tire here too. I guess we'll see if they catch that there in the Team Rad garage here. But if I were that driver sitting in that car in the position he was in right now, I would definitely be hitting that button on the soft tires at this point. Just take it easy till you get some heat in the tires. Know that the track is still a little bit gingerly, definitely wet on the edges. Definitely don't run the curbs yet, and just get into your rhythm underneath of you here as the track continues to dry out. I think that's the best option right now, and may gain them some time, some track position, due to the fact that they don't even have to run the wet tire as well. I mean, it's always a possibility that could happen. Alright, just taking a look at the tire choices right now. P10 is on track. It's just P11. That's not on track currently. Again, should be released any moment now. So we do have our race leader coming in now to get off the intermediate tires, I'm assuming, and jump into some racing slicks here as well. So that will close the gap back up between second and first place. And of course, third and first place now with that pit stop, as the other two behind have already stopped for their soft tires. So they did that a lap or two ago, essentially now. So that potentially could help them gain time early on in the stint over the number 2 McLaren as well from Aero V2. But at the end of the day, that means they're also going to be on 2 or 3 lap older tires in a sense come the pit stop transition. And I could potentially benefit the number 2 McLaren. So we'll have to wait and see how all that plays out, obviously, but it'll be quite a few laps before we see that start to take shape and unfold. But that is what seems to be going on and what is playing out in front of us here right now as we continue watching here. We've got Sheriff Doofy in the number 10 car here, now moving and grooving around the racetrack as well, and has just caught note on that soft racing tire themselves here now, so they're just kind of trying to build some heat up into that tire and start making some distance back up the racetrack. Johnny Waffle, who pit a lap earlier to get on the soft tires in behind Sheriff Doofy here, is starting to close in a little bit because of that extra soft tire lap that did definitely gain 3 or 4 seconds on the podium driver up in front that they're chasing here currently. Salamander is 35 seconds in behind Johnny Waffle, with God Yoke about 5 seconds in behind Salamander here. So everybody's starting to settle into their pacing here now. They've probably found that comfortable line around the racetrack as it sits right now. Cupcake is 8 seconds in behind God Yoke. Snipes is in pit lane, getting off the intermediate tires. Sinister has already gotten off of them. Tony came out on the softs, I believe, and if I'm not mistaken, so it did TDC. Yes, that is correct. So obviously the Team Rad Garage is on point there, realizing that soft tires were definitely the way to go. Coming out of pit lane there, as the track is quite dry at this point. Definitely dry enough for soft tires. You have to be careful when replacing your race car at this point still, but it's definitely drivable and raceable at this point here in the soft tires. Now, side-by-side battling through the corners is still definitely a little bit questionable, but right now for a car that's just in clean air, running his laps, trying to close up gaps, definitely good conditions for the soft tires here right now. We're just kind of quickly flipping through the field real quick here to try and see if anybody's really gaining or losing immediately. Since that pit stop transition from wet to slick tires, and right now it looks like God Yoke is about the only real fast-moving driver currently on the racetrack. He is closing in on the number 71 car up ahead, and has made his way up to and around Cupcake at this point, but it's still 3 seconds in closing here, so we'll have to wait and see if he continues to close that gap, or if it does start to settle down into a constant gap there. But I mean, that is the fun thing about endurance racing. You got to set a driver lineup, and you got to try and predict what your opponents are going to do and try to counter that with the right drivers at the right time, right? So we'll have to see how it all plays out here, but we are with the Sheriff out on track here. So now the number 10 camp has also met the 4-driver requirement here in our race today, and I believe I believe all teams have met that 4-driver limit here. Oh, there it is. There's the mistake on the soft tires by our race leader there. And oh boy, there's lap traffic coming around. Ooh, have to make some evasive maneuvers here. We got another one coming around that's going to force him down into the wet line. He's going to avoid that there. And oh boy, all kinds of damage here on the Aero V2 number 2 McLaren, and the race leader makes a mistake heading up Lauretion. He gets a little bit wide on the exit. He hits that water on the outside curbing and was along for the ride at that point. There was nothing he was going to do there. The car hard snapped and went into a tailspin, and he was just trying to hold on to it. So unfortunate there for the number 2 McLaren. They are going to most certainly probably pit to repair this damage. It's pretty significant damage on the car here. And I was going to put the 93 Aston Martin right back in the conversation here now, all of a sudden again, for the potential race lead here after that pit stop. So how quickly things can change here in wet conditions. And just as we say that, we've got the Sheriff coming in here for an attempt to repair as well, and making a mistake there coming around the final corner, and he's going to have to go around again because pit entry was probably going to kick him out there. So it is going to be a loss of position here for the number 10 car. It looks like here potentially more than that once they finally do make that pit stop, as definitely going to be the case here. At least I want to say 3 positions probably potentially going to be lost there with that unfortunate attempted entry into pit lane there. So yeah, I mean, what do you do there? I mean, you're stuck in between a rock and a hard place when the car does that to you in this game. You get past a certain point or a invisible coating line in pit entry, and when you make a mistake like that and you spin, say, like that, and you go too far over the pit line, the game, when you finally do enter the pit lane, will just reset you out on the racetrack at the start-finish line. You're just going to have to go around again. So that's why we've seen the number 10 car just try to back up to think about straightening out to go into pit lane, realizing what the situation was, and just getting back on track. And he's going to have to tough out another lap around the track there with that damage before they can pit. And I mean, that's racing. It's going to cost them time. It's going to cost them the pit stop time as well, right? So, I mean, that's definitely going to set the number 10 car back probably 3 positions here, it looks like, on the racetrack based off the timing, potentially 4. Actually here on the track as the drivers continue around. It is just a damage repair, but pit entry and exit is long here at Spa, so I mean, it is going to be 45 seconds, give or take, that's going to be given up here. And I mean, we can kind of track that right now with the pit stop being made from the IRO V2 car here after their incident on the racetrack here now, and 58-second gap upon entry. He's not going to exit out, and all they did was service our damage on the car, right? So let's see how much that gap shrinks once he gets out of pit lane and back onto the Camel Straight here. I do believe it's going to be around 45 seconds it's going to cost you just for a damage repair here, so that's a significant chunk of time, and it's a lot of time to try and make up for the pace of the lobbies as quick as it is here today and this weekend as well. So it is going to be, let that settle down. We're at 38, 40, 42, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, it's about 40 seconds, 40, 50 seconds right there almost. Give it up with the pit stop there, so that will most certainly cost Sheriff at least 3, potentially 4 positions on the racetrack here. It's unfortunate, but that's racing. Still lots of race left yet though, so anything can happen here. But it is Speed Hunter here in P2 right now, just 11 seconds in behind, and oh boy, makes the same mistake. Oh no, as the number 2 McLaren and Sheriff Doofy in behind in 3rd place there previously as well. So our race leaders now all finding a little bit of trouble on these racing soft tires in these wet conditions here, and all 3 of our current or previous race leaders are now facing an extra pit stop here. And I mean, that is great for these teams that have just been trying to claw back here in the mid-pack, like Johnny Waffle, God Yoke, Salamander, the 71 BMW, the Race Asylum team in GTR. I mean, that is just all time gained on track on those drivers up ahead here. So Sheriff comes out in 4th place. So I thought he was actually going to lose a lot more track position than that after that pit stop, but he does have a car up to speed coming up to Camel Straight, and behind him will very quickly be closing in on him here. So he's going to find himself in a pretty quick battle here on the racetrack against potentially God Yoke here in the GTR. So we'll have to wait and see how that plays out, but only losing the 1 spot there with all that adventure that he just went through there trying to get into that pit stop a lap ago. So it could have been worse there for the number 10 car for sure. We got Salamander here in 6th place. He's only 3.3 seconds in behind, and Cupcake's only 9 seconds in behind. So I mean, this is a very tight mid-pack right now between 4th and 7th place here. And it's only 30 seconds even after that stopped from MRL to the number 10 car here as well. So we've already seen very small turned into big mistakes being made here under these semi-drying conditions on the racetrack, with our all top 3 of our race leaders coming into stint number 7 here, and that has definitely shook up the way that this race is unfolding here right now. It was beautiful for the 93 car there, as they literally were within a dozen seconds of the race leader again there very momentarily, and then unfortunately made a very similar mistake themselves and have basically put that gap right back to where it was. So much of the same thing for Sheriff Doofy there. He was gaining and then had his incident and ends up giving it away. So now he's finding himself 30 seconds in behind 3rd place here on the racetrack as well. So it's been a very interesting shift of positions here up at the top 4 so far as this stint number 7 unfolds. Very sketchy offline ATB for sure. I mean, these racers know that, right? But you just start to get comfortable with the dry line. You start to over push the car on that line a little bit, and well, we've all kind of seen the end result of what can happen, right? When you push it a little too far outside the edge. I mean, we've got Johnny Waffle literally driving in the water on purpose there to cool his soft tires down coming into the corner. So I mean, a different strategy as well, coming from some of the racers. Not a terrible strategy. They should, you would think, reduce a little bit of the wear on the tire, but I think constantly heating and cooling extreme temperature changes in your tires might not necessarily be that great for them either. But what do I know? I'm just a commentator doing a sim racing commentation, right? I'm not a I'm not a tire engineer, or, you know, yeah, above my pay grade. Alright, so 3.8 seconds now separating Sheriff and God Yoke here as everybody kind of starts to settle back into the races here. We had 3 drivers make the big mistake here on the slick tires here very early on in this race here, and it is shaking up the way this race is unfolding. And I mean, Mother Nature sure knows how to turn a gapped out race into something a little more extreme and exciting again, doesn't she? I mean, we have a huge cluster of racers here between 4th to 7th place right now, all within just a few seconds of each other. So, I mean, one little mistake is all it's going to take to potentially cost those drivers a position right now on the racetrack, and all the drivers chasing in behind. I mean, that's just time gained on those drivers that just made those mistakes as well, right? So, I mean, that's just free time on track. That's why you never give up, and that's why you always just push as hard as you can and continue to push forward. Do what you can in behind the car, because I mean, it's a long race and anything can happen. Fatigue sets in for the racers. You make the simple little mistakes and all of a sudden, boom, hey, I've just gained 2 minutes. Wow, okay, let's go, right? A whole new source of motivation for a racer behind the wheel. So yeah, I like to see that the faster, more high-skilled drivers are human and make simple mistakes just like the rest of us do from time to time as well, right? It makes you remember that, hey, we're all human at the end of the day. Some are just a lot more experienced than others. So Speed Hunter here in 2nd place, 1 minute 4 seconds in behind the race leader. So basically that gap returned. 3rd place is at 2.5 minutes in behind 2nd place. That gap is basically essentially what it was before all the chaos and incidents started here between the drivers and Sheriff down in position here now from 3rd place to 4th place, and now I'm going to be fighting for his life here potentially against God Yoke here as well, as the Italian team continues to track in back towards the front half of the pack here as well. So I mean, good, solid, consistent laps coming from the Italian team here, and going from a mid-stint 1 disconnect to back up into 5th place here on the race is pretty good, if I do say so myself. And I think I just seen a set of headlights off track there into turn number 1 in behind God Yoke there, but I may be mistaken there as well. It just might have been the reflection of the next car turning the corner. That Salamander's only 7.8 seconds in behind, Cupcake's only 8 seconds in behind them, so definitely potentially just a reflection off the water, off the edge of the track from the headlight from the car turning into the source in behind the car there. Just a camera angle and a little bit of lighting effect. I figured maybe somebody had went off track there, but that was definitely not the case. Had to take a look up at the track radar just to see if we'd seen a little arrow spinning there, and that was not the case. So I was just checking to see who joined the lobby here. It's a racer's name I recognize, but definitely not a IRO racer. Not a current active one anyways. Alright, so the pressure's starting to be applied here from God Yoke here on Sheriff Doofy in the number 10 car here, and I mean, that gap has slowly been just picked away at here by the GTR on the Porsche. So Sheriff Doofy potentially looking to have to defend here for 4th place, or not fight for the position and just tuck in behind, I guess. Well, I mean, that's up to the racers as things unfold here, but I'll have to wait and see how it all plays out here. Just catching up on the pertinent information. Obviously in the IRO Discord server from Race Control. to make sure we're up to speed on everything that's happening here. Got you. Okay. I wasn't even paying attention here. I was off in La La Land thinking. Getting to position on Sheriff Doofy here. So Sheriff Doofy now dropping down into P5 here and has 10-second gap now to the number 71 BMW in behind. So slowly sliding down the field here right now is the number 10 car as he tries to settle into the racing conditions here and continue on. So potentially got a little bit rattled there from the series of unfortunate events on the racetrack there, but I mean, he's just got to lock back in, get back into his rhythm here, and start putting down those laps that he knows he can put down, and get that car home around for the next driver. And you know, the team effort thing, right? You know, you're only one driver of many drivers behind the wheel of this race car this weekend. Just get the car home, do what you can, and you know, hand it over to the next driver and see what happens, right? You know, that's kind of where we're at here right now, and not a long ways to go yet in this race. I mean, this is no stress, no worries here on the number 10 car, and it's not like we're not used to this scenario this season anyways, so it's not like it's something new for us either. At the same time, you know, making those self-induced mistakes, costing ourselves unnecessary track position and time. I mean, it happens, and that was just an unfortunate one as the car just spun at the wrong spot in the wrong situation, and then, you know, forced a little extra time loss. Really is all that comes down to. It's just a wrong place, wrong time situation. I mean, what can you say? It happens to the best of us and the worst of us. Happens to all of us. Alright, so 1 minute now the gap here between the 2 and 93 cars here, so a couple seconds gained. Johnny Waffle is 2 minutes and 7 seconds in behind. The number 2 car here currently as well. We've got 30 seconds separating Johnny Waffle and God Yoke, who is closing that gap up to third place here as well. And Sheriff Doofy is now 3 seconds in behind God Yoke here. Salamander closing in, but still just 10 seconds in behind here right now. And then Cupcake chasing in 7th place, about 10 seconds in behind. So not very large gaps here on the racetrack right now between, again, that mid-pack group from like 4th down to 7th place is still quite tight. And it's small margins separating the races right now, so, you know, a little bit of difference in pit strategy or self-induced mistakes very quickly can change how that mid-pack looks, as well as, I mean, the front of the pack as well. So we've seen a big shake-up because our top 3 racers coming into stint number 7 all made a mistake with the semi-drying conditions, and all 3 had to make an additional pit stop for damage repair. So I mean, that has benefited some of the teams here that have been playing catch up throughout the last few hours of the race, like Team MRL and the number 71 camp, the Italian team as well, who've been on a very long recovery drive here today to try and find their way back to the podium as well. So you know, anything can happen when you start to factor Mother Nature into the equation. So Sinister here for the Sector 7 Phoenix team is in 9th position. We've got Tony here in 10th place, and we've got TDC Gaming here in 11th position. So Not a whole lot changing right now. We're just kind of just checking things out. You know, just chilling, going through the grid. Checking out, you know, times around the track, consistencies. Just looking at kind of all those things here right now, doing commentator stuff. You know, the pace really only separated by about 3 seconds between the fastest and the slowest drivers in the lobby currently. Give or take, plus or minus, you know, a couple tenths. A 2:16.770 right now, the fastest lap of the session, but still not the fastest lap of the overall race. I believe that's still held by the 93 team, and that was in the first stint with a 2:16.448 or 4:88. I think it was a 4:88. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken. So I believe that is still the current fastest lap on the racetrack here in Split 2 right now for the overall fastest lap of the race. But a 2:16.770 is a nice, good, tidy lap. You hear from Speed Hunter in the 93 Aston Martin here as well, to currently hold the session's fastest lap right now anyways on the racetrack. So you know, the track looks fully dried here now for the most part as far as the track surface goes. I'm sure once you kind of get a little bit further off the racetrack, there's still a little bit of wet condition out there, but for the most part now the racers should just be able to send it here on the racetrack. And we see the pace starting to pick up from the racers now as well. Now that, of course, they're feeling a little more comfortable with a more dried surface on the racetrack at this point. So we should see the pace of the lobby start to pick up a little bit here again. Snipes 52 seconds in behind Cupcake right now. Sector 7 Phoenix is about 4 minutes in behind them. And then we've got 2 minutes in behind is the SBR driving team. And then we have TDC about 10 minutes in behind them. Is that right? Yeah, a little less. Alright, so we've seen pit stops happen right around that lap, but 8, 9, 10 mark from the racers. They had to go from intermediates to softs. So we're only going to see one more stop coming from probably all of these drivers at this point, depending on weather. So we'll probably see that pit stop happen right around the lap 30 mark, maybe 28, something like that. In between those lap numbers, I think, here from our racers. So in about another, call it 20 minutes here, I think we'll start to see the majority of the racers making that pit stop. So the rain obviously factoring into the strategy selection a little bit here in stint number 7, and it's a pretty cut and dry, essentially what probably the racers are going to jump to here now in this transition. I mean, it's going to be a one more pit stop kind of strategy for all the teams. They're going to want to get at least half the racing distance out of the way here on this stint, and then take the remainder of the racing distance on another set of soft tires with a slightly lower fuel load, and see if they can make it any position up on track basically from that point. So we got Johnny Waffle here getting away with the blue flag. So I'm assuming that is, I thought it was going to be the overall race leader, but it's actually the second place car here, our 93 Aston Martin team. So about to go a lap down to the second place car here as well. So 1 minute lead essentially for the number 2 McLaren Aero V2 team. We've got Speed Hunter Racing team sitting here in the second position right now, and currently has about 2 minutes over Johnny Waffle, about 2 minutes 20 seconds at this point in time here right now on the racetrack. And you see him getting away from the blue flag as again our second place driver is right on the rear bumper here, and we should see this change hands here at the end of the straight. You can see Johnny Waffle pulls over, and just as we see Johnny Waffle move out of the way of the race leader, we also see some rain starting to come in here into the entry of Pouon out of the left-hander. So a bit of a sketchy area of the racetrack to be on racing soft tires and having the rain come down, but it isn't quite sketchy slick rain yet. Now it is a fairly significant little drop of water here on the racetrack, for sure. And I guess we'll have to wait and see now what happens here with all the racers as they hit this section of the racetrack that is just all of a sudden wet. And it's looking pretty wet right across the track here right now. And again, we're right on the borderline of racing slicks to racing intermediates here. So some drivers are much closer to pit entry than others right now, depending on your track position and where on the track you are. You have a early decision to make, and our race leader is not one of those drivers as they're not in the final chicane here, but we do have a couple of racers leading up into that point, so let's see if they make the dash into pit lane there. Nope, they both continue around the racetrack, so it must have just been a spot shower heading into a part of the racetrack here, because it doesn't seem like it's concerned any of the teams here so far. La Source, it is raining into turn 1 here right now, heading into Rouge and La Réunion, and TDR Speed Hunter is just heading into that section of the racetrack here right now. And I mean, the car doesn't seem to be overly affected too much by the grip level there. Let's see how it goes for Johnny, much of the same thing. Got Yoke just coming out of La Source there right now, gets traction down pretty decent in that car, and I think that was Sheriff in the background there, just coming around as well. There in the Porsche, so it doesn't seem like we're seeing too much of a struggle here from the racers. We got Team Rad Driver and Sheriff pretty close together there, so blue flag situation I think just progressed. We got Salamander here 14 seconds in behind Sheriff, and we've got Cupcake here 12 seconds in behind them. We've got Snipes a minute in behind Cupcake, and we've got Sinister about 2 minutes in behind them. So and the gaps start to hit about driver 9, and from about 4th place down through 7th place is quite close still. There's still definitely good potential there for battles in this stint alone yet, but Mother Nature is being a little bit teasing here right now on the racetrack. She continues to keep the track just wet enough to keep these racers on their toes right now. Sheriff having a moment there. getting into the tire barrier here, heading down into the Paul Frere curve entry here, and the carousel, heading into the left-hander there. Unfortunately for him there, he doesn't pick up any damage getting into the tires there, so he doesn't have to worry about making that stop for a damage repair there a little bit unexpectedly, but it's going to cost him a little bit of track position there on the racetrack, and obviously got to get those tires back up to temperature. But again, the racing conditions are not super great right now. I mean, they are very sketchy right now for our drivers on the racing soft tires. I mean, the drivers are managing in their own ways right now, some better than others, but the racing conditions are definitely getting a little bit borderline for soft tires here. And again, it comes down to the driver behind the wheel of the car and that car's limitations on the soft tires. So we see Speed Hunter coming in. Now, is that a damage repair, or is this a pit stop for a different set of tires? This might be a scheduled pit stop, perhaps. I have to wait and see what's happening. Now, there's no damage on the car, so I mean, this is most certainly a strategy call here. What do they see that we don't see, I guess, is the biggest question right now I have in my mind. Is there weather coming in the radar that is just making it enough so that the racing softs are going to be too dangerous to run, and they're just making that adjustment now before it hits? Or are they making a scheduled pit stop at this point in time in the race? I mean, that's the two questions that come into my mind here right off the bat, with that pit stop coming from Speed Hunter, taking 75% fuel. I'm going to say that that's a scheduled pit stop coming here from the 93 team as they head out. They are still on racing slick tires, so it's not a fact that rain. No, they are on intermediate tires. Interesting. All right. We're just a little bit tired at the moment, chat. We're just kind of toned down a little bit, quieted down ourselves here, so we're just kind of going through the field, checking out the gaps, just regaining, just chilling. Got some food sitting beside us for when we get hungry again, we can just chow out, Got some snacks, we're good to go for the night. We just have to, you go through those moments where you hit a wall, as I like to call it. You need to kind of break through that moment, and we were kind of in a daydreaming moment there for a second, so we just had to kind of break through it. does look like our second place driver, the 93 Aston Martin, is closing in on the Team Rad and Team 1010's cars here as well, both blue flag situations, so we'll have to see those two drivers give that position up once Speed Hunter does close in here, and it looks like it's going to be probably towards Blochemont here before he sees it back into the Porsche, potentially a little bit before that here for the Mercedes in front as well. So Sheriff is 7.8 seconds currently ahead of the 71 BMW here right now, so this is not what he wants to see, to have to give up position to a lead lap car right now, potentially a little bit of time on the racetrack, but doesn't need to do it quite yet. So the lead lap car still has to navigate around TDC Gaming and behind the wheel of that Mercedes first, and then Sheriff will be considering on having to let that race leader by at that point in time. Right now he can just keep tracking and doing what he's doing, and wait for that first set of blue flag transitions to happen in behind him there. Ooh, half-second penalty there for the Team Rad car. That's unfortunate. Must have just got it a little bit wide on the exit of Poo on there, and picking up a nice half-second penalty there from track officials. But I mean, what do you do, right? That's just the way it goes, especially when the track's a little bit wet. The car's going to slide out a little more than expected in some situations, especially as tires are wearing down. And you know, it's a yeehaw moment. What can we say? Just take it with a smile on your face, say thank you, track officials, and continue along your way and continue along your journey. I mean, that's all you can really do. I mean, you could argue with the officials about it, I guess, but you can see how that's going to end up for you at the end of the day, most likely with a bigger penalty, if not more. So, probably not recommended. Minute 55 separating God Yoke and that's not right. I'm not sure what I was thinking. That's my brain being in tired mode. 15 seconds of gap between Johnny Waffle and God Yoke. 20 seconds between himself and Sheriff Doofy. Sheriff has 9 seconds between himself and the number 71 BMW. Chasing in behind, Cupcake has been closing in a little bit on that BMW as well here in 7th place. 8.9 seconds now the gap. 51 seconds here now between Cupcake and the 55 car, I think this is, of IORT, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, that's correct. And Sinister here for Sector 7 Phoenix is 4.5 minutes, give or take, it behind the 8th place car right now. So 9th, 10th, and 11th are fairly separated by gap right now. They're kind of just putting in their paces and putting in their laps right now, and like I said, continuing to be on track and continuing to move forward. You just never know by the end of another 10 hours plus of racing what's going to happen at that point. So you know, these guys are doing exactly what you need to do in endurance racing. If you haven't had the greatest race start, you've set yourself back in the early part of the race. All you can do is continue to push forward and try and take advantage of mistakes made by everybody else in front of you as the race progresses and try to gain that time back. That's all you can really do. But you know, we've already seen several mistakes made by racers here in the inclement weather conditions, with a mixture of wet and dry track conditions here in the last 4 hours. It's proven to mix up the field and change things up a little bit here as well. So I mean, anything can happen, and that's point in case here is, you know, first, second, and third place were very solidly with large gaps coming into stint 7, and then all of a sudden they were all three of them in trouble, having crashes and picking up damage, and now all of a sudden we've got 2 new players up in the top 5 here with Johnny Waffle and God Yoke. Now they're not new players in a sense, as God Yoke and the team was pole sitters here today, so they are literally still recovering from where they started due to a disconnect in stint number 1. They've been spending the last basically 12 hours trying to regain from that disconnect. MRL, they haven't had that issue. It's just been, you know, just back and forth in between the mid-pack and the top half of the pack here for them, and they currently find themselves sitting on that final podium position right now, but they are being chased down here by Yoke right now in the Italian car, that's for sure. Alright. Lap number 30 in the stint. We are in stint number 8. So we have seen this will be lap 376. Here now for the race leader, the number 2 Aero V2 McLaren. That's what I was just quiet about there. I was doing the math in my head here. So encroaching 3,500 laps here now around Spa, and again it's 5 or 6 miles around the track. Times up by 350 laps currently. I mean, we're talking about almost 2,000 miles put on the McLaren car here right now. Speed Hunter coming in for a set of soft tires, I'm assuming at this point. So extra pit stop coming from Speed Hunter, which is going to open the gap up for P1 and close the gap up to P3 here, which is now Yoke, as Johnny Waffle has made his pit stop. So the pit stop sequences are starting here as well. So we're going to see the drivers swap positions a little bit here. So I'm actually going to leave you guys with the race leader here during this sequence. And I'm just going to step away for a minute, get a drink, and stretch a little bit. Alright, we're back, chat. We've seen a nice battle there between 6th and 7th place while I stepped away there. However, that was negated by a pit stop from, which driver was it? The IORT car, 55 Mercedes there, driven by Snipes. So, deciding to not engage in the battle and go for the undercut strategy here instead. So, some different strategies being played out here. Snipes got the cupcake. Let's go take a peek here. Just give me a second to grab my keyboard. It's a little bit out of my reach at the moment. Alright. Cupcake is 5. Let's let that gap settle down here for a minute. As the pits, the stop sequence is kind of transitioning through here, so we need that to settle down before we can really tell. 37 seconds in between Cupcake and Snipes here currently right now, so after the pit stop. So let's go through the field here, catch everybody up. I was just watching Nolander's point of view here to kind of keep up with what was going on myself, so. You're most welcome. Apologize for the delay, but we've learned as a commentator doing these elongated stints in the booth that you need to get up about every 3 or 4 hours and just stretch your limbs, go outside for 5 minutes to get fresh air and help to really keep you alert and awake. So it's getting late at night here now. I've been at this for almost 14 hours with a couple of breaks in between. So we got to make sure we're doing everything we can to stay hydrated and make sure we keep good proteins and energies in our body here to get through. We still got a 2-hour racing stint to tackle here in a couple hours as well. So we'll be covering stint 8 here on my channel, and then I will be handing it over to Nolander and or Cupcake to handle the next 4 hours of the race as I prepare for stint number 10. Now, if I'm not mistaken, I think Nolander's racing one of those stints. So I think Cupcake will be handling one stint and the Nolander will be handling the other. I'm not exactly sure how it's going to break down, or we're just going to be missing a little bit of the stream. This is the part of the race here where it gets a little bit logistically challenging depending on the driver schedules between myself, Race Asylum, and Team Rad. So blood flow is important. Yeah. You're not wrong there. You're not wrong there. I mean, and I've drank like almost 2 pots of coffee since the races started this weekend as well. So I mean, at one point in time, we got to find a new home for that coffee. So. Alright, minute and a half gap between first and second place, pardon me. We have 2 minutes and 9 seconds between second and third place, which is now God Yoke. Johnny Waffles 3.2 seconds in behind God Yoke there in fourth place, and there's 23 seconds from Sheriff to Johnny Waffle in fourth place. The 71 BMW here, currently being driven by Salamander, is 15 seconds in behind Sheriff Doofy and has 10 seconds ahead of Cupcake, who has 36 seconds to Snipes in 8th place. From there, the gap's getting a little bit bigger as we're about 5 minutes apart from 9th to 8th place, and then we're about 2 minutes apart from 9th to 10th place. In the SBR team here, they've had a couple of disconnects this weekend, so they are definitely on the back foot here. And then we have the Team Rad drivers here 22 minutes in behind. Now, the Team Rad was a team that wasn't going to make the grid as of basically Friday. I spent the day with the team owner over there at Team Rad with Nolander throughout the day on Friday, explaining what he can and can't do and what his options are to get the team fielded here in the finale this weekend. And he got it figured out. So they're on a very limited driver lineup, and they are definitely missing some of the key drivers in their roster here this weekend. But they're out here, and they're out there racing, and ill-prepared or prepared, depending on the racer behind the wheel of the car this weekend for Team Rad. They're out there still giving it 110% out there for the sake of obviously their season, the championship, and the no-give-up mentality. I mean, Team Rad does stand for racing against discrimination, so it wouldn't look so good for them to be calling it quits if they could avoid it. Obviously, some things are beyond your control in life, and sometimes things happen, but that's the story with Team Rad here this weekend. So they've got the drivers that they have available within their team to fill the slots here this weekend and make sure this race happened for them. And it was very, very close to them not making the grid this weekend. So regardless of how the gap looks in P11 there right now. I mean, that team has faced some serious adversity this week just to get into the 24-hour race. Never mind compete in it. So Sheriff here with some damage, and that's going to give up a position to Salamander here and probably a few others. I'm not exactly sure what the gaps are, but we know that's about a 45-second stop for damage there. So we'll have to wait and see here how all of that plays out. And things not going well for the number 10 car here right now. In stint number 7. I don't even know what stint we're on. 4 hours, yeah, stint 7. Stint 7. My blood flow's not enough, apparently. My brain's not getting enough oxygen or something here. It's having a hard time remembering where we're at. All right, Johnny Waffle here in 4th place, 37 seconds now ahead of Salamander. Into 5th place, Cupcake now jumping ahead of Sheriff there as well, and that gap's going to be 30-plus seconds at least, as Sheriff is now just being released from pit lane. May even lose that position to Snipes here in P8 as well. So the number 10 crew's definitely got to put their heads down and clean up the laps here and get nice and consistent on the track again here, because from 3rd to 7th place here in the last hour and a half is in the wrong direction in the grid here. So 15 seconds in closing at the gap to Snipes here, and I mean, the number 10 car's in trouble here right now. Typical of our season this season. I mean, again, it's not something the crew isn't used to in the number 10 garage this season. Self-induced mistakes costing us insurmountable amounts of ridiculous time on the racetrack. It's been our season all season long. It's not just one or two drivers, it's all of us. I mean, we've all made our massive mistakes at key moments in races this season, and it's the end result is exactly what we're seeing here again today. You know, just a key moment in the race, and some bad timing for mistakes, and literally down 3 or 4 minutes in the race, and then 5 positions on the track just like that. So it's that easy in endurance racing. I mean, all you got to do is lose your focus, or have that mental focus broken just a little bit or rattled, and that can result in in a downward slide for a little bit. But it's a team effort, so the drivers can't be upset with themselves about it, because there's more than one driver running this race this weekend, and you can't beat yourself up before you just dust yourself off. You continue to push forward and hand it over to the next driver when the time's right. So I mean, is what it is. Alright, so 93 cars slowly but surely chipping away here at the gap to the leader. I mean, it was a minute 31, something like that. So, a few seconds chipped, not too much here, nothing to be shaking a stick about it for the leader to be stressing about right now, but the time is slowly but surely being chipped away. Gaudioke's been on a tear here in this stint. I mean, made up 3 or 4 positions on the racetrack here just by being fast and consistent. Fastest driver on the racetrack, and I believe that's the overall fastest lap of the race here now as well, with a 2:16.366. Unverified, but I believe that is our fastest lap of the overall race now, plus the session here as well. So definitely flying here for the Italian team here, and I'm back sitting on the podium now after a 12-hour slog from the disconnect that set them basically to the back of the pack at the beginning of the race. Johnny Waffle here up in 4th place, and I mean, they've been anywhere between 3rd and 6th place all race long. They've kind of stayed right there in the middle of the pack here. They've stayed true to their strategy and just stuck to it, and so far it's paying off for them. Salamander here, it's been an up and down race for the 71 car here. They've been kind of a little bit up and down in the mid pack here, and same thing for the Race Asylum car, and the number 10 car finally starting to show a little bit of struggle here in the race early on, or in the latter part of the race, or the middle part of the race here, showing a little bit of chink in their armor here this weekend, but it happens. None of us are perfect. We've seen every driver on this grid make or every team on the grid make some form of large mistake that's cost them a large amount of time on the racetrack. irregardless of whether it be a mistake due to their own doing, or whether it be conditions on the racetrack that just caught them off guard, right? But that's what makes racing interesting. The weather really kind of throws a wrench in the program sometimes, and can really change results of races just based off of unforeseen factors. Just hope the crew in behind the scenes, the guys and gals, got their head up. They're staying positive and focused back there and behind the scenes in the garage, and the game plan doesn't change. So no regrets. Don't leave anything on the racetrack and just send it. So that's the goal. That's the motto here this weekend for Tenths, and it's all in an aim to raise money for St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital. There's a bigger game at play for Tenths Simracing here this weekend. We want to finish strong, not only for ourselves and for the team, but also for the charity and the Bloomstorms. But at the end of the day, racing is racing. What happens. We're going to end up where we're going to end up after the end of the 24 hours. It could be at the very dead last place, or it could be at the top of the field. You just never know, right? Anything can happen in racing. So the race is far from over, and the drivers are just settling in and continuing on, up and down the racetrack at this point. That's all you can do. You just got to keep pushing forward. Man, my phone always seems to blow up the most when busy. You notice that? Boy, we're really struggling with the server situation here this weekend. I'm going to try and do this very in a medium sense here. As a league organizer, it's frustrating when the live events are going on, because it seems that the game itself for the console players completely gets ignored, and it starts to show massive glitches and bugs in the online part of the game, which in reality is the most important part of the game for the true racer. We've seen issues, obviously, throughout our IRO season with lobby stability and server issues. Now, sometimes maybe it just comes down to an internet connection from a host blipping for a second. Sometimes it comes down to a driver's connection. But, every year near this time of season, we really see the online lobbies degrade and struggle and just seem to be ignored. And, we understand that there's a big esports tournament, the big show for Gran Turismo and Polyphony Digital happening right now around the world. And they've got, real sim racers from Gran Turismo 7 live on stage competing for world championship titles and whatnot. But it doesn't excuse them from ignoring the paying customers. Essentially, it's the paying customers, us right now, racing as we are, that are paying for them to be able to do these world live events through purchasing the game and in-game purchases. Although Gran Turismo is not about in-game purchases, there are still an in-game purchase feature here, and players definitely use it as opposed to grinding out the game for credits. They will just go purchase the credits because it's more convenient and they can do so. So, as a paying consumer and somebody who live streams and produces content for Gran Turismo 7 on behalf of Gran Turismo 7 for free, we ask nothing of GT7 but to maintain the servers and give us good quality competitive racing stability. And this weekend we don't have that from the servers, and it's really unfortunate for the racers. It's frustrating for the administration staff. And we've got a second 24-hour race next weekend for our top split here in the International Racing Organization, and now that's going to be on the back of the minds of all the organizers, all the volunteers behind the scenes, because we just went through a 24-hour race and all the issues that we really shouldn't be having. We should not have lobbies crashing from hardline PS5 hosts before we're even getting formation laps. So when we're not even anything is happening on the racetrack, it's just point in case. That is not normal for the Gran Turismo 7 servers. So we're seeing some pretty problematic situations this weekend here. Credit to the IRO staff for handling everything professionally and quickly and promptly as usual. But it still doesn't take away from the fact that it frustrates the paying consumer, i.e. the racers, the viewers in the chat, most likely, probably, if not all of you, most of you, and of course the organizers and everybody involved behind the scenes. We're the paying consumer. We're the people that are paying for those world tour live events. We're the ones paying for the upkeep on the servers for us to continue playing the game. And I mean, when these World Tour events start up, the paying consumer, the one that's paying for it all, completely gets ignored. So it is very frustrating, and I wish that for such a large company like Sony, who has given the contract to PD for Gran Turismo to be exclusive to PlayStation, can't ant up a little bit in the contract and make sure there's a proper amount of support staff during the World Tour events to maintain the game itself that is paying for the live events that they are hosting. I mean, there is literally a live event happening this weekend in Los Angeles, and that may be the exact reason why we're having the extreme server troubles we're having this weekend, because they are literally running off of the same servers off a LAN-connected live stage event in Los Angeles. So, I mean, maybe that's the root of the cause of the problems here this weekend, but needless to say, it's something that we're seeing very consistently from Gran Turismo at the same time every year, and it's the same issues every year, and it's getting a little bit frustrating as a paid customer to see the neglect in the game when something of more importance in their eyes pops up. I mean, we've paid money, pretty good money, keeping in mind to get a game that didn't meet up to its expectations also. So frustration is definitely sets in as a league organizer. Now, as a racing fan, I get it. I totally understand it. You know, the World Tour events are bread and butter. It brings in a lot of income in them in a real world situation. Probably more income than they've made from selling the video game itself, potentially. But that doesn't still excuse the company from ignoring its sole customer base, and that is the people that race and play this game every single day of the week or very close to it. And for the most part, that is our competitive racers, because we're spending that time on track practicing, preparing for whatever race it is that we have coming up next. So, is all I gotta say about that. It's frustrating. I love the game. I'm a huge Gran Turismo fan. I have been since the original Gran Turismo. It came out for PlayStation 1. And I mean, you know, that'll never change. I'll always play the games. I'll always purchase the games. But my frustration on an organizer and a content creator standpoint right now with Gran Turismo 7 is extremely high. I mean, if there was a chart, it's about 110 out of 100 right now, and has been for quite some time. So, you know, for me to see upcoming sims being released that have massive potential to absolutely just make Gran Turismo look like an arcade game at this point, you know, they got to be careful here. They're on a slippery slope right now, and I don't think that their live events is enough to challenge what these new sims are going to have to offer here when they drop. So I mean, Gran Turismo is in trouble, and I mean, when they continue to have problems like this, you know, they're taking the bread and butter away from themselves. You know, their content creators, their league organizers, the people that continue to produce this live content for Gran Turismo 7 and support it live on the streaming platforms. I mean, I think businesses and companies seem to forget that streamers are really a sole reason why these games get as popular as they get, because we're producing the content and supporting those games for free. So I mean, you know, to some point our opinion does need to matter, regardless if we have 5 followers or 5 million followers. In my opinion, I don't think it matters. We're all paid consumers, and it's frustrating to see these things happening right now just because there's a live tour event going on. I mean, there's zero reason why there's not enough support staff and behind the scenes still maintaining the servers for the casual player base, as they like to call it, or us competitive racers at the same time, right? So definitely just way too many issues so far in this 24-hour race. That is what I would like to call a normal amount of issues in Gran Turismo 7. It's too late for GT. I mean, their Spec 3 update, in my opinion, is a year too late. They should have done this last year. You know, the racers, the competitive racers, the World Tour drivers, and the streamers all alike have been screaming at PD to give us at least a new race car, a new track in the next calendar year, and we didn't get any of that. We got nothing this year. We got a whole bunch of new cars nobody really cares about, except for, you know, the casual gamer, the racer that pops on once or twice a week maybe to go fart around, mess up some people's days in daily races, and then log off for the next 5 days again and laugh about it, right? So no, I think it is too late for Gran Turismo. They missed the train, man. They missed the train. I mean, and that's problematic for Gran Turismo. We know that they're obviously developing a new game model right now, which will most likely release for the new generation console that's being developed, starting in development next year for PlayStation 6, right? So, I mean, we're probably 3 or 4 years away from any real substance on the next Gran Turismo game. But I mean, at this point, you know, they need to meet Grand Theft Auto 6 hype and expectations if they really want to save their sim racing community base right now. You know, just from what I know from my networks and talking to certain people that are involved a little more deeply within the Gran Turismo 7 network, you know, there is a lot of unhappy, important people in this game right now, and that is problematic for Gran Turismo 7. And when they continue to do stupid little things like this, you know, sure, it's only affecting, what, maybe 100 people right now this weekend in this particular event, but how many events are running this weekend that are having similar problems, upsetting the racers, upsetting league organizers? You know, these host sites that a lot of the league organizers run this stuff through, like Sim League Pro, for example, here is basically the key one for Gran Turismo 7 racing and league setups. I mean, if you want to find a league to race in that fits your time zone, head over to simleaguepro.com. You're going to find one. Guarantee it, man. I mean, there are all kinds of different classes of cars, you know, all kinds of different race setups, all kinds of different championships over on Sim League Pro. I mean, if you really want to know what's going on in the Gran Turismo racing world, man, a lot of the higher end leagues are operating through Sim League Pro there as well. So I mean, and Sim League Pro is, you know, doesn't just stick to Gran Turismo. They have all sim racing platforms over there too. So is Gran Turismo in trouble? Gran Turismo is absolutely in trouble, in my own personal opinion. That's just my opinion. But yeah, I think they're most certainly in trouble right now. That's the problem. That's exactly it, Mango Melons. You're 100% right. It's not ticking off the players that don't care. It's ticking off the players that are the loyal fans of Gran Turismo. It's upsetting their true player base. You know, the ones that are making the game what it is today. If it wasn't for GT Sport and the online competitive racing, you know, when that came out, and then, you know, the serious introduction of the World Tour live events, I mean, Gran Turismo would still just be, you know, a staple PlayStation exclusive racing game, unlike anything else out there for console, right? That would be the only draw for Gran Turismo. It would not have nowhere near the popularity or the copies sold if it wasn't for the online racing and, you know, the content creation that started up over the last 10 years. At the end of the day, none of these video games, Call of Duty, Battlefield, you know, all of these big name title games aren't anywhere where they are today without the content creators and the communities backing those content creators. And I mean, the communities make the content for the creators. So at the end of the day, again, it's the paid consumer that's doing the work for the companies. And it's getting a little old to see the consumer be getting the short end of the stick because the company has something more important happening on that particular day. I mean, you're operating a business. You have to maintain that business at the end of the day, and they're not doing it very well right now, in my opinion. I haven't even watched any of the World Tour live events this season, to be honest with you. I haven't watched one of them yet. I mean, I'm just not that interested because they just refuse to continue to work on the game and improvement. It's stale. GT7 has become a stalemate in the last 12 calendar months. They haven't really done anything to improve the game. So, while they're out there looking for big sponsors for the World Tour live events and finding new racers to compete in their World Tour live events, they're losing the true racing community base that built what they have today. And that is the problem. That's exactly the problem. And that's why GT is in trouble. And I hope that they wake up and smell the coffee soon, because they're in trouble. And that affects the bottom line in the pocketbook. And at the end of the day, if it doesn't become financially feasible to make a new title, they're not going to do it. Sony's going to end the contract. So, you know, it goes deeper than that, right? Everybody, I mean, every year there's a new tire sponsor in the GTWS, you know, there's a new car sponsor, you know, somebody's getting the shaft because somebody comes in with a bigger offer, right? I mean, as business, that's business, that's the way it works. You can't really argue the process of business because that's, you know, how businesses have become where they are. That's business. I mean, that's just the facts of business, right? Yeah, well, I'm going to get how much more a year from this sponsor? Sold, right? Perfect, done deal. I'm going to pay my penalties on the other contract and I'm still up in this deal, right? I mean, that's exactly how business works. It's how do I make the most amount of money in the shortest amount of time. Get it. Totally understand it. From a business standpoint, understand what Gran Turismo is doing in Sony and PD. On a consumer standpoint, absolutely starting to despise them for it, right? So it is a love-hate relationship with Gran Turismo currently right now for myself. It makes great content. The game looks fantastic. I mean, they've done so many great things with this game, but they've lacked in the most important part, the competitive part of the racing that has built Gran Turismo to where it is today, especially over the last 5-6 years. It is the online racing that has built them to where they are. So that's where I stand on the situation. I'm very frustrated about the condition of the lobbies, and it's not just this weekend. It is the condition of the lobbies overall for the last few weeks. This isn't just a new problem. This has been an ongoing issue. I mean, I'm a 1.5 gigabyte fiber optic hardline PlayStation 5 user. My PlayStation is getting well over a gig download speed, and it's getting like 750 upload speed. It's absolutely insane. There's zero way that my host should be disconnecting any racer in a lobby. If anything, I have more than enough bandwidth to spare for the racers lacking bandwidth to stabilize the lobby. That should not be the issue, but that's not the case. A driver comes in, they run one lap, and pop, they're out of the race just like that, because whatever the case may be. And I mean, that is a constant right now. In my races, my hour-long championship races, it's very rare to see a driver disconnect from one of my lobbies. We're seeing 1 or 2 a week right now. That is a problem. That is outside of the norm. That's outside of the trend. It's a lack of maintenance. My computer has nothing to do with the effectiveness of the lobby, as my computer is not hardlined into the internet. My PlayStation is eating all of the bandwidth to itself to make sure the stability of the lobby, and of course for my racers, to make sure they get a fair advantage and a good clean lobby to race in, right? So it's very frustrating on my point of view, and then being a broadcaster and a commentator on top of it, having to sit here and continue to puff up a game that, quite frankly, I'm very frustrated with. I'm not going to do it, right? So, I mean, we continue to support it, we continue to race on it, irregardless of what we think about the situation right now, because we're fans, we enjoy the game, we're sim racers, we're competitive, we like to race against each other. We've built a community here over the last 4 years. I mean, GT has done plenty for GT45 gaming just by allowing me to have the ability to produce content on it, right? But at the same time, at some point as a paying consumer, when is enough? When is enough? When is it enough, right? I'm at that breaking point where it's enough, and especially with some upcoming potential titles coming out here, I'm definitely leaning on the line of I've had enough, right? So I don't know what they're going to do, but they definitely need to do something. The Spec 3 update isn't enough. They need to change a lot of stuff in the online racing situation. They need to change the ranking system, especially for daily races. They need to start really penalizing drivers for being idiots and just purposely taking drivers out. I mean, they don't have any of the coding in for simple detection of malicious intent, unlike platforms like iRacing and ACC does. I mean, you are heavily penalized for that kind of behavior in those platforms, so why isn't it the same in GT7? You know what I mean? Yeah, it's designed to make a competitive racer very frustrated. I potentially could be a low A+ driver in Gran Turismo 7 if it wasn't for the fact that daily races are such a joke now. I just refuse to even jump in a lobby, because there's always some kid in every lobby, no matter what the rating is, looking to wreck people's races. Why? Because they're a casual player. They play once a month. They don't care. Right? That's the problem. There's too many problems within the competitive part of this game, and I mean, if PMR by itself even relates to a third of what it's promising upon game release, I mean, they're already a jump and a step ahead of Gran Turismo, in my opinion, just based off of how they rank online races alone. Never mind potentially with the physics model and being able to race on updated machinery, on updated racetracks, current machinery and current tracks, and have a 32-player lobby. 32, double the size of Gran Turismo 7, 32-player lobby with a way heavier physics engine, with a revolutionary online ranking system. I mean, this game is going to be way more heavier on our consoles than GT7 is, and offers us 3 times what GT7 is giving us. GT7's been here for 3 years now, listening and ignoring the community's requests. I mean, they're not in a good position right now, in my opinion. And I mean, there's still Rennsport. In my opinion, Rennsport console is very unpolished right now, and it's coming with very little content, and honestly isn't worth the money for the purchase of the game currently over Project Motor Racing. Project Motor Racing is going to come with minimal content upon release day, but for those that pre-ordered the year one bundle with it, I mean, we're going to get a steady year of additional content, right? Which is going to, by the end of the first year of the game, already potentially give it more than what Gran Turismo 7 is offering after 3 years, right? So, yeah, I mean, that's where my hat is starting to lean towards right now. Is definitely Project Motor Racing. We've done my pre-order. I've got it pre-ordered and ready for it to download first thing in the morning on the 25th. So she'll be ready for us to stream that content as soon as we're available to do so on release day, and definitely give a very valid opinion. But you know, the potential on PMR is dangerous for games like Gran Turismo 7. It's also dangerous for a game like Forza. It's even dangerous for Rennsport as a direct competition to Rennsport. Rennsport comes out a week before Project Motor Racing, but I think Project Motor Racing is where all the big hype is going to end up. And based off of initial beta testing feedback between the two games from the big content creators out there, the big sim racers out there, I mean, PMR is winning hands down as well. So, I mean, if you're sitting on the fence at which game to buy, I mean, my suggestion would honestly be wait for the content creators to get on the actual game on actual release day and start to see what the game actually looks like, see how polished it is, see how glitchy it is, see how it runs and operates, and then make your decision from there. In my honest opinion, the sim racing community is going to split right now. Obviously, with all these sim racing titles coming out so close to each other, it's definitely a good time to be a sim racer. It's an expensive time to be a sim racer at the same time, I guess, with that being said. But there's definitely options becoming available now in the sim racing PlayStation world, and you know, for the first time as a PlayStation user, that's exciting as a racer and a racing fan, especially a long-time racer and racing fan on the PlayStation platform. That is massively exciting to me. I mean, we have 4 brand new sim racing titles being released like 2 months apart from each other here on PlayStation 5 right now. One already released was an iRacing NASCAR 2025. We've got the WRC Rally game coming out soon again, which is always great games on the PlayStation platform. And then we've got Rennsport and Project Motor Racing coming out as well. So I mean, and then you know, we've got ACC Evil coming in sometime in 2026 if I'm not mistaken as well. So I mean, yeah, sim racing is in its golden years right now for sure, and we have options, and that's problematic. That's definitely problematic for Gran Turismo. I mean, I know I'm going to be very thoroughly testing what's going on over at PMR once I've got the playable version of it myself. You know, I'm going to be looking at every avenue of that game and then seeing how championship ready it is right on release day, right? So I've done the same thing with NASCAR iRacing already, 2025, you know, with some of the community members, some of my admin staff have pre-ordered as well, and myself, and, you know, we got on it, and we put some time into that game, and like I said, fun factor is through the roof on that game, but it's definitely not championship ready yet, but, you know, we were able to figure that out within the first 2 or 3 days, right, so it'll be no different on PMR. Rennsport is, you know, I'll rely on the content creators to get my opinion on Rennsport initially as well. At some point I will pick it up and just try it out. But in my opinion, my money is definitely on PMR right now, 100%. Spam that like button. You know what, pay me. You know what, my dude. How you doing, brother? All right, let's get through the field here as we're coming in for driver swaps. Well, 100%. I mean, how much work is it really going to take PD and Kaz at Gran Turismo 7 to get together and refine the online experience? Now, maybe they might not be able to change the ranking systems and stuff like that because maybe that's a much larger undertaking. I understand that, but that's definitely something they need to really address in the next version of Gran Turismo because we know there's going to be one coming. But you're 100% right. I mean, we need to. Maybe that's what GT7 needs. They've been so exclusive to PlayStation. They're really the only real sim racing title for quite some time on PlayStation. Maybe that's exactly what they needed. They needed some competition out there for them to wake up and smell the coffee, as I said earlier. And start making those improvements. But I think the biggest step for them right now is to improve the online competitive part of the game for the players. The players that are continuously producing the content and continuously promoting Gran Turismo out there in a positive sense, right? Right now it's a mixture of positive and negative feelings within the content world and the community and the sim racing world because of what's happening, and it's a large part of what we've been talking about here as well. Now, I'm on the fence with the negative side right now with Gran Turismo 7, but I mean, as a league organizer, I have every reason to be. It's hard to maintain our grid sizes and our championships if drivers are having connection issues for no reason. They're disconnecting from races. At some point, it just takes the desire to want to even continue because you just can't stay in the race lobby. The net coding creating unnecessary contact is not even necessarily contact in a race, but it's still affecting drivers like they've been absolutely smashed on the racetrack, but in reality, they weren't even touched. It's things like that just shouldn't be happening. I mean, at the end of the day, if you've got a NAT Type 2 connection on your internet connection, you should be able to connect to the lobby and be able to race lag free. I mean, that is Internet 101 right there. Anybody who's carrying a NAT Type 2 connection is carrying a minimum amount of bandwidth required to be in a lobby. And maybe not necessarily host a lobby, but definitely required to be in the lobby and race fairly. So, I mean, there's definitely a bigger issue at play here, in my opinion. I mean, I'm not a genius when it comes to technology and how the internet and coding and computers work per se, but I'm not a dummy either at the same time. So, I did just go through the process of ordering a custom build PC from a PC builder here in town. So I mean, we have a little bit of background in behind it. So I mean, it's not completely just ignorant, words coming out of my mouth, so to speak. It's just an honest opinion. I mean, will I produce GT7 content? Of course, I'm still going to produce GT7 content. Like I said, it's built my page. It's put the community where the community is. It's given us the ability to do the fundraising that we're doing, like tonight with the St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital. It's allowed us to do things that we never ever thought in our lifetime we'd be able to do so easily. Now, a little fact about myself, even when I was in my 20s, I don't know what it is about people that get close to me in real life, but they see something in me that I do not see in myself, obviously. But I get told a lot that I am destined for bigger, better things in this world than what I currently am doing, right? And, for the longest time in my lifetime, I just kind of laughed and shrugged that off. But also deep down in my conscience and my soul, I always wanted to do some kind of, fundraising, charity work, giving back to my community somehow, some way. But, back 10, 15, 20 years ago, I mean, your options were limited. You're either walking door to door, pounding on people's doors and begging them for their money, or you're, running a newspaper ad or a telephone a campaign, going through the phone book, 41 telephone number at a time, doing the same thing, right? Not exactly a desirable way to try and fundraise or help your community in a sense, right? The brazen and the bold in those times definitely took it on and, made fundraising what it is today. They're kind of the forefounders of fundraising for nonprofit organizations. But, ever since we started content creating and really got seriously involved in content creating and started building a community and started shaping the direction of GT45 gaming within that community, we realized that, this is a perfect opportunity to do something bigger than I am in real life, and that's exactly what we're trying to do with the page. And that's, so I'm not going to sugarcoat it. The game's it's not producing what the expectations of the game are right now. And after 3 years on the market, I mean, you expect to see some kind of give to the community, and we're just not getting it. We're getting more pushback than we're getting give from the community, and Snipes has grabbed that position over the number 10 car here as they enter pit lane. They are basically a car length separating each other here, and it's going to be Sinister here now to take us into the driver swap. So I'm just going to throw you to the transition screen and jump into the next lobby here. So video time.
Every year, 400,000 children like Justin develop cancer. If he had been born in the United States, his chances of survival would have been more than 80%. But in his native Ecuador, those chances are much lower. In resource-limited countries, survival rates are below 30%. Where a child lives is the powerful predictor of whether they will survive cancer. There are many contributing factors to the disparity in pediatric cancer survival rates, including access to life-saving medicines.
So access to quality medication is critical for the success of any programs at the country level. Well, children cannot survive, cannot have hope without proper access to essential medicines. This has been something that we have identified as a priority.
St. Jude has long been dedicated to improving pediatric health worldwide. Building on our established global ecosystem of collaboration, we are launching a transformative initiative, the Global Platform for Access to Childhood Cancer Medicines.
We are now able to tackle the rare pediatric cancers and make progress against those. We're working as a global community that will allow us to purchase generic drugs and distribute those to low and middle income countries at no cost.
The global platform works by creating a central procurement entity within the World Health Organization, the UNICEF and the Pan American Health Organization. Then the governments engage to develop the production and supply of these medications. And these are the medications that are considered to be critical and required for all children with cancer, wherever they are.
Today, essential cancer medicines are starting to arrive in 6 countries: Ecuador, Zambia, Jordan, Uzbekistan, Nepal, and Mongolia. These medicines, provided at no cost to local institutions, represent the first step in a long-term effort to reach 50 countries and treat more than 120,000 children in 5 to 7 years.
Danny's dream was to no child die in the dawn of life, and he was thinking perhaps about the United States, but I think in the back of his mind he was always thinking of a global landscape, and I see this as the logical direction for St. Jude children.
No matter how much I'd love to continue to let that play, the stream is definitely going through a moment right now. There is definitely some lag kicking in here, so bear with. We do have the drivers out on track in the driver swap here in stint number 8. Now it is 45 racing laps here for our racers in stint number 8, as we are a little bit behind schedule due to the red flag between 6 and 7 there, so we do have to decrease the lap count a little bit here now in the race to get things back on schedule for the 24-hour clock here. So we will see the laps bounce around a little bit here over the next 4 to 6 hours, most likely, as far as lap count goes on the track. So we'll have to wait and see how the racers handle the change in laps, but all that's going to do is just shorten really the one-stop strategy, so I can, again, these shorter lap counts just continue to play into the one-stop strategy more and more over the two-stop strategy here on the track today as well. So we're still waiting for the live timing to settle in here. It is not Razor in the lead currently here. It is Apex Magnet in the lead. And it will dictate that once he comes across the start-finish line here at the end of these last 2 corners. And it's going to take basically every racer in the grid to complete their first hot lap, flying lap, outside of the out lap in order to get the live timing to correct itself. And Magnet's not actually... We're meant to be on snipes here. There we go. Alright, so now we got Snipes back in the race lead where it should be. We do have the Aston Martin currently up into 2nd place where it does belong there, and we do have the Italian team now up into 3rd place. So it does seem like everything has sorted itself out here. So 93 car in second place. We got Fresh Sissio back in behind the wheel here in third place. He did start the race off, and unfortunately was a driver that suffered the disconnect there in the midway part of the stint. So getting a second crack at it here now in stint number 8. We've got Apex Magnet here in behind the wheel for Team MRL, currently in fourth place, with Oak Ray in behind the wheel here for the 71 BMW, currently sitting in 5th place. That leaves the Race Asylum GTR in 6th place, about 13 seconds in behind Oak Ray there, and IORT about 5 seconds in behind RA's Toby, and Roses about 5 seconds in behind IORT's Israel currently. So very close here in the latter mid pack of the race, between 5th and 8th place essentially right now are still fairly close together. So again, that mid pack still very close enough to start some great battles here, and we're still looking for skip frame, so I do apologize. Everybody in the stream is definitely struggling at the moment. Hopefully it just chills out, and we get back to business here. Again, the computer, how about it? Yeah, it's pretty good. We're going to give the laptop here a good pat on the back at the end of the race here today. I mean, this thing is working extra hard overtime this weekend for me. So, I mean, the laptop is definitely hurting. It's a wounded piece of equipment at this point in time. It has done its duty for GT45 gaming without a question of a doubt, and we're about to give it some light duty work here soon enough when the new PC comes in. But we did tell it we need a couple more weeks out of it yet here before we can transition over to the new equipment. So, but boy oh boy, we are sure making it work this weekend, I tell you what. So I'm happy with how it's performing here so far, because I mean, a few skip frames here and there throughout the stream I can deal with when it comes to a 24-hour broadcast. So I mean, I do appreciate all the good feedback and how everybody enjoys the commentary in the streams. And I mean, I apologize to our viewers in my community. I mean, over the last few months, you know, the stream quality slowly is decreasing in a sense because of the equipment starting to just show its signs of age and wear and tear. So you know, like I said, we've had the community step up and donate towards the PC for GT45 gaming, and we finally decided to pull the trigger because we found the right builder and the right PC that we're looking for right now within the right price range to make it all happen. So a lot of time has gone by since we started campaigning for that PC upgrade, but you know, we finally pulled the trigger, and there's still a little bit of money sitting there after the purchase of the PC to you know, do things like the upgraded capture card for 1440p, and a little bit of contact there, a little bit of miscommunication I think between Sissio and the number 80 Mercedes there as they were heading into the chicane, and unfortunately again the replay button is just not working on my keyboard this weekend for some reason, and we've unplugged and replugged in the keyboard a couple of different times now, and it just does not seem to change it any. So again, another one of those features in Gran Turismo 7 that's currently not working. Shocker. Oak Ray here in 5th place. He's got 27 seconds behind Apex Magnet in the MRL car, pardon me, and 15 seconds ahead of Toby in the Race Asylum GTR. Toby is trying to hold the charge of Azrael off here from IORT, 55 Mercedes, and at the same time, 55 Mercedes is also trying to hold the charge with the number 10 car, the 1010 Porsche here in behind in 8th place as well. So heads down for the number 10 car here. They are down 5 positions from stint number 7 coming into stint number 8 here. It was a rough stint number 7 for the number 10 car there, and they are now on the back foot trying to pull their way back up through the field here in the latter part of the race. Not ideal, but again, something we're unfamiliar with at this point in the season. I mean, we have suffered this kind of situation all season long. We're pretty used to it at this point, and I mean, we got like 14 hours through the race before we finally had the bad one, right? So, you know, that's an improvement. That's an improvement overall at the end of the day for our crew. So, that driver's going to beat the crap out of himself. Please don't. Please don't. Remember what I said in the Discord and the team server before the race today. You know, I don't want anybody leaving anything on the racetrack. If that means you're going to have a couple incidents on the racetrack because you are literally full tilt sending it, then you know what, that is what happened, and I don't want you beating yourself up over it. I don't want our racers feeling bad about what happened in their stints this weekend. I told everybody just send it and leave it nothing on the racetrack, and that's what every driver has done so far here for the number 10 crew. And I'm proud of the crew no matter where we end up today. I don't even care how our result is our result or what happened throughout the race at this point. All I can say is, I told them, I gave them a task this weekend, and they're doing exactly what they were told to do. Go out here and just send it this weekend. Throw caution to the wind and let's just send it. Let's change up the vibe, let's change it up, and let's just see what we can do. That's it. So that's what we're doing this weekend. No regrets. I don't want any hard feelings. I don't want any bumps and bruises. I don't want any drivers beating themselves up this weekend. I just want us to go out there as a team, race as a team, and enjoy our season as a team. It was a long season. It was full of tough breaks and individual mistakes, and we've suffered that together as a team, and we're going to finish it together as a team no matter what happens here today, and that's all that matters. I'm proud of the team. You guys have stepped up massively behind the scenes and filled my shoes, taking on all the crew chiefing, race engineering, and logistics behind the scenes so I can stream this weekend. I'm proud of this team, proud of the number 10 crew this weekend, irregardless of where we end up. And there's still plenty of racing left yet. We are not out of this thing by any stretch of the imagination, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. We're here for a different reason. Here just to finish our season, hold our heads up high, and hopefully help our fundraising cause for St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital. Hopefully bump that number a little closer towards our goal. In the pinned comment at the top of the chat there in the YouTube channel is, of course, that link to the fundraising campaign. That is where you can make a donation to St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital, and we're about 20% of the way to the goal coming into the weekend here, so I would definitely like to add 10 or 20% to that number before the end of our 24 hours, and of course the Vegas Cup Round 5 tomorrow afternoon as well. So a double fundraising event here for St. Jude's this weekend, essentially here at GT45 Gaming. So with that being said, 5 p.m. Eastern time, we'll be going green with Split 1 live right here on GT45 Gaming as well of the Vegas Cup Championship. So St. Croix B is on the docket here this weekend for our racers, and things are a little different over at the championship this season. Different point system than what drivers are used to seeing and what leagues are probably used to seeing as well. We have absolutely gone outside of the box for this championship in honor of Paul Bloomstrom. Obviously, he was a bit of an outside of the box kind of guy racer, so we tried to keep that part of it in the championship as well. We've seen some races already in the championship that normally we would not put in a GT45 Gaming Championship, but we have absolutely broken our own rules with our development of this championship this season, and it's an aim just to make it fun. And like I said, the racers, they've been coming out with the old school retro cartoon and their favorite childhood memory liveries this season, and what we're ideally going to try and do is take pictures of all those liveries from our racers that came out with the special theme liveries throughout the season. We're going to compile it into a portfolio, and we're going to try and get the St. Jude's staff to send it around to the kids that are currently being treated there, and letting the kids vote on their favorite livery design of the championship, and of course award whoever that eventual winner is, some kind of award or prize for the best livery of the season, voted by, of course, hopefully the kids of St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital. So, there's a lot of things going on in the championship and the fundraising event. We're chipping away at it week by week as we go, and that's kind of why we decided to make it a nice 3-month-long campaign. But we're also going to have a very special event at the beginning of 2026 to cap off the Vegas Cup Series in an all-star race style fashion as well, so a last kick for St. Jude's, and then of course the Bloomstrom family definitely has something that they would like to come and say to the sim racing community at the end of the championship season that they've informed us of well. So this is in cooperation not only with our sim racing community and my staff and Nolander's team, it's also in cooperation with the Bloomstrom family from real life and other real life people out there outside of the sim racing community. So the impact is real. The story is huge, and anybody who knew Paul Bloomstrom fully understands, without me having to really say any more than that. But when we did the GoFundMe, we were fundraising, when we stepped in to help with the GoFundMe fundraising for the Bloomstrom family, there was an incredible amount of money raised. raise for that fundraising campaign. We're talking about 5 digits kind of money. Not a small amount of money to help the family with the final costs and all the things that come with, unfortunately, having to bury a loved one, right? So, the community stepped up huge, maybe not out of their own pocketbooks, but by sharing out the content, sharing out the foundation link itself. So we need the same thing in this fundraising campaign. Nothing changes here. And I mean, the sim racing community is not necessarily a rich community per se, and everybody is not necessarily able to go and throw a $5 or $10 or $20 donation towards the cause to continue to grow towards that goal, right? Some people just can't do that. We understand that. But the one thing you can do for free is share it. You can take the campaign link, you can save it to your phone or your tablet or your PC or whatever it is that you're watching the stream from, and you can literally take that campaign, tell everybody a little bit about what the campaign entails and why it's being done and how it's being handled or whatever the case may be, and you can take that and literally personally spread that out through your own personal circles, and that extends to reach out to new people, new faces, new eyes, and of course, new pocketbooks potentially. So law of averages starts to kick in when we start to get more and more reach, and we can only do that by sharing the content, sharing the campaign link. The campaign link is the important one here, not necessarily the content. The content just gives face value to the donators. They can come and they can physically see what's being done during the fundraising efforts, right? They can come see the races, they can come see the commentary, they can come see the reaction from the racers during the races. They can feel the emotions from the people that truly knew the Paul Bloomstrom especially, and they can also feel the real emotion coming directly from the family. The family has supplied some real content directly from themselves to us here throughout the championship, messages to the community of thanks and words and all these things, right? So, this is probably the most real thing that we've done here at GT45 Gaming. We've done a lot of fundraising over the years. We've helped other organizations with their fundraising events over the years, but this one most certainly has the most deepest meaning to myself personally and my team behind me, and this one has the most weight attached to it for success for myself personally. So you're gonna hear me grind this into the sim racing community for the next few weeks. I do apologize, but I love you guys, and I mean, all I need you to do is just keep sharing the content out every time. Just share it, just make it a habit. Just share it, keep pushing it out. We gotta break the algorithm. We gotta force it to move it, and the only way to do that is to send multiple shares of the same content out. That forces the algorithm to start sending that to new people as well. So we're forcing the algorithm to also help do the sharing work for us. There's a method to the madness in these algorithms and these platforms, and if we use those algorithms to our advantage, the algorithms literally do the work for us. So we just need to get it to that point where the algorithm is taking over, and then we just got to keep feeding that algorithm at that point. So sharing is caring. That's just the way it is. I'm not the big famous celebrity like Super GT or Jimmy Broadbent or Rory Alexander, for example, right? It's, for me to convince people to donate to a cause is a lot more difficult than just using my sheer reputation as a celebrity, quote unquote, right? So, we got to work 3 times or 4 times harder than these big time streamers to get to even a tenth of the result that they can get in half the time, right? So I do apologize to the community. We're gonna absolutely just we're gonna make you hate the word sharing as caring probably by the end of the campaign. But we only do a couple of charity pushes every year, so thankfully there's some breaks in between it all. But that is the key to success, and it always has been. Social media is our weapon of choice. It's our tool, and the only way for us to succeed is to use our tools to our advantage, right? Let the tool do the work for us, and in this case it is the algorithm. I mean, we have to play the algorithm's rules, bend them slightly, and force it to do the work for us. Alright, so Snipes, minute 19 in the lead. Razor here for the number 93 car in second place is 2 minutes ahead of Fresh Sissio, currently in the number 16 GTR here from the Italian racing team. I still don't know what team it is. I do apologize, no disrespect by any means. I just have not outsourced the information yet. We have Apex Magnet here for Team MRL in the number 8 GTR, currently sitting in 4th place, 53 seconds in behind the podium and 27 seconds ahead of Oak Ray in number 71 FSR BMW here. This team's been just right there the whole time, kind of in this race, just doing their thing, sticking to their strategy. We're not going to see teams really start to forcefully push until about probably 4 hours left of the race, that's when we're going to start seeing the urgency from racers to try and start to gain time and close up gaps and gain positions. I mean, in the next 4-6 hours is kind of trying to set that up for, ultimately your faster drivers in the grid here. So it is Azrael here, 1 second in behind Toby and closing in, and it's 3.2 seconds from Roses to Azrael here in front as well. So, I mean, the pace of the lobby has not slowed down here, and let's grow again. Hey, Nolander, you got you're racing next stint, aren't you? If I'm not mistaken. I mean, we can definitely say that the sim racing community has already stepped up big this weekend as far as the fundraising campaign goes, just for the simple fact is just the sheer amount of viewership and interactions we're getting on the stream here this weekend and on my page. It's excessive amount of interaction and viewership right now compared to a normal live stream over the last few weeks here at GT45 Gaming has been very far and few between. So, I mean, we are absolutely breaking the YouTube algorithm right now on my channel here and probably on Nolander's channel as well, as he's broadcasting throughout the weekend here, just with the sheer interaction, amount of views, likes, and shares on the broadcast here on the channel, because it is very high activity compared to our average norm, right? So, I mean, you guys are already doing a huge amount of work in helping the algorithm just here on the YouTube channel tonight live as we continue on at the race, just literally by doing what you're doing, just chilling out, having fun, watching, chatting with each other. Just make sure you hit that like button and share and subscribe button on the stream too before you leave here, just to continue increasing those interactions, because the algorithm right now is off the charts here on GT45 Gaming's page, because again, it is extremely unusual traffic for the page during a live stream right now. So you're already helping exponentially with the algorithm in a sense, just by doing exactly what you're doing right now, just hanging out with us, watching the race, and just chilling out, hanging out. Alright, so we got Sean ATL here in 9th place. He is about 5 minutes in behind, 6 minutes? 8 minutes in behind, ahead of Yanni, and 5 minutes in behind 8th place. So the back end of the field is they're kind of doing their thing here right now. They're putting in their paces, putting in their seat time, getting that experience, putting in their laps, hoping that they can make some ground up. It's really the top 8 drivers here that are still kind of left in race for positions at this point. Now that's not entirely true. I mean, anything can happen, like we said. But weather cooperating quite nicely here in stint number 8 so far as our racers continue on. And like I said, I think by the time the stint draws to an end here, we're going to start seeing some sunrise conditions potentially, or getting very close to. It does appear like the sky is slowly starting to brighten up a little bit in the foreground and background as our camera crew continues to give us great angles here on the racetrack at Spa. You know, lots of pluses for Gran Turismo 7. It is definitely by far one of the best looking sim racing games on the market as far as how it looks and spectator capabilities. Fantastic. I mean, it has its pluses, right? But unfortunately, the great graphics and great spectator mode just do not make up for the lack of online attention. I mean, for me, so. It has its pros and cons right now, but unfortunately for me, it's definitely a little more on the negative side of the scale than the positive side of the scale. But we still enjoy our commentary, and we still enjoy watching our racers race. That hasn't changed, and I don't think that would change no matter what platform they were racing on, to be honest with you. We've been very privileged to be able to do some iRacing commentary in the past when the computer was still running good and could actually run iRacing. We did some, spotting for a couple of streamers on iRacing for a bit as well behind the scenes. We've also done a fair amount of commentary for PlayStation 5 ACC as well, and PlayStation 4 ACC for a couple organizations. And we always enjoy the live commentary and the broadcasting part of racing. We always have, and I think that's what keeps us really pushing here on the page, but we got an active battle here for 5th position, or 6th position, pardon me, here between the number 9 and the number 55 cars here, and Toby is under fire right now from Azrael, so literally a half a car length separating the two drivers here as we head down the carousel. I can't remember, the name is seriously like right on the tip of my tongue of that corner too. It's actually started to drive me bonkers. I really just need to pull my track map up. You know what, just pull the track map up. My brain is just clued into the fact that we have a copy of all of our track maps in the team Discord server, and I can just bring it up on my phone to verify some corner names, because I hate that I never used to have to even think about it at Spa. I just knew what they were, and now I actually got to think about it. So alright, so we are definitely seeing some donations come in, because I've just received an email that we hit a milestone in the fundraising campaign. So that tells me that we have minimum at least passed the $500 of the $2,500 mark, but there's 3 different messages currently sitting there in my email inbox for the fundraising campaign. So without me actually, taking the time to open it and read through all of that, we are definitely making a little bit of headway in the fundraising campaign. So again, to those that have donated, we really do appreciate it from the bottom of our hearts, from GT45 Gaming, Nolander Gaming, the Bloomstrom family, and of course St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital. Those donations are immediate and immediately effective. They do not sit in that account until the fundraising effort is over and then goes to St. Jude's. That donation is immediately directed to St. Jude's bank account. That money is immediately put to work. So everybody that's come in here over the last 15 hours into the stream, a Nolander stream, and has gone to the fundraising campaign and added a contribution to it, your money is immediately at work. That money is already sitting in the bank account and already helping a family in need. So just know, ladies and gentlemen, that your donation is not one of those donations that sits there like a GoFundMe page until the timer runs out and then that money is allocated. That money is directly given to St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital and immediately put to work. So your money is already to work, ladies and gentlemen. We can't thank you enough for your generosity and your kindness. And I mean, all you've done is help a family and a child in need right now somewhere in the world. That's legendary. And that's why we honor Paul Bloomstrom in honor of St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital, because Paul Bloomstrom was a legend in this community. And legends, you can't let a legend die. Legends never die, but they definitely fall into the wayside, and that's not something we're going to allow to happen here to Paul Bloomstrom. That's why we're doing what we're doing here this season, this winter season, fall season, and all we're trying to do is continue off the legacy that he was starting to build in the sim racing community. And a big part of what Paul Bloomstrom was about was giving back, being humble, being kind to one another, and loving thy neighbor, right? So it's important that we continue to follow that trend in his honor now that he's passed. Just because he's no longer here with us in body, he's always here with us in spirit. I mean, he has found a permanent place in my heart and my soul as a human being, and I'll never ever forget him. And that's the fire and the passion to help continue to try and help push his legacy further in his name and his honor in the right direction. And that's what every one of you is helping do right now. Not only are you helping with that legacy of Bloomstrom, potentially starting the basis of a true foundation for the Bloomstrom family moving forward. If we can continue to build off of this, the possibilities are always endless. You can never look at you can never look at a pebble in a field of rocks. You got to find the biggest rock, and you got to figure out how that's the one I'm going to get out of here, right? I mean, that's always the bigger goal. You're always having a bigger picture, and you can set small little goals to get to that bigger picture. We start small with small fundraising campaigns. Every year we amp those campaigns up. We try to draw in bigger and bigger members and sponsors to help with those campaigns, and we really try to turn the Vegas Cup Series into a foundation, a foundation for support for families in need in some of their most trying times, whether it be a sickness, a loss, whatever the case may be. That is the goal of the Vegas Cup Series, the annual event. And this isn't a one and done thing here from GT45 Gaming and Nolander. This is an annual thing. It'll be back next fall for season 2. So what that season entails, we have no idea yet. We haven't really thought about it. Get through the first one first, and then we can see where we can improve it, grow on it from there, right? So is that going to be on Gran Turismo 7? Hard hard to say what platform that next championship will be on. Maybe we'll run it on multiple platforms. We haven't decided yet, right? But this is something bigger than just a page. This is again trying to give back to our communities and our backyards, whether it's my own backyard or somebody else's backyard. It's irrelevant to me. We're all human beings. We all come from the same place at the end of the day, and if we're not kind and helpful to each other, then what's the point of coexisting together? I mean, in all honesty, right? So we got to continue to filter out the bad with as much good as we can. And power in numbers, ladies and gentlemen. The more good in the world, it slowly starts to override the bad, and that's the goal here. To continue to spread positive messages, good vibes, and show people that, hey, old-fashioned ways are still the right way, regardless of how we see things and how society is changing and how quickly we're advancing. The old-fashioned ways are still the tried, true, and right ways. It's respect. It's respect for thy man and thy woman, and respect is honor, and honor is strength as a group, as a race. And we are. As a race, I mean, we're less than 1 million years old on this planet, and I mean, at the rate we're going, we're not even going to make the 1,000,000-year mark. Meanwhile, dinosaurs that were uncivilized and apparently unintelligent lived to be 160 million years on this planet. So we have a long ways to go as a species, and continuing to do bad things and continuing to be more bad than good worldwide is only going to continue to help the planet say, yeah, you know what, this is an experiment gone wrong, and just eradicate the human species, right? We need to be on the right spectrum here. We need to be on the right side of things here. We need to be the balance worldwide, and good versus evil is always that delicate balance, right? So, we're on the good side here. We're trying to do the best we can. Trying to, spread positivity and good messages throughout there, through content, through video games, through a very unexpected source for many of us in our 40s and 50s. We come from a generation where video games are just a waste of time, and we're rotting our brains, and they're never going to amount to anything in our lifetime, right? Well, look at us now playing our video games. I mean, they amount to more than what our parents and our grandparents could have ever imagined sometimes in some cases. So look at us now, right? So it's important what we're doing, and it's not GT45 Gaming. It's every single individual person in this community that takes part, whether you come and watch the stream, or you interact, or you donate, or you become a vital part of the member of the fundraising campaign. It's irrelevant of what part or role that you play in it. We do it together. We do it together as a community. That shows strength, that shows togetherness, and that shows bond. And the larger that community continues to grow and chain together and continue to form that line of goodness, we are making an impact. It might be small, but it's still an impact nonetheless. Perfectly said, man. Life's too short, y'all. Life's way too short to stay negative and hateful. I mean, we all go through our good and our bad, and without a question of a doubt, it's how we handle that good and our bad. There's people in this community that have no issue lending a shoulder to cry on if you just need to get it off your chest to feel better. For real. Reach out. Don't be scared. Alright, this community is one of the coolest communities I've ever come across in my entire lifetime as far as a social community goes in any kind of aspect online. And I trust this community with my life, and there isn't a whole lot I keep from the community as far as who is GT45 Gaming and what am I about, right? I have some things that I don't openly talk about, obviously, on the live streams. It's it can cause complications in legal processes that involve those matters. So obviously we don't speculate on that, because we don't want to say something silly or stupid on a live stream that can be obviously recorded and used against us. We have some matters with our ex-wife that are still being currently dealt with our children, and those matters are very delicate matters, right? So we don't talk about a lot of that stuff because we can't. We have to be careful in these situations, because unfortunately the legal system is a legal system. So until that's legally settled in the court of law, we can't even really speculate and talk about what's going on in that part of my life. And I would love to tell my community a little more about my family and where it's at and why it's at where it's at right now. But unfortunately I can't. We're locked up in legal battles right now between the two of us. It's messy, it's ugly, and it sucks for the kids, man. I feel bad for our kids, right? at the end of the day, they're the ones paying the ultimate price for two adults, fighting over whatever we're fighting over, right? Again, I'm not going to get into it. I can't say much about it. All I can say is that, we've been in a legal dispute for several years now, and, it involves two children, unfortunately. So, seeing families staying together is always important for me, and it lies and entails with my real life situation right now with my own family, right? I'm, disconnected from my family, I guess is the only thing I can really say, not by choice. Forcefully being disconnected from my own family right now, and that's where the legal battle entails, and that's really all I guess I could say about it, that's safely. So, for me to see other families staying together and making sure that we see families together during crucial times in their lives and in their family path, that's why it's so important to me, and that's why I get so emotional when I talk about stuff like this, because it does come from real roots in my own life. The way I feel and how I feel about certain things, is a direct correlation of things that I either have gone through or am going through in my real life and behind the scenes as well, right? But seeing families staying together is one of the most important things that I'm focused on right now. And then that's where the St. Jude's fundraising campaign really hits home for me, because that's exactly what we're trying to do with the fundraising campaign. Is we're trying to keep families together in crucial moments, right? And the most crucial moments, as a parent, let's be real here, I'm going to absolutely hit home here right now, or try to anyways, chat. How many of us are parents here right now? I'm a parent, and probably 90% of my chat that's currently sitting here watching the stream right now is a parent. We have children. What is the main goal of a parent when you have a child? Teach that child not to make the same mistakes that we made as growing adults, right? We always try to make things a little bit better for our own children, not to make the same silly mistakes that we made. But the one thing as a parent that we want the most is to not outlive our children. The one thing that a parent does not want to do is outlive their child. That's not the way it's supposed to work. That's not the way our brains are designed and built to handle things. No parent wants to outlive their child. So that's where St. Jude's is so important. Myself as a father, never ever want to outlive my children, ever. Under no circumstance, no situation do I want to be alive longer than my children. That is my biggest fear as a parent. And I'm just being real with you guys here. That is the one thing that probably 98.5% of parents is number one on their mind. I do not want to outlive my child. And unfortunately, it is too much of a reality worldwide that parents out there are outliving their children. Well, what can we do to stop it? Life has its process. 100% life has its process. But we have technology, and we have medicine, and we have smart people trying to reverse that process in any way they can. So how can we help? We can help by donating any amount of money that we can squeeze and afford to St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital, so they can provide that care and give those children that fighting chance they need to absolutely kick fate in the butt. Because that's what we want as parents. We want our children to thrive, survive, and succeed. And we want them to do it long past our times here on this planet. That is the one big thing we want as parents, and I'm sure that almost every parent in the chat can agree to that. So that is the one thing we don't want as parents. So that is why it's important that we have to maintain togetherness in our families, regardless of what the situation is. Families are built off of false foundations and false promises too often nowadays in the younger generations, and it's up to us that have been there, done that, and made those mistakes to help those people realize that, okay, you made your mistake, maybe that was the wrong move, maybe that was not the right person for you in your lifetime, but you guys still did something together that is more important than the problems between the two of you, and that is that child or children that you two have produced. That is what's important, and we need to focus on that. And I think that is a very lost thing right now, not only in North American culture, but worldwide. When you go to third world countries, children are the most important thing to the parents there, because they are in poverty, they're constantly in famine, they're constantly sick, they're constantly battling diseases and things that they can't control and fight because they don't have the resources or the ability to do so. And I mean, they fight for their children's lives every single day in third world countries, but then you get the people of modern countries like the United States, Canada, United Kingdom, French, the Spanish, 70-ish% of the world is considered a first world country in some form or another, self-sustaining. You have society, you have structure, you have your citizens that provide for themselves, they also provide to the government, etc., right? You have a society, you have a ladder, a system. Not every country has that, and I think that the countries that have a throwaway society, money, toys, things that we can acquire because we have the ability to do so, seem to forget what really the most important things in life are. And it is the very simplest of things in life. Our children, they are what's important in our life. Nothing else really is important in our life except for the fact that we have children to try and mold them into great, successful human beings that are going to make a bigger impact on the world. That is our goal as a parent. That is our sole job as a parent. And I think we've forgotten that as a parent due to life stresses, the way society is. We have to work, we have to pay bills, cost of living continues to increase, gas gets more expensive, food gets more expensive, children's clothes get more expensive, school supplies get more expensive, education is getting more expensive. I mean, we're battling all these things and we've lost what really is true in the grand scheme of life, and that is the younger generations, the generations that we are making, producing, and putting on this planet to help change the planet for the better. It's our jobs as parents to put 110% focus on that goal, making our children better than we were. That's it. And there is no other goal in life than that. For those of us that choose to not have kids, we have different goals and ambitions in life, and there's nothing wrong with that. But 80% of the population worldwide is a parent, or it wants to be a parent. So we need to keep these things in mind as parents. We are bringing real lives, real people into the world. We are making these things. It is up to us to mold and shape them for the better, to make sure that the world becomes a better place, not a worse place. That is our job as parents, and I think that we forget that. And that's why these children's foundations are ever so more important, not just St. Jude's, but other children's foundations out there. St. Jude's is a big one. They are really on the cutting edge of technology and groundbreaking cancer research. They really are, at the top of the game when it comes to these things. And I mean, that's why we've opted to pick St. Jude's, because they are on the leading edge of exactly all the things that they're trying to stop, and that's a cause that I want to support. A cause that's putting that much effort and time into something to try and make something better for the world. And that's a cause that GT45 Gaming can support, and I'm fully on board with what St. Jude's is doing. So, that's what it is. I mean, at the end of the day, we're parents. Our job is to make the next generation bigger, better, stronger, and make the world a better place. But we are losing touch with what a parent is supposed to be. We are losing touch with how to be a parent nowadays. And we really need to stop doing that, stop getting lost in our daily practices, our daily chores, our daily responsibilities, and start putting more focus in on what really matters, our children. And, if we start doing that, we start making those changes, it's not going to take long to see that change. It takes a dozen years, 10, 15 years for that younger generation to get old enough to start making their mark in the world. And that's when you start to see the results. So, the sooner we start as parents, as the older generation, bringing up the younger generation, the sooner we start to see that change. I mean, we start to see those changes in our lifetime, but it is up to us as parents to make that change. And it all starts really with helping those that can't help themselves. I mean, that is a huge start, in my opinion. Showing kindness, paying it forward, showing other people that they're still good in the world, which now they're going to sit there, they're going to feel very grateful, and they're going to want to return that favor to somebody else, and that is paying it forward, and that continues to spread good throughout the world. That's how we continue to balance good versus evil. It's up to us to make sure that the younger generation continues to remember those very important values. And it's up to us to also remember those important values of the older generation. We can't lose sight of the goal here, and it's about the children. Always has been, always will be. So, you had a big fight with your teenager here, maybe this weekend. They wanted to stay out late. You said no, they have a curfew. It's school's in session, the rules are the rules. You guys had an argument, you're not speaking, you're mad at each other. Maybe your child just told you they hate you, you're a little frustrated. In the morning, when they wake up, go out there, give them the biggest freaking hug that you've ever given your child, tell them you love them, and that's it. That's all you need to do, man. Just show the children that you care about them. You know what? If you want to be upset and you want to stew over the argument that you had the night before, do so. But you know what? In my opinion, just let it go. Just let it go. Easier said than done, I get it. But you know what? We're the adults. We're supposed to be the bigger people here. We got to show our children that exact thing. It all starts with what we do at home. What we do behind closed doors is the most important time in a child's development. So it all comes down to us as parents. We can blame other people's kids. We can blame the influence of friends. We can blame TV. We can blame the tablets and the phones that our kids are on all the time. But at the end of the day, us as adults are the ones that are letting them abuse and use this technology to that point where they're getting caught up in and being influenced potentially in the wrong way. So again, that falls down back to us as parents. At the end of the day, our children's choices still come down to us as the parents. We need to continue to show them the right ways. That's it. So if you've had that argument with your teenager recently or your child recently, shake it off, forget it, give them a big giant hug next time you see them, and tell them you love them. That's it. You don't need to say anything further than that. That's going to make that child's day regardless of what happened. The proof is in the effort, and you know, it's a two-way street, I get that, but again, we're the adults here. We have to make the bigger decisions. We have to be the bigger people. Sometimes situations are extreme and they require extreme measures, but you know, that's a situational experience, right? You know, not everybody's going to have a simple, you know, relationship with their children. You know, things happen in life, and you know, resentment happens. But at the end of the day, you know, it all comes down to us as parents. You know, we're the ones that shape our children from, you know, the time that they can't fend for themselves to the time they start talking back to us, right? So, I mean, we have to remain patient, we got to remain positive, but we got to remain stern. You know, they need to know the difference between right and wrong at the same time. So, you know, at the end of the day, children are the future, and it's up to the older generation, the parents, to mold that future. So, giving back to our communities, you know, continuously, you know, talking about things that are good in the world, showing, you know, signs of good faith. You know, you go to the coffee shop and you see somebody looking like they're down on their luck, and you know, you buy them breakfast and a coffee. You know, that impact is so much more than that person realizes. You might have changed that person's life that day. You just, you know, and that's the smallest act of kindness, right? It's just a moment, a situational moment in life where, you know what, this guy looks down and out, man. Let's do him something kind here. I'm gonna, you know, take $10 out of my pocket, buy him a sandwich and a coffee, and you know, at least you know he's getting a meal and a good hot cup of coffee. And you know, what we don't know is what the impact does for that person, you know, down the road, right? So it could be life-changing. I mean, it could make no difference, but at the end of the day, it's the effort that counts. And you know, those are the things that we need to be teaching our children, right? This is the effort. You have to make the effort in the right matters. And you know, if you succeed or you don't succeed, that's not necessarily the point. The point is that you put in 110% effort towards what you're trying to accomplish, and you didn't give up on it, right? And I mean, if we continue to teach our children that, then, you know, the world should start shaping in a much better fashion and better direction. But you know, there's always good with the bad, and there's always bad with the good. That's never going to change in life. But we can definitely make the balance difference by power numbers. So it's always the case. I mean, power is numbers. Numbers is power. When the good outweighs the evil, you know, that's when things reshape, right? When evil outweighs the good, that's when things reshape. You know, which side of the spectrum do we really want to be on, I guess, is the bigger question. Right now, you know, humankind is on a very self-destructive pace, I think. You know, we are killing our planet we survive on with our selfishness and our throwaway societies, and we're not really taking the time to properly teach our children anything anymore. You know, we send them to school to be babysat until we're home from work, to basically send them to their rooms and let them be babysat by technology at this point nowadays. So, I mean, we're not doing our jobs right now as parents, and it's very evident with the way that the world is being shaped, as evil is overriding the good right now in the world. So, yeah, we got to make the change, and it's not going to happen overnight, but it can happen if we start to make the change. I'm just one guy stating my opinion, but you know, there's a lot of truth behind it, and I think there's a lot of parents in the chat that are listening to me ramble on about it right now that probably don't disagree. maybe there's some of you that disagree, and there's nothing wrong with that. We're all allowed to have our opinions on the matter, but I mean, that's just my honest opinion. You know, I've lost a lot of time in my life being able to be, you know, that molding, shaping figure in the life of a child, right? So I guess it's easier to say it than when being dealt with it, but, you know, not having that ability, being allowed to have that ability is almost worse than having to deal with the situation itself. I mean, in a mental standpoint, it's crushing. So, you know, to sit here and talk the way I talk right now and to remain as positive as I remain, you know, if people actually knew the full situation of what I'm dealing with in behind the scenes, you would look at things a lot differently, I assure you. Again, I you know, can't say much about it right now, no matter how much I would love to open up to my community and really tell them the story of what's happened over the last 10 years of my life, you know. I can't. I have an obligation to remain neutral on the situation until things are settled in a proper manner. And unfortunately, you know, the kids' mental health, I mean, at the end of the day, it's affecting the kids' mental health the longer and longer this continues on. So, you know, the kids, again, paying the price for adults' decisions. And, you know, it's stupid, honestly. You know, it's stupid. It's stupid. But nonetheless, the bottom line is I am a parent. I understand what parents are going through, you know, and I also understand that it is also our responsibility. We brought those human beings into the world. It's up to us to guide them and give them the right direction as well as they grow forward towards adulthood in this world. That doesn't change. It doesn't matter what the situation is. As parents, that's our job. You know, and we got to strive to do everything to make sure that that's what we're trying to do, right? 110% effort. If it doesn't work out at the end of the day, you know, our children grow up to be adults, and then they're going to make their own path and their own decisions from there, right? And we're along for the ride to pick up the pieces when it goes wrong, and, you know, to celebrate with them when it goes right. So that's being a parent. 10 out of 10 parental advice. I appreciate you, Cupcake. I mean, I just try to be real with people. It's something I've learned over the years. It's not something I've always done. You know, when I was a 20-year-old, you know, starting out my own, starting to work for myself and starting my own company, you know, I was all hot to trot and with the big fluffy head and then the big shoulders, right? And then having the best and nothing can hurt me and nothing bad can happen to me mentality, right? But, you know, as you take life's hard knocks and you take a beating every once in a while, and you pick yourself back up and dust yourself off, you know, you start to realize some things as you get older. And I mean, that's exactly what it is, right? It's just life experience, and you know, that's what I've taken out of, you know, life experience so far, 43 years for myself, right? You know, it hasn't been an easy ride for me throughout my entire lifetime. And but the one thing that always has kind of stayed true for me myself is I've always just tried to keep my head up and my nose always in a forward direction, regardless if we're moving backwards or not. At the end of the day, we've always managed to pull ourselves out of that rut and find a forward direction, you know, to success, right? Sometimes it takes a long time, sometimes it's a quick solution, but you know, that's what I've learned in my lifetime. And even though that I'm battling this, you know, battle that no parent ever wants to have to deal with when you separate from your significant other, you know, it's just a part of our life and it's something that we got to deal with as adults, right? But you know, I've also taken lessons from that experience as well. So you know, we have to learn from mistakes that we make in life and decisions that we make in life, right? Every decision we make has a reaction. That reaction can be one of three things. It can be positive, negative, or really insignificant, neutral. You know, when you have an action and it remains neutral, you know that's usually a good sign. Everything's just kind of moving in the right direction. You know, sometimes you get that good reaction, you feel a little extra good, you know, you feel a little extra pumped up, gives you a little extra push and desire to push a little harder maybe. Sometimes that, you know, a decision has a negative reaction, and, you know, that can set you back, or you know, kick you back down, and you got to pick yourself back up and dust yourself off and try again, right? But that is how we learn, and if we're not learning from those life experiences, then we're just going to repeat those life experiences, right? So, I mean, point in case, I mean, you know, the parental advice really comes from just living life, essentially. I mean, you know, that's the bumps and grinds of life, you know. We have our good moments and we have our bad moments in our life. I have great moments in my life that I'll never ever forget and remember like they happened yesterday, and I've got absolutely horrifying moments in my life that are much of the same thing. You know, you can't get rid of that memory in your head no matter how much you want to, right? But it's, at the end of the day, it's something that you just got to learn to deal with and move forward from, and that's all I ever do. You know, it's not an easy road sometimes. You know, sometimes we need to reach out and get that, you know, a little bit of burden off the shoulders and just open up to somebody, just so, you know, we can stop holding on to that ball of stress and just get it out there, and you know, that helps you, you know, feel better about it, and sometimes it also helps you open up and think about the situation at hand. So, you know, and that's part of being an adult, right? And that's, you know, we have to teach our children those things. And, you know, if we can't handle those things as adults, and obviously it's going to be quite difficult to teach our children those things. So, I mean, you know, life is full of successes and failures. That's life. If life were meant to be easy, everybody would be rich, everybody would have the same things, and I guess life would probably most likely be pretty boring. You know, so life is definitely an adventure. There's no question of it out there. You know, you just got to take the bull by the horns and kind of hold on situation. You take it one step at a time, because that's really all you can do in life. You know, some people end up with, you know, different lifestyles. Maybe some people have it easier than other people, you know, but that's just the way that the cookie crumbles, so to speak. It's how we deal with those things that really makes us who we are, right? So that's what makes us who we are. All right, Snipes kicking butt here in the lead, still a minute 16 ahead of the 93 Aston Martin here, who has about 2 minutes and 8 seconds over Fresh Sissio. So our pole sitter here has worked themselves back into a podium position here together as a collective group of team, and has about a minute gap over the fourth place team here with Apex Magnet here. Now Oak Ray is 22 seconds in behind here, and Rose is now starting to charge up into the field here a little bit as well. Now we have had pit stops starting to happen here, so we will see positions jockey around a little bit here up and down the racetrack for the next little while, but Oak Ray here in 5th place. We have Roses currently sitting in 5th position, 23 seconds in behind. It's Azrael here, 2 seconds in behind Roses there now, and Toby just half a second in behind Azrael. So a nice spicy mid-pack happening here as the pit stop sequences have started to happen and transition here, and the gaps have definitely gotten much closer together, especially in the middle part of the field here. The gaps are staying fairly constant between 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place for the most part right now. But the gaps from 4th place down through 8th place, definitely a different story here. There's definitely lots of potential here for position gains for all of these teams on the racetrack right now, especially this 6th to 8th place positioning right now. So all three drivers are separated by like 3 seconds from Roses to Toby here currently. So things are getting a little interesting here in the mid-pack. Wow, it's 20 after 10 already. Insane. How the time flies. Past the point where the coffee shops are now open to walk-in customers, drive-through only situation, so that sucks. We won't be getting any coffee anytime soon. You know, is what it is. I am about 10-year recovering alcoholic at this point in my life now. Not that I was, you know, I guess an over crazy drinking a 36 pack of beer a night kind of alcoholic or anything, but I was most certainly at a point in my life where I was, drinking much more than I should be, and in situations that I most certainly shouldn't have been, and I was doing things while drinking that I most certainly shouldn't have been doing. So without saying too much to incriminate myself, obviously there, we made a lot of bad choices 10 years ago, and when involving, alcohol, and nothing that got us in any legal trouble or anything like that. But the potential to get ourselves into trouble was quite high at the point of the time that I finally opted to just say enough's enough, and we woke up one morning after a pretty good night out on the town, and we just had a flood of flashbacks from the night before, and then some things that happened the night before, leading up to my into the night, I suppose. And it was that exact moment where something just clicked to my brain, and I was like, I can't keep down this path. I'm going to hurt somebody or do something that I'm going to regret, right? So it was exactly at that day that we decided to just stop drinking completely, and over the next few weeks we had a drink here and there to just kind of urge that need, and then after that we just outright gave it up and haven't touched it since. So coffee is kind of that crutch now, I guess, instead of a rye and Coke in my hand with a nice, 3-4 good old ice cubes in there. She's a nice warm coffee in the hand all the time now, pretty much all day long. Replacing coffee with alcohol is probably not exactly that healthy for me, as large amounts of caffeine obviously isn't good for you either, but we've stayed off that train for 10 years now. We've been sober, alcohol-free for 10 years now, and I actually have zero regrets. I don't miss it. It's not even tempting to be around people that are, having fun and drinking booze. Pretty much everybody I know in real life is a drinker of some extent or another, right? So, I'm around it all the time. The only thing that really bothers me now as a recovering alcoholic really is the smell of beer. A beer can, an open beer, anybody who's been drinking beer, period. Just the smell of beer, it immediately just, I have to leave. That's it, I can't do that. But other than that, I have really no issue being around it. I actually find it quite amusing to be the sober guy in a room full of drunk people listening to their drunk banter when they get a little too excessively over the top with their consumptions. So, it can be quite entertaining as the one or two sober people in the room with a bunch of partiers at the same time, but it can also be quite annoying. But I don't regret it, I don't miss it, and it's definitely not something I'll ever go back to. It's something that we've most certainly conquered in our lifetime here and gotten over for sure. So, but that's just will and determination. You really got to set your mind to something like that if you really want to give up a habit, so to speak, like drinking alcohol or smoking marijuana or something worse. Cigarettes, whatever the habit may be, the quirk may be, it could just be a simple thing like gambling, maybe you're not abusing any substance, maybe you're just abusing money, right? They're all habits, and it ultimately takes a sheerly large amount of willpower and support to get over it, right? And that's what it took to get over the alcohol issue, right? Was a big support group behind me and a whole lot of sheer determination and willpower, and that's all it takes to overcome something like that. So, we're full of advice right now. It's the advice corner here in GT45 Gaming as the races. Not really spicy at the moment. We've got this mid-pack battle we've definitely been keeping our eye on here, but it hasn't really shaped up to anything yet. So it's advice corner here with GT45 Gaming right now. What can we say? Anybody got any questions? No?
I'm the same way everyone else can get drunk, and I'll be in my little corner enjoying a Starbucks mocha Friday.
Pumpkin spice by chance? No, I'm the same way. That's me. I've got the coffee cup in my hand. It pretty much doesn't leave my hand unless I'm at work. Other than that, it's pretty much perma-strapped to it, really. I've got a full coffee, semi-full coffee in my hand currently right now, and I've got one sitting behind me on backup ready to go, and this one's empty. And I think I've drank, 3 extra large Tim Hortons coffees before that already. So yeah, we're well into 2 pots of coffee at this point here today. And the coffee cup probably will not leave my hand until I have to race. Then I won't be able to hold on to it, obviously. So. Peppermint mocha. Ooh, yeah, actually, that sounds really good. See, way to go. I shouldn't have asked. Now I kind of want one. Can we diner dash here? Is it too late? No. Alright, we're just, we got lots, we're keeping an eye on Discord here, we've got the team server in behind the scenes, we're just making sure that we're not missing relevant information. We've got obviously the IRO server here, we're making sure that we're seeing the relevant information. You guys are handling things here. Rose is in behind the scenes. She's on track right now, so we can't hear me. But you guys keep doing what you're doing. I mean, if one of our drivers doesn't feel like they're up to pace, and make the audible. That's what we've been doing all weekend, and there's no point in changing the strategy now. Yeah, I don't know how much caffeine I've had. I'm surprised my heart hasn't stopped yet. It's 1:30 in the morning. I've been up since 4 a.m. Oh, dude, yeah, you were at work today, too. That's right. Get some sleep, Cupcake. Do you have to race again, soon? Alright, let's get through our field here. We got Snipes, minute 17 ahead in the lead. Razor here in second place for the 93 Speed Hunter team is 2 minutes and 11 seconds ahead of Frasisio. That puts Frasisio a minute and 7 seconds ahead of the MRL team in fourth place here, which puts them 16.7 seconds ahead of the FSR BMW number 71 group here. They are 27 seconds ahead of the number 10 camp here, and oh boy, I think that was Toby there we just seen. With a little bit of a moment there heading around the racetrack, and that's really unfortunate. We don't have replays, so I'm going to try and see what happened there, but I believe that was R.A. Toby that we seen spitting there, and I'm not sure what happened there. Maybe just caught a little bit of the curb on entry there, and it just kind of snapped the car out, and he just lost control. I'm not exactly sure what happened there, but that was definitely a weird situation there, as it just looked like the car snapped on him, and he lost control of it there. But some front end damage, unfortunately, there for Toby in that incident there. And again, weird incident there. There was definitely not a car-to-car contact moment there, as he was just in that 3-car train there. I don't really think dirty air was too much of a factor. I honestly just think he might have caught a little too much of that curb in the corner there, and it just kind of chewed him up and spit him out type deal. Unfortunate here. You hate to see that on the racers here, but I mean, we make mistakes as racers. That's pretty normal to see racers make mistakes on the racetrack, right? Unfortunately, that does relate to front aero damage there for Toby, and he's going to have to bring the car in and repair it up here. So, not ideal, but not the end of the world. Oak Ray here, 14 seconds in behind the MRL car, currently being piloted by Apex Magnet here. Roses and Azrael look like they're jockeying for position here, side-by-side action, as the 55 Mercedes goes up the inside, into Lacombe there, and we got some Rubbinses racing here happening between the number 10 and the number 55 car here as we exit out of Lacombe here. And now Rose is jockeying for position here, and we have some extra movement from both these racers here under braking conditions, so the guys need to be careful here in this battle. They got to keep it mean, lean, and clean and proper here. We can't see any blocking obviously coming from the defending driver, and we can't see any aggressive attacking from the attacking driver here. So a little bit of a spicy battle there between these two here right now, as things got a little bit heated and a little bit touchy there through Lacombs, but it seems like they've sorted that out here, and still separated by 0.3 seconds. We're definitely going to hang out with this battle here for a moment, and we're just keeping an eye on our server here because we do have some things happening in the background. Alright, stint 9 is up. there's a lot going on behind the scenes so late at night in the Discord server right now with the race running. So Rose is applying some pressure back to Azrael here from the IORT camp here, and the 1055 car here very actively battling for 6th place here in the race. So a good feisty battle here in the race, and it looks like Roses is going to attempt to do it on the outside, heading up the Kemmel Straight here. He gets a good run. He uses slipstream. He is going to take a semi-defensive line here now as he does get ahead of the 55 car leading into the corner there, and then takes that inside defensive line into the braking zone. So this is a pretty feisty battle here between the number 10 and number 55 car here right now. This is definitely two racers that maybe having a little bit of frustrations towards each other at the moment on the racetrack, and the battle between these two guys is very hardcore and hard fought right now. Now, no drivers taking liberties on each other or anything like that, but this is definitely a hard, aggressive, feisty battle between the number 10 and the number 55 car here in stint number 8. You know, we are like 15 and a half hours into the race now of this 24-hour race, and you know, Roses has been out on the track for his 3rd stint here now. You know, maybe a little bit of fatigue starting to set in. You know, mental fatigue is starting to set in after 6 hours of hard racing, and you know, he's in a hard-fought battle here right now with a very equally paced racer, and it's definitely been a feisty one. Definitely been a feisty one. Gap P1, P2 is 1 minute 16 seconds. Oh, you're just spotting, Toby. Gotcha, you're behind the scenes. Gotcha. The 2 to 3 is 2 minutes 9 seconds. We'll do some live timing gaps here for our racers so that the team drivers that are watching can see where the gaps are if they're not in behind the scenes watching that way. Frasisio here is 1:13 ahead of the MRL GTR here. They have 11, just about 12 seconds to the 71 FSR BMW here, who's look like they're currently about to pass Speed Buddy Racing in a blue flag situation here. There's 31 seconds separating. Ooh, a little bit of a miscalculation or misread on the FSR part there. Navigating around the Lexus again, lead lap car being forced to take a position outside of a blue flag zone, or just taking the position outside of the blue flag zone. I'm not sure exactly which one that was, but patience is really key in these endurance races. There's a reason why there's designated blue flag zones, and this is something that we've seen a lot this season from both splits, is lead lap cars not really being patient enough to wait for that blue flag zone. Sometimes it's just a blue flag car moving out of the way into the corners to allow the lead lap car through, but that's not necessarily right either. There's a reason why there's designated zones on the racetrack to, I mean, that's supposed to take the predictability factor and keep it predictable, right? Having a racer shooting wide into a corner on purpose when the lead lap car is not expecting it, you know, that's not predictable. That's unpredictable, which potentially makes that corner dangerous, right? So I mean, if both racers aren't 100% on point with each other with what's going on in that corner, you know, it's going to create essentially an accordion effect between the two drivers that can create a bigger problem. So predictability is always key, especially when it comes to blue flag situations, and I mean, that is exactly the reason why there's designated blue flag passing zones in the races here in IRO, is to remain predictable. So when we see the blue flag moments in what is I consider as an unpredictable zone or an unpredictable moment, it's always a little bit of a tense moment, and sometimes we like to speculate on it. I mean, obviously at the end of the day, we're looking for stuff to talk about, you know, with a 24-hour race going on when there's not a whole lot of action on the racetrack. Azrael and Roses are still very healthily battling here as we head through Blochaman. I mean, only separated by a car length right now are the two drivers, so this battle looks to be far from over here between the 10 and 55 car right now as they continue around the racetrack. And I mean, I guess we'll have to wait and see here, as the Porsche does get a pretty good pull out of the chicane there and pulls a little bit of time on the Mercedes in behind here. So let's see what happens as we head into La Source here in turn number 1, because now the Mercedes is at the advantage here. We're on a very high power section of the racetrack here, where basically the racers are not lifting for the next basically 2.5 miles on the racetrack. Essentially, they have Rouge La Radion to break up the straight line run basically, but I mean they're at 160 to 170 miles per hour at the end of the Kemmel Straight here, so it is full send for the next 2 miles, roughly 2 miles up the racetrack here, and that is where Mercedes does have a small advantage over the Porsche. You can see the time dripping away on the Porsche, regardless of what kind of a run that the Porsche got through Rouge La Radion. It's just the sheer top end power in the front engine car. It just allows more mile per hour at the end of the straightaway than the Porsche gives up, so that's always going to allow the Mercedes to close in a little bit on the high power stretches. It is up to the driver of these more nimble cars to make that time back up in these technical sectors here, and that's exactly what Rose has been trying to take advantage of, is trying to open the gap up into the technical sector, and then let that 1/10 of a second or 2/10 of a second bleed back away in the straight line, and then try to gain 3/10 of a second in the next technical section, so you can negate some of that time gain back from the big engine car in behind. So Roses is not able to quite fully break the toe from the 55 car yet here either, so I mean he has him outside of slipstream distance for the time being, but once again we hit that next big power section, that is an opportunity for the 55 car to pull back within slipstream range of the number 10 car there. So 1.2 seconds currently separating those two drivers after a very heated, spicy, aggressive battle between the two cars there over a couple of laps here on the racetrack. So Sean here in 9th place for Sector 7 Phoenix car here. We haven't really shown the Phoenix car a whole lot here in stint number 8, as we are over halfway through the stint at this point. We're going to sit on to the number 80 car here just for a few moments and give them some very overdue camera time here, in my opinion, on the racetrack here. So it's been a pretty quiet recovery run here so far for the Sector 7 Phoenix Racing team. They just kind of slowly slid down into 9th place here, and had a couple of troubles in the early part of the race, and they've just been very silently kind of doing their thing in 9th place really for a large part of the last 8 or 10 hours of the race here. Really unable to gain any significant time on 8th place, but not really giving any time up to the racers in behind, so they're kind of putting in the reps, so to speak, right now. It's tough to stay motivated when you're in that point on the racetrack. You don't have any real action nearby, or any real gap or something that seems to be closing that you can kind of capitalize on in their position, right? So it's really hard to stay hyper focused and very fast and consistent when you're you're like 5 minutes behind the next driver, right? It's hard to see those results because the live timing doesn't even show you those results on your screen as a racer, so it's hard for you to determine whether or not you're really making up ground, right? You start to fall into a complacency rhythm when you're in those situations in the back end of the field, and I can speak from experience being in this position ourselves, the number 10 car this season, more than one time, unfortunately, here in the championship, and that's exactly what happens, as the morale starts to slowly dip away from the team. You start to lose that focus and that early vibe you had coming into the race, and you fall into a complacent pace, right? It's like, all right, well, it is what it is, and we're not going to get any better than that, and you just kind of start running your laps, right? And that's the mentality you can't let yourself fall into in that position, because you're right, you can't see if you're gaining or losing, but maybe that's not a bad thing. You should really just focus on putting in the absolute best possible laps you can, and just send it, just send it. That's all you can do at that point. And at the end of the race is the end of the race, and then you never know. You go back and review, you could realize that you're making up lots of time, and you just didn't realize it, right? So it's hard for drivers to stay motivated sometimes when you can't see whether you're gaining or losing time, because of you're a lap more than a lap down at that point. The live timing just doesn't show you the time gap anymore. So you got to do the math, right? You got to take a look at the gap to the leader. You got to sit there in your head and break down the math and what that gap is, and then you're breaking your focus that way, right? So it's kind of tough being in that position, and we fully understand. I fully understand it, because we've been in that position, like I said, this season more than one time, being in that car, stuck in that complacent rhythm, knowing that the race has just gone to hell in a handbag, and you're literally just trying to get to the start-finish line, right? So that's the mentality you got to try and get yourself out of, and you continue to commit yourself to push and do your absolute best on the racetrack, and then next thing you know, all of a sudden you might be fighting for a position 3 or 4 hours later, right? So never give up. It's just tough when you're when you set back that far compared to the next set of drivers or the next group of cars up ahead of you, and you're seeing blue flag cars coming every 2 or 3 laps passing you, it definitely sucks. It definitely is hard to find that fire under your seat, so to speak, to get you into the another 2 or 3 tenths faster lap around. It really comes down to us just mentally preparing ourselves for that possibility on the racetrack, right? It can happen to any team. Any team can end up in that position, right? It's how that those drivers respond in that position that makes the difference at the end of the day, right? I mean, we've seen plenty of teams be up and down the grid here so far today in this race, and the one thing we haven't seen from any of the teams is any give up or what I like to call complacency. But when you're 5 minutes behind, you just can't help but to fall into that complacency kind of rhythm, and I think that's kind of where the number 80 car is stuck right now. They have 5 minutes to the RA car in front of them, and they have about 2 to 3 minutes to the car in behind them. I mean, there is no better term than no man's land for the number 80's car here right now, and it's a tough spot to be in. It's a tough spot to stay focused in, and that's what our number 80 car is dealing with. Our SBR 911 Lexus is dealing with the same thing, and our number 777 car, our Team Rad Mercedes, is dealing much with the same thing here today as well. Nolander is doing pretty good here though in this stint here, in stint number 11, as he continues to track around the racetrack here. So he is doing a pretty good job at maintaining the pace of the current stint here right now, and looking much stronger here in this run as compared to early on in the race. He's got some heat time experience under his belt there now, so starting to feel a little more rhythm and confident in behind the wheel of the Mercedes there. For Nolander, who's a content creator who doesn't spend a lot of time behind the racing wheel anymore, like myself as a content creator, a lot of the content is focused on, commentary and leagues, operating and running leagues. There's not a lot of time for me to find to get behind the wheel sometimes to get that proper practice in as well. That's why we didn't live stream this past week. I know that we said we were going to start bringing full-time content back once we moved, but I really needed that week of evenings to really lock in my pace and my rhythm and my setup for the race here this weekend as well, right? So that's what we did. We just took the time away from the stream and focused on the finale race here this weekend, and next week we'll get back to regular content, as we don't have a 24-hour race that we are actually racing and managing a team in ourselves. We have some commentary duties in split one, which is absolutely fine and par for the course, but not quite the aggressive nature that we're handling here this weekend with a full race team entered in, racing ourselves plus trying to broadcast the race. So we always like to bite off a big plate of food here, apparently. Let's see how we can handle it. I ain't scared. Alright, gaps. Let's take a peek at gaps. We'll see the racers come in on the end of lap 46 to start the driver swap sequence from stint 8 to stint 9. Currently it's MT Snipes and the number 2 Aero V2 McLaren leading the way, 1 minute and 12 seconds ahead of the number 93 Speed Hunter Racing Aston Martin. That's currently being piloted by Razor. They have 2 minute and 10 second gap over for Assisio, and the Italian team here are pole sitters coming into the race today. Had a disconnect halfway through stint 1 and have been on the recovery drive back since then, and now currently find themselves sitting in third place, and also a minute 20 to the good over the MRL GTR here, the number 8 car, pardon me, of MRL and Apex Magnet behind the wheel here. With that being said, though, the gap is less than 10 seconds separating Magnet from Oak Ray and the 71 FSR BMW here. So that gap is starting to close up a little bit, and maybe a potential battle brewing here for fourth place as the 71 continues to charge up the racetrack here. And then when we head down to our 6th and 7th place drivers, who have been having a pretty good hard locked-in fought battle for 6th and 7th place here, only separated by a second right now as we head through the source on lap 37 of stint number 8 here. So good hard fighting here between Roses and the IORT Mercedes here, the 55 team as well. So definitely keeping each other honest out there on the racetrack right now. And I mean, as a racer, this is exactly what you're looking for in a long race like this, is somebody to be driving with or towards or defending against. And this is his stimulation and action on the racetrack and his motivation. So it's good for both those teams, really, as far as I'm concerned, as far as their pace probably goes. Probably keeping them in rhythm and on point, having that immediate battle and that immediate pressure sitting right there. Toby, who was involved in that battle, and it was a three-way battle for a while there, just had an unfortunate incident there, and I still don't fully understand what happened to the poor guy there. As he looked like he was just coming through the corner nice and clean, and that car just absolutely snapped and just went hard left on him there, and he unfortunately picked up a little damage and had to tend to that. So that was an unfortunate moment there for Toby, and I'm not sure what happened there. And again, our replay button doesn't work, so we couldn't really break it down and make it happen. But we have some lights flashing here from the number 71 BMW here as they come up in through Blochemont, and I guess he was a little bit upset with the number 80 car there from the excessive amount of flashing in the headlights there, that he didn't get the position up sooner. I guess exiting out of the Paul Frere curve, if I had to guess. I mean, I'm not exactly sure what all that was about, but it was definitely an unhappy BMW there, as those headlights were flashing off like they were a set of emergency sirens on the racetrack there to inform the racer ahead that he was there. Even though the blue flags are waving right in the middle of the racer's face, in the middle of his screen, he knew he was there. Again, you know, that bugs me a little bit. It drives me nuts, multiple flashes like that. They know you're there. That was a case of a blue flag car that probably should have got out of the way a little bit more quickly into the Paul Frere, out of the Paul Frere curve there. I can understand the frustration from the late lap car there, but I mean, you know, flashing the headlights 35 times at him as they continue around the racetrack, I think is a little excessive. Alright, Oak is closing in on Magnet here. I mean, 7.3 seconds, so we might have a potential battle brewing here for 4th place. And I mean, we still always have this potential battle here for 6th place right now between the number 10 and 55 cars as well on the racetrack here. And I mean, this has been a pretty active fight between these two racers at the moment, and it's really about Rose is trying to keep the 55 car out of the slipstream, and the 55 car trying to stay just inside the slipstream. So that's kind of what this is a battle of right now. If the 55 car can find the slipstream of the Porsche, that means that the 55 car can probably pull itself back in on the next big straightaway, potentially battle for that position again here with the number 10 car. So this is definitely a good, healthy battle between 6th and 7th place right now, and Roses and Azrael for sure. So we'll definitely be keeping our eye on 4th and 5th place, and of course 6th to 7th place here right now, as it's two very active potential battles here on the racetrack leading in towards the end of the stint. Now, the Roses Azrael situation is definitely a lot closer than the Oak and Magnet situation, but we have seen that time very quickly closing between Oak Ray and Apex Magnet here in 71 and number 8 car here up ahead of him that he's chasing. Had to think about that for a second. Alright, so 1 second separating the number 10 and 55 car here again. We'll move over to the 55 car here as he continues to try and chase the number 10 car down. We spent plenty of time on the number 10 car in this battle, so we're moving back into the number 55 car here, being a little bit biased here with the number 10 car apparently today, but yeah, I mean, you know, that's kind of the point of why we're here with the fundraising livery and everything on the car. But at the end of the day, everybody needs that love on the stream, and we definitely like to make sure all the drivers are getting their camera time, so we'll definitely move it over to the 55 car as he continues to try and chase down the number 10 car here. But the number 10 car has opened the gap just a tiny little bit there, giving himself just a small amount of breathing room, and I guess the comfortability in knowing that he has at least broken the slipstream temporarily on the number 55 car. So he can breathe just a tiny little bit right now in the number 10 Porsche here in 6th place. So let's go see what's happening here between 4th and 5th place right now, and the gap is now down to 6.5 seconds. So it's definitely closing in on Apex Magnet here is Oak Ray. But I guess the bigger question is Oak Ray. I mean, I guess it all depends on how you want to perceive the 3, I guess. Should be an E, not an A, I suppose. back to the field here. Minute 13 separating the leader to 93 car in second place is 2 minutes and 7 seconds separating Razor and Fresh Sissio. It is a minute 26 separating Fresh Sissio and Apex Magnet. In fourth place at 6.2 seconds separating Oakry and Apex Magnet. It's 34 seconds separating Oakry and Roses. It's 1.6 seconds separating Roses and Azrael, as we're more than well aware, because that's kind of where we've been watching our action here over the last few minutes. Toby is 48 seconds in behind those two, and then it is about a 5 minute or so gap to Sean, and then it is another fairly sizable gap between Sean and Yanni, actually about 4.5 minutes. So that gap actually seems to be closing between SB Racing and the Sector 7 Phoenix Racing team here, and then we have Team Rad slogging along here in 11th place still as well. And again, Nolander is doing a pretty good job at minimalizing the damage on the time loss here in stint number 8 for Team Rad there. Alright, 5.9 seconds here now between 4th and 5th place. We're almost 2 seconds separating 6th and 7th place here, so that gap is starting to kind of grow, and then just as I say that, we see the gap start to come down a little bit, so a little give and take here between the 10 and 55 car here, but no immediate re-engagement of this battle between the 6th and 7th place drivers for the time being here. So I mean, we'll move to our 4th and 5th place cars here for the time being and continue to stick with this here as Oakry continues to chip away at that gap here now. I mean, he maybe was just holding on to the car and saving the car a little tiny bit before nearing the end of the stint here, and realized that, you know, this is the lap count. This is about how many minutes left we have in the racing stint before I gotta hand the car over. This is the gap. I can afford to push it a little bit harder, pick the pace up a little bit. Maybe it's one of those situations, not exactly sure, but over the last 4 or 5 laps there, Oakry has definitely started to reel Apex Magnet in here from 4th and 5th place. So brewing, definitely brewing back there. Just trying to keep our eye on both situations here right now, kind of as we continue around the driver's stint here. The leader is on just starting lap 43 here, so 4 more laps remaining for our race leader here as he comes around. That will also put Razor on the same lap as he comes around, but he's about a half a racetrack in behind the race leader here currently right now. So a little bit of distance separating 1st and 2nd place, and then it's almost a full lap between 2nd and 3rd place here. So 3rd place has gotten back the lead lap from 2nd place here, but it's still a lap down to the overall race leader currently on the racetrack. Magnet here is 4 minutes and 48 seconds behind the overall race leader, and really fighting to hold off the charge of Oakry here in 5th place. BMW has absolutely just found a whole another level of pace here near the end of the stint all of a sudden, and is really starting to try and apply the pressure to the MRL GTR up ahead of him here. So again, we got 2 key points we're kind of watching here right now as we get near the end of stint number 8, heading into the 16-hour mark. And those 2 battles that we're kind of keeping our eyes on are between, of course, the MRL GTR and the 71 FSR BMW, and the number 10 Tenths Porsche and the 55 IORT Mercedes here. So we got 2 different battles on the racetrack that are potentially developing before the end of this stint here, and we'll be keeping our eyes for the most part in those 2 spots here leading into stint number 9. Stint nuevo. Oh, that had me a little worried there for a moment, but we're all good. We're all good. Just look at chatter in the team server there, and I had a little moment of a quick little heart stop there for a second, but we're all good. We're all good. Alright, 3.7 seconds now separating Oakry and Apex Magnet. I mean, there's time here for Oakry to make a battle out of this yet before the end of the stint. Much of the same thing for Azrael with Roses here as well. So, still keeping a pretty keen eye between 4th, 5th, and 6th and 7th place here. Those two developing potential battles on the racetrack before the end of the driver's stint here. Irregardless of what happens in this driver's stint, I think it's going to make for a spicy beginning to stint number 9 with those drivers being so close to each other, because that means they're going to be going into driver swap that close to each other as well. Just checking the lap count of the race leader here. So 3.1 seconds now separates the Team MRL car from the Team FSR car here right now. So number 8 GTR, and then of course the number 71, pardon me, BMW in behind there in 5th place. And then we've got Roses here in 6th position and 1.3 seconds over IORT's Azrael here. So a little bit of give and take between those two drivers right now, and that gap's been separated between 1 and 2 seconds here for the last 8-9 laps here on the racetrack after a very feisty battle between the two of them there for the 6th place position overall here in the race. But Apex Magnet here is just seeing that time drip away from him here as Oakry continues to close the gap, and now as he comes around the source and heads down towards Rouge Noir Etienne, he can see the headlights of Oakry in behind him here. So I mean, if we jump into our cockpit view here, and as we head up La Etienne and get settled back into the straight, I mean, all you got to do is look in behind the mirror, and there's those headlights right there. That is 5th place coming into picture of the rearview mirror of our number 8 GTR here on track. So I mean, the pressure is mounting here as Oakry continues to shed down the time. Azrael here is just stuck outside slipstream range of the number 10 Porsche right now. 1.2 seconds now is that gap in behind the 10/10 Porsche here right now, but I mean, is not let that number 10 car get out of sight since that very healthy battle and feisty battle between the two of them a few laps ago. Spicy and healthy is putting it nicely. That was a very hard-fought, aggressive battle between the two racers there for sure. Without the replays working right now on the keyboard functions in the game here, you really don't want to miss anything that happens live, because if we miss it, we miss it. We ain't gonna get a second crack to look at it. So we're really trying to keep an eye on both these battles here, but it looks like Azrael is closing in on the back end of the number 10 Porsche here. So there's still a few laps to go here, so there's still plenty of time for these battles to definitely kick off here between 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. Snipes is on lap 45, just starting the in lap, the white flag lap of stint essentially before he pulls it in for driver swap. So we are about 3 minutes away from starting to see that driver swap sequence start to play in. Got Apex Magnet from MRL here in 4th place. We got Oakry 2.2 seconds in behind, and the gap was closing quite quickly there for a little bit, but it seems to have stabilized a little bit now and is sitting right around that 2-second mark here. Roses here in 6th place as well. 1.2 seconds ahead of Azrael, who's been trying to close the gap up just enough to re-engage this battle for 6th place here since that earlier battle between the two drivers. And it was a doozy. It was most certainly a doozy. Alright, so we have Snipes a minute 14 in the lead here as We head through, I believe that's Lacombe, and into the carousel. Again, I needed to go look at the track map in my Discord server for like the last hour and a half, and I haven't got to do so. So let's go do that now. Alright, let's refresh our brains slightly, shall we? Yeah, it was right, it was Lacombe. Yeah, I had it all right with the exception of the carousel corner, which is Brussels. For some reason I cannot remember that, but I've actually had the corner names right all day long. For some reason my brain just wasn't tuning into the fact that I was actually getting it right. So I mean, like I said, I used to know the corners on even without having to think about it here at Spa, but a little bit of a slower ride on the commentary side of things and the racing side of things here for the last little while, so we've kind of haven't done a whole lot of commentary, I guess, on Spa, and apparently have forgotten in the back of our mind what the corners have been called. But in reality, really subconsciously, we didn't forget. We just thought we forgot, if that makes any sense. Alright, so we had a brief yellow flag in front of our 93 Aston Martin here. Our second place driver was very brief, which tells me that a car either just went wide out of the corner or had a quick moment, a little snap or a little half slide around the corner, which just prompted enough slowdown to bring the yellow flag out, but it was very short-lived. Ooh, and a moment right there for Razor as he was setting up for the Paul Frere curve, heading out of campus there, and you had to gather that car up. It was a pretty good little wiggle snap from the Mercedes of Razor there, and he will be bringing that car into pit lane here for driver swap shortly. So let's go back to our ongoing pursuits here on the racetrack, and nothing has really immediately changed there, so we're going to jump back to the Aston Martin here as he leads in towards the chicane here to bring his car in for driver swap, leading into stint number 9. Alright, so we got two things we're going to take a look at here. A, to see if we have one of our other commentators starting here in stint 9 already live, and to see which one of our commentators is covering stint number 10. As we will be racing at stint number 10, we also need somebody to ideally cover stint number 9 here for myself as well, so I can get on track and get warmed up for my racing stint as well here. So we should probably check our controller to make sure we got enough charge in our controller. The last thing we need is our controller dying in the middle of our stint too, or something stupid like that. So we'll definitely check that out here at the end of our driver transition here. Maybe we'd find the right button eventually. Fracisio coming in here, 3 minutes 19 seconds in behind the race leader, getting ready to turn his car over for the driver swaps, and that now leaves this battle for 4th and 5th place here leading in towards pit lane. They are on their in laps here as well for the driver swaps, so this is an active battle to pit lane to turn the cars over to the next racer, which means it's going to be a very active, close battle coming out of driver swaps and pit lane in the next stint as well. So Apex Magnet and Oakry separated by a measly second, a little less than now at this point here as we head in towards Buon. And the GTR getting a slightly better entry into Buon, but it seems like the BMW got a much better exit out of Buon, so a much better mid-late corner for the BMW over the GTR here. I mean, that gap is less than a second now. We are 9/10 and dropping as we head in towards and through campus in towards the Paul Frere curve. And as we enter into the Paul Frere curve here, that makes the setup for the run to Blanchimont and the chicane here before these drivers hand over the respective machinery to the respective teammates. So 0.9 seconds separating the BMW from the GTR here right now, and we still have that battle for 6th and 7th place brewing in behind as well. Definitely getting very close together. There is a number 10 and number 55 car based off of what I'm looking at here, but we are going to stick with our number 4 and 5 place drivers here first as they enter into pit lane, separated by only 1.2 seconds here. So Roses and Azrael here now only separated by 1.4 seconds with a 34-second gap behind that first group that just went in nose to tail. Could be much of the same thing here for the number 10 and 55 car. They're practically going to be going into pit lane nose to tail. So we're going to have two very close battles right out of the gate in the stint number 9 here for 4th, 5th, and the 6th and 7th place here. Toby is just a little bit off the back end of this fight here as well. And both the drivers in 6th and 7th place bring the car into pit lane separated by 1.2 seconds. So two groups of cars coming in there separated by only a measly second. Leading into pit lane. So now we'll have to wait and see how that works out coming out of pit lane. Alright, we are looking to see if we have one of our streamers covering stint 9. Mark, have you been hanging out with Jake recently, by chance? Just asking. For a friend, you know. Racing. Push that. Well, there you go, GT fans. You guys want a sneak peek at what Spec 3 has to offer? Head over to Super GT's channel on YouTube, and he's got a 6-minute video on some pre-release gameplay at the upcoming track in the Spec 3 update. So if you guys really want to see what's going on, head over to Super GT's channel and check out his posted videos. It was posted literally 10 hours ago, so it'll be a fresh video on his page there. If you guys want a sneak peek of what the Spec 3 update looks like, there you go. Head over to Super GT's page and take a look. We are switching lobbies here shortly. Right now I'm just waiting for one of the other broadcasters to take over for the next 3.5-4 hours while I prepare for stint number 10 myself. So I believe Nolander's probably going to take that on, but I'm not 100% sure. Because I do need to warm up for the stint. I can't just go in cold. That's just poor preparation on my part for doing something like that. So I know the stream is important to obviously the races and the viewers watching at home, but at the end of the day I do need to focus on my own driver's stint. So if we do not have full coverage for stint 9, it is going to be what it is. So I will start with the coverage over at stint 9, and then we'll see if one of the other broadcasters pops over. But the problem with that is that means I'm going to have to leave the lobby halfway through the stint, and I don't really want to do that either. So we're in limbo currently. On what's happening for stint 9, so just bear with. Alright, so I don't know what to do here. Sorry, just racking my brain on what I want to do here for the next stint. I believe that Nolander's intending on covering the stint, but the problem is he's currently on track racing right now. So, I mean, he's going to be a little ways behind in a sense, getting into the lobby, right? So, we'll have to wait and see here. Just bear with me here. We're gonna stick with the racers here until they get in. Then they gotta finish over 25 minutes. Nolander may want to take a break after racing for 2 hours. I totally fully understand that. We may have to miss stint 9 coverage. I mean, Cupcake could be in there, doing his thing until to do the stream as well, but he is race engineering and behind the scenes for his team here currently as well right now. So I mean, the commentators are all slightly busy at the moment. And again, this was a last-minute throw together here on our part, so, I mean, if we miss a couple hours of the race, yeah, out of 24 hours, that's actually not that bad, all things considered, with all three commentators racing in the race as well, right? So, I guess we'll have to wait and see how it plays out here. We're gonna have to jump into stint 9 for now. I'm not a fan of the fact that I have to jump out of the lobby halfway through the stint, but hopefully that doesn't cause any issue. That's the only reason why I'm worried about it, obviously. I gotta go look for some lobby settings here, so I can set my stint up for practice as well. I'm just looking up some information here. Alright, so it's just our Team Rad driver to come in here next. Totally forgot what that said. Fail. Early morning 0. So let's change screens here for a minute. Make sure that shut off. Everything is shut off. You shut that off for a second. I need to check my controller battery. Nip and tuck, chat, nip and tuck. Nip and tuck. We're gonna have to plug it in, I think, in this stint. Make sure we've got enough juice in it for my racing stint. So you may catch a little bit of white noise on the stream while that's happening. There's nothing I can do about it. It's just the unfortunate reality of the capture card. With the new controller, it is quite a lot less invasive compared to the old controller, but there might be a little bit of white noise in the background of the stream, so just if that's the case, I do apologize. We're only going to have 30 or 40 minutes of the stint up until the other commentator gets in here, and then we got to bounce. We got to go and get prepped, so we don't intend on staying in this lobby the whole time. Hopefully the commentators coming in and out don't affect the lobby. Uh-oh. I didn't like the way that did that. Where is our race leader? There he is. Alright, we'll flip it back. Ding ding. And throw the game audio back on. Alright. I got to plug the controller in. You guys might catch some white noise. Catching the white noise is probably subtle enough you won't hear it over the audio noise anyways, but we'll go listen in on the stream and find out for ourselves here. Yeah, definitely can't hear any white noise in the background. Good. On my old controller, before I bought the new controller, if I plugged my controller in while I was live streaming, you would hear a pretty large amount of white noise in the background. Obviously, that was just the audio port starting to give in the controller, because this is a brand new controller and it doesn't do the same thing that controller did. So. Obviously the audio port was very worn out. On the other controller, and that's what was causing a large white noise effect. Now, with that being said, if I've got the headset on and I have the game running and I have the headset plugged in, I can hear a very small amount of white noise in the background, but obviously that's from my Astro headset, which is pretty progressively crazy in audio. So it definitely detects very small hints of sound. Plus we have our 3D audio mapping done on the PlayStation as well. So I mean, we really get pretty impressive sound quality out of that headset. And that's what makes the great sound quality on the stream as well, is obviously due to that headset. So it is dumbed down and muffled a little bit because it has a few different devices that the audio and video is running through in order to transfer to the stream, but that does kind of kill a little bit of the video quality and the audio quality to some extent. But once we get the new upgraded system and we get the new capture card, we'll be actually going from 1080p streaming to 1440p streaming. So which should just absolutely sharpen and brighten the stream that much more as well. Should really make it pop. So currently right now with the capture card I'm running, I'm supposed to be getting 1080p through the stream, but in all honesty I think the PlayStation 5 and all the settings that I have set in PlayStation 5 between it and my TV is what's making it look like 1080p here on the stream, but in reality I think we're only really getting 720 or 740, 760, whatever it is. I think it's 720. in all reality on YouTube because of restrictions to the size of my channel, essentially. Even though they say that we're getting 1080p live streaming, it's not necessarily the case because we're not in a certain requirement level on YouTube. So YouTube might not actually be producing the image in 1080p. It might actually be providing it in 720 for everybody, even though the stream is dropping it in 1080p. Again, that just has something to do with the behind the scenes stuff within the platforms. You have to meet certain requirements in order to get certain perks on your channel. Facebook was no different. Even though Facebook says that you were getting 1080p streaming, you never were actually getting 1080p streaming. It was just a lie, essentially. On YouTube, you know, if it tells you that 1080 is available and you choose your quality on the stream that you're watching and 1080p shows up, that means you are getting it in 1080p, but I'm just not sure if my channel qualifies for true 1080p or not yet. It should, but I'm just not 100% sure on that. Right, looks like we got our grid back in order here. I'm not 100% sure on that yet, but it does look correct. Oof, so that is where our disconnected team ended up there. After their disconnect, I can't remember who that was, which car that was, but it is, back out on track here. Alright, so we're just trying to kind of reorientate ourselves here. This is the IORT Mercedes. And then we've got number 10 car. That is a very lagging car here on the grid right now with call sign Yeti. I think that's a 71 FSR BMW. It is. This is number 71 FSR BMW there. So in 7th place, you're 10.9 seconds behind the number 10 car. Number 5 car, the IORT Mercedes here, is significantly ahead of number 10 car here. And when we get into pit lane, they were nose to tail, so not exactly sure what happened there. But IORT car has somehow gained 20 seconds on the number 10 car since the start of the stint. So I mean, we don't know what happened there. Maybe there was a spin, maybe the rain changed something at the beginning of the stint. I'm not really 100% sure. What happened in the stint here, but that's where we're at. Alright, DC now coming out here, and basically we're just waiting for Nolander to take over the broadcast here in the lobby, and we're going to bounce and go get ready for our stint. So obviously the sooner the better. we do have a stream of Nolan, but he's still on track racing, so it's going to be a few minutes yet before he gets off track and is able to get into a commentator form here. So, what time is it now? I mean, on the top of the hour, I got to go irregardless. So. Alright, so we had a little blue flag transition there between Bitian and the Tenths driver, Miss Devious, our female racer here from Tenths Simracing. So Nolander had made a comment in stint number 6 or 7, I'm not sure which one it was, 6 I believe it was, that he doesn't want to miss seeing Miss Devious out on track here. This is her one and only stint this weekend here at the 24 Hours of Spa, so she is out on track at this point. So hurry up, Nolander, you're going to miss your gal racing, man. And 12 seconds to call sign Yeti here currently right now between Miss Devious and the 7th place driver, so a couple little mistakes being made potentially from the 71 team here. RA Gov is 10.3 seconds in behind them there as well. We've got Ricardus back in the Sector 7 Phoenix car here in 9th place, and we got TDC here in 10th place. So we had 11 drivers. We are down a driver here. Somebody disconnected. Figure out who it is. That's an IORT, that's the number 10 car, that's the 71 car, RA Gov is the 9 car, we have the 80, and we have the SBR team, Speed Buddy Racing, disconnecting from the lobby here. I'm not sure when, but definitely recently. Hopefully it wasn't when I jumped in the lobby, because that's totally on me and not cool. Nolander is coming in. I don't know what he's up to here. It's a lot of hard work behind the scenes from our broadcast team here this weekend. It's a very small team. We're doing it on very limited resources and really on short notice. So, like I said, we may not get the full 24-hour out to everybody this weekend, but we're going to get definitely most of it out. We'll have to wait and see here. We may miss a little bit of the race here, depending on what happens over the next couple hours here. But, I mean, I need to get on track of practicing here in the next 20 minutes. So. I also need to get up, stretch, limber my limbs a little bit, and get into racing mentality here too as well. So. once Nolander jumps into the lobby, we will literally just do what we did last time around with the window and bring his live stream up on my page here, so you guys still have the content to watch, and that'll allow me to focus on what I gotta do behind the scenes with my race. So, when that transition is going to happen here, and then we will work from there. You might see a little bit of quick frame drop on the stream here as we open up YouTube. So we are going to take you to Nolander stream. We're going to put it up on the GT45 gaming page here, and let Nolander take over here for the next little bit. So yeah, you're all good, Nolander. I figured you probably needed to go out and have a little smoky after that long drive. You're all good. Timing has been pretty good here so far between the two of us, so that's worked out well. And we are going to shut the capture card off. We are going to shut my microphone off, and we're going to let Nolander take the next about 3 hours of racing here while we get ready for stint number 10. So we are going to leave it in Nolander's hands. If you guys want to see a specific driver or a gap between racers, you're going to want to head over to Nolander Gaming's page on YouTube to ask him specifically. He cannot see my stream chat, so he won't necessarily be able to answer your guys' questions in my stream chat. So if you have any direct questions towards the commentator for a position or a car you want to see, definitely head over to @Nolander Gaming on YouTube here, and go ahead and just ask him in his stream chat there, and when he sees a comment, he will most certainly oblige and get you the information that you are looking for. So we are going to bring Nolander's live stream up here right now and get that all set up for everybody, and we'll see you all in we'll see you all on track at stint number 10 as Nolander takes the booth.
Peters, we are missing driver. Oh, that's right. P5 disconnected. Oh. There we go. Now stuff's starting to go back into order. I never know what's going on, y'all. Anyways, welcome, one and all. We do so hope you're enjoying the finale here at the IRO. Some absolutely fantastic racing goes on here in this organization. You're getting to catch a bit of a glimpse of it now in the final race, 24 hours of Spa. And boy, howdy, has it been a doozy thus far. Hitting for damage control. I'd love to tell you that these are the correct order, but they're not. I'd love to see Misty out first place and us in fourth place, but this is not right yet. The game will fix itself eventually here. Oh, looks like we might be right. Looks like it just fixed itself. Yeah, so, all right, good stuff. So, Kerpal, race leader, still the lone McLaren on track. 54-second gap to Bityon for Transatlantic Racing Team. And I forget again who the, what team. Of course, my phone is MIA for looking at what team that is. Oh well. I can know how to find it. But Bityon, anyhow, here for Team Transatlantic, I do recall that much. In P2, howdy. Good morning, anyhow. So Andre here in P3 in CGTR. MRL Splinter in P4. Vision taking a pit stop. Lucky Egg here in P5. Mischievous in P6. Call sign Yeti in P7. Gov in P8. Ricardus in P9. And TDC in P10. Hey, we're getting laps back on them now if they're not showing up. Or if they get the Oh, don't even worry about it, honey. You did fantastic. You did great. All good, all good. You're not the only one to have made that mistake, so. And being this is how your first race, I guess we could let it go this time. Totally not a big deal at all. We have Gov now making a pit stop, just coming out of the pits rather. Ooh, and a wild TDC right on his business straight from the get-go. All right, so we'll see if TDC can get away from Gov here. Gov's quite quick. But he's got 3 laps to give it a go, so why not? Ricardus here in P9. Paul up by a minute 48 now that Vision has taken a pit stop. Looks like her pale. Whatever. Too tired to care right now. Get your name wrong, apologies. The dude in first place, man. That guy, man. He's running away with the race, man. He's got a minute and 47 seconds ahead of P2, man. Far out. Andre in P3. We're all Splinter in P4. Lucky Eggs here in P5. Mischievous in P6. Clipping along, skis. I'll sign Yeti here in P7. We're just going to call him Yeti. Gov here in P8. Picked up half-second penalty along the way somewhere. Ricard is still cruising along in P9. TDC making some headway on Gov. Yeah, I know, but you got 3 laps. That's what the rules state. I read that in some rule on some other league, which is quite possible, but I could have swore that was the case. trying to get a lap back, which means you have 3 laps to do it in. If you don't get it done in 3 laps, if you can't make that blue flag disappear in 3 laps, then you have to get it back up. But don't quote me on it. You got more than enough distance on him to where you're not impeding his race whatsoever. Especially since he now has to serve a half-second penalty, which may well get that blue flag to go away for him. And there it is. Blue flag has disappeared. I wouldn't even be concerned with it. He's back, but it did disappear momentarily. Yeah, no worries, GT45. Not a problem, my guy. Do what I can to hit. Do what I can to hit. Yeah, you're in the clear now, man. Well done. Yes, indeed. Good stuff, good stuff. Commentate on all racers, dummy. Repel here in P1. No time to Bityon, which means he's a lap ahead of Bityon now. Bityon pulling purples on his own fastest lap of 2:18.205. We've seen as low as mid 2:16s, believe it or not, in this this class, this Pro-Am class. Pro-Ams went 2:16.5 laps around Spa. Absolutely insane. He just beat his fastest lap time again, makes it a 2:17.557. Trying to put position 3 down a lap, another lap, I should say. Emerald Splinter here, still on the lead lap with P3 anyhow. 52 seconds in behind and going to have to make a pit stop at some point in time, which means he'll fall off the lead lap on that. Lucky Eggs 19.5 seconds in behind Splinter in P5. Estevious 34.2 seconds in behind P5. Yeti 5.8 seconds behind Miss D here. And the lone BMW. That BMW, that team having quite a good race as well today. Gov still clipping along here in P8. Gotten back around TDC. Let's see that. Yeah, no worries. That's not the guy we're concerned on getting laps back anyway. So if you can tag along. It's wide. Wee bit's wide. Ooh, Ooh, Gub went a little wide there on that one too. Might have picked himself up another half-second penalty there. Yeah, we've been quite lucky. I had no rain at all for my stint. Right. I'll get us a good look at Ricardus's ride here anyhow. Mercedes. Sector 7 Racing Phoenix team there. Oh. Thought that was my phone, y'all. Uh-oh. Oh yeah, he's going to get ready for his stint. Hey, you best go get you some coffee and all that kind of goodness there, lady. I made that mistake for my first stint. I drank an energy drink, and every time I drink energy drinks, it gives me mega anxiety, especially before a race. So a 135 advantage for Kerpal, or Pale. Kurt. Let's call him Kurt. Oh, they changed it all of a sudden? Well, there'll be somebody that I'm friends with on there, so I'll find it. Oh, yeah, I'm friends with Oak anyway, so no worries. Well, neither one of us wanted to quit on the last race of IRO, so we did what we had to do. I'll tell you, I didn't much enjoy my first stint. It was horrible. My second stint was a little bit better, and the last stint was really good up until the very end when I wrecked twice. My first stint was really horrible. The second stint wasn't too great. But my last stint was really good until the very end when I wrecked twice. Yep. It's on cruising. Fastest car on the track currently for the transatlantic team. Andre. Pulling purples currently in the GTR. Right there. Leader is in the pits. For some racing fuel and a new set of shoes. Some new dancing shoes for his ride. Splinter's still creeping along, and indeed, the sun is coming out. Splinter gonna need a new pair of dancing shoes and some fuel as well. Pretty soon, like. As well as Lucky Egg here. Apologies, y'all. Commentary's not great right now. I am probably less than half awake. I'm just sitting here flipping through cars. Potential battle coming on here, though, so we'll just leave it right here for a while. P7 is 2.6 seconds behind P6. I am totally delirious right now. Getty gaining ever so slightly on Miss Devious. And she pulls away ever so slightly. We'll leave her here for a minute, see how this unfolds. Lucky Egg's going in to make his pit stop. If Miss D is going to follow suit here, we shall see. She is rather low on fuel now. She's going to go around one more time. Oh my goodness. cold for AC on when I'm racing, but boy howdy, I get to racing, I gotta turn that AC on, let me tell you what. Telling you what. Misty looking like she's gonna have to be doing a bit of fuel saving. Maybe what's going on might be by Eddie gaining ground. Just a pinch of fuel saving. He'll dive off into the pits. Give Yeti E5 for the time being. Well, they have to pit again. Lucky Eggs just freshly come out of the pit here in P7. Of in P8. Ricardus in P9. Looking pretty good to go on fuel and tires for quite some distance. TDC had himself an argument with Barry R again. I keep trying to convince him it's a losing battle, but yeah, I've not won one with him yet either. I think it's just a lost cause, but I guess pride just keeps me coming back. Oh. Anyhow, the Pale here after a fresh pit stop, 25.8689 seconds, 25.9 seconds to the good of P2 in the form of Bition. Andre here in P3 being chased down by Lucky Eggs here. Oh my goodness. I don't know how I'm going to do this next stint. I'm going to be driving by Braille. That's never good. Lucky right up with Andre here. Nice. TR versus Mercedes. MRL Splinter here. Flipping along skis. Or being chased down by Yeti though. Just 1.5 seconds back. But Splinter has just come out of the pits. Yeti will be going in. Oh, Yeti goes wide, just trying to push it too hard. And then worn shoes there. A little bit of breathing room for Splinter. Yeti's off and running again though. But Lucky here still to dog in P3, like to all up in his business. We're going to leave it right here and see how this plays out. And Lucky get a lap back. switch to take a look at Taz. Oh. Considerable difference in tires. Lucky Egg is just a hounding him. Gonna go for the pass. Gets it over under by P3. No. Just doesn't have it with the tire wear. It's a great iconic track and I love it, but I'm just not any good at it. Andre not letting it go though. He is just all up on Lucky Egg now. Good racing going right here between Lucky Egg and Andre. Oh my goodness, I can't stop yawning. I do apologize, chat. Generally, much more good morning as well. Let's go. Yes, indeed. Been holding down P2 or P1 for quite some time too. I've at least 5 stints now has held down P1. Good morning to you. Good morning to yous. The Lucky Egg now breaking away finally from Andre. It's got to be nothing more than that tire wear. Oh my goodness. Yet to pit. Getty has yet to pit. Gov yet to pit as well, but not in such desperate need as some others. The Stevius has taken her pit. Oh, put her back ahead of Gov as soon as he takes his pit stop. Dang, now I got the hiccups too? Come on. Yeesh. We're just on one tonight, y'all. Oh, again, Miss D here will take back over 7 as soon as Gov makes his pit stop. He likely has enough fuel to make it to the end of the race. 22 laps remaining in the race. It's pretty near daylight out now, y'all. Headlights are still on, but it's getting to that point where they're no longer needed. They aren't doing a whole lot of good as of now, I can tell you that. Take a look at Ricardus, see how Ricardus is doing. Ricardus looking like it's definitely have to make another pit stop at some point in time here. Definitely not enough fuel in that car to make the remainder of the race. Not to mention the tires are a bit on the worn side. Be trying to stretch them out for the rest of the race as well. You only got 2 more laps or so until you can pit and get rid of it anyhow, so. Yep. And alive. IRO 2 team, that's who it is. Think that bit of information. If I could wash my spectacles, I'd probably be able to see to read names better. All right, here we go. Let's wash the old spectacles. Those spectaculars. Alright, so Kerpale here still holding on to a 23-second lead. Should not have to make another pit stop for the remainder of this race. And again, just another driver for this team, just flat out sending it, gaining on time to Bijan, who holds the fastest lap on track, but is going to have to take another pit stop to be able to finish this race out. As you can see, running short in the fuel category. Quite a nice looking livery. I gotta take Aston Martin. Good looking car for sure. Good looking car for sure. So Andre Papa's still hopping along in the track here. Flipping skis right along ski. In P3, certainly going to have another pit stop from this racer as well to be able to finish out the race. MRL's Splinter here in P4 does have, it would appear, fuel, and certainly the tires. They will be on the ragged edge though, and 19 more laps remaining for this racer here, but a 14.9, nearly 15-second lead over P5. So let's see how P5 is doing as far as tires and fuel goes as well. So looking good for Lucky Eggs here. Definitely looking good as far as tires and fuel go. Race car. And 18 laps remaining in the race. See how Gov is looking here. Gov chasing down Ricardus here. Gov definitely going to have to make one more pit stop still. is just letting that driver on through. And he's going to go one more round, skis. I'll tell you, I would, because with that that car being that low on fuel, the tires are still in quite good shape. He's has potential to put down a really quick lap like this. So I mean, why not, right? Why not run it one more lap? Use that fuel and those tires as much as possible before diving in to the box and grabbing some more fresh dancing shoes and some more fuel for that race car. So Steve here currently 26.5 seconds in behind but Gov is going to have to make a pit stop. So that will give Miss Steve this back P6. Call sign Yeti here in P8 has taken the final pit stop for that racer, running in P8. I cannot see, running blues for that sector of the racetrack. So fastest so far for that racer in the race, in that sector anyhow. Ooh, wee bit sideways there. A little happy that BMW does definitely get a little bit tail happy on a fella, let me tell you what. So P2 now making the final pit stop for their race, as well as P3 following suit. So P2 and P3 both making their final stops for the race. So they're going to be quite light on fuel and quite fast for the remainder of the race, because they have like 18 laps or so worth of fuel that they have to put into these race cars. And obviously less fuel, less weight, faster lap times, less tire degradation due to less weight. So all good things coming for P and P3, making a late pit stop. Plenty of time still to make up gain in type of ground. They're definitely not losing out by making a pit stop call. Allowing yourself time to gain that ground back that you would have lost from making a pit stop. In my opinion, it's always a good call to, the later you can pit, obviously not too, you don't want to pit with like 3 laps left, right? Because you're just damaging yourself. Like, if you should have just gated that pit stop altogether and get a little fuel saving, a little bit of tire saving, and not had to make that pit at all, right? But if you've got 10 laps left, making a pit stop at the end with 10 laps left, make up that time for the delta and the time that you are taking. So it just makes sense. So Yeti clipping along in 8. Train is being held by Artis. The S7R Phoenix. Send me. Wow, buddy. 80. No. Oh, yeah. his final pit stop for the race. That's right, I recall what you got to do. Watch several racers do it now. So on Spa, on the 24-hour layout right here, it is incredibly easy. I have done it 3 times now to get a pit lane violation for crossing the line when you just barely even touch that white line and you get a penalty. No, you do not have to cross it at all. I've done it 3 times. But it's only the left-hand side white line. So if you hug the right side, you can go over the right side as much as you want. You won't get penalized. That's just come to my recollection. Basically, just watching the last couple of guys hug that line. You can go over it and not get penalized going over right. Dr. Pale here holds on to a minute and 20 second over Bichon in E2. Still absolutely just sending this McLaren around the track, and plenty of tire, plenty of fuel remaining to finish out this race. 13 laps remaining for this racer. So yeah, plenty of fuel, plenty of tire. Team's looking really, really strong. And again, I was saying it in an earlier stint, been waiting for this McLaren to really come on strong. I knew it was a good car, and it's definitely well suited for this racetrack and these racing conditions and whatnot. And the potential for rain. MR cars seem to be better suited for rain, followed by the all-wheel drive cars, and then of course lastly front-wheel drive cars seem to really struggle, at least for me, and I think in general it is the case that the front-wheel drive or front engine wheel drive, not front wheel drive, rather. The front engine rear wheel drive cars struggle in the rain. Like, they're quite a handful. All the cars are definitely a handful. I try to put them in kind of order. MR cars, the all-wheel drive cars, HRs, and very well this race. Of course, the transatlantic team, Aston Martin, they're just aliens, right? And they just drive conditions. That's it, man. I'll tell you, it's been a pleasure to watch those guys just tearing up the track. Very nice to see another team coming in here and showing some prowess as well. The Aero guys. We'll beat you. These guys have been just dominating this final race here of the IRO season 5. And what a way to end it, right? Spa, 24-hour race. Myself, personally, I would have flipped it. I would have done the last 24-hour race was the Nürburgring 24-hour layout, and I would have had that for a finale. I mean, Spa, the way they've done it, though, it follows in line with, I believe it's what they are actually quite sure. Steve and she just had their Steve, Jimmy, and Dale are. Oh, jeez, I'm tired. Y'all know who I'm talking about, right? Anyways, I watched their race for the 24-hour of Nürburgring. Really good. I think they ended up. I think they were just outside. It's either that or they got second side of it. Which is pretty crazy, right? For a bunch of sim racers. Absolutely out there down. So bitchy on here. E2 still being chased down. Oh no, that's Ricardison. Back there. 3. Have a look. Oh, he's back there. Not too awful far, rather, either. Just out of viewing. Yeah, just out of view from P2 and Ricardus there. Definitely good to go on fuel and tires now for this racer as well. Yawning and then hiccups, yawning and then hiccups. So Splinter here still cruising along in P4. Lucky Eggs just 12 seconds back in P5. Looks as though it's staying right about where it's at. Maybe potentially gaining a bit of ground here and there. As you can see now, the time dropping between P4 and P5, dipping into just under 12 seconds. And I do mean just under. Back up again, so it's a back and forth battle, trying to gain ground. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. Commentator's supposed to be exciting, not put you all to sleep. Yeah, so Lucky Eggs here in P5, clipping along nicely still. Just cruising, kind of doing his own little thing. He is trying to catch P4 up ahead of him. 11.8 seconds in behind P4 currently. Really, it's the closest thing we have to a potential battle is P4 and P5. And after, let's see, this is 9, so 18 hours of racing to be within, 11 and a half seconds from the guy in front of you is pretty darn good, really. You can't ask for much better than that. I mean, I suppose you could, but and gaining ground on P4 as well, so oh goodness. I don't think I've ever been on the edge of virtually falling asleep. But wow, commentary. I'm generally really all hyped up and like, oh yeah, look at him go. Now I'm just like, look at him go. I'm surprised I haven't started doing voices and whatnot. Honestly. Take a look at Misty in beautiful St. Jude's livery. As we can talk momentarily about that. So, self and gaming, Stevie is a big one, well as others. Doing what we can to continue on the legacy of Paul Bloomstrom. I always called him Blomstrom and he never corrected. Since I'm tired, that's like the first time I've done that in a while. Anyways, Paul Bloomstrom, late dear friend of ours, aka Mr. Vegas. So we're doing it to honor him and the family since his passing last year. Very end of 2023 or early 2024. So many losses. It was a big one for a lot of us. It's a great. Anyway, so we decided to do the Vegas Cup Series. You guys may have heard a bit about it from gaming series we decided to do in honor of him and annually, and we also chose to make it a time try to raise money for chosen charity of the Bloomstrom family, and they had chose St. Jude, so we thought that's just absolutely fantastic. St. Jude's a special place in our heart. St. Jude Children's Research Hospital, having trouble speaking, is really a pretty great organization. I mean, they're more than great, and yes, they are based here in the United States, but they have recently decided to go and take it global, try to help children worldwide. So that was another reason why when they said St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital, we got them. Of course, we knew a little bit about it, more than a fair bit, we'll say. But then looking into it even further, yeah, they're going global and they're helping children who are in the roughest times of their lives. So, pinned in the comments is a direct link to St. Jude's Research Hospital. We are trying to raise money for the 10-week season of Vegas Cup, and that direct link means that all proceeds go directly to St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital. There's not a company or entity out there that gets not a single red cent of it. Really great organization. We appreciate each and every one who has made a donation. We appreciate those who are going to make a donation still. And we appreciate very much so everybody just sharing out that link. Don't necessarily have to share the streams. You can just take the link itself and share it out to your co-workers, your bosses, your job, whatever it is. And share it out at the local grocery store if that's what you want to do. Whatever. It's the end of the year, right? Everybody's big companies and whatnot, small companies alike, are looking to make end-of-the-year donations to causes such as this. What a great organization to give to and donate to. As St. Jude's, helping children who are fighting cancer, helping their families to be with them while they're in the battle for their life, literally. And they're, again, a fantastic organization. Not only do parents not pay for treatment that the children receive at St. Jude's, but they also don't pay for, they don't pay for anything. They don't pay for travel to be with their children. They don't pay for motels. They don't pay for food. They don't pay for, it's all about keeping the family together and in a real time of crisis, and as we all know, families are stronger together, right? So that's their big thing, is keeping the family together. Child's time of their greatest need in their life. And I can tell you, it's cancer affects everybody. You may not have had it. I certainly have not. I'm very fortunate. I, of course, have known people that have. So, everybody knows somebody that passed on. Certainly, and it's a child. It's just sad. And just imagine what the families are going through, right? So we just want to do our part, So definitely take that link, tear it out for us, y'all. Let's all make a difference together. We can't do it by ourselves. The Jews can't do it by themselves. It takes a great effort all the way around for things like this to be successful. So we just want to do our fair bit and trying to, preserve the legacy of Mr. Blomstrom, and that's what he did for people. He just tried to brighten everybody's day. If St. Jude's ain't doing that, come on, definitely trying to brighten more than somebody's day, So, in honor of the Bloomstroms, that's what we're doing. So we appreciate y'all doing what you can, and if that is only sharing out the link, believe me, don't at all feel like that's not good, because it really, somebody out there has not seen the link yet and would 100% donate. Somebody out there may donate lots, but they just haven't seen it yet. So definitely help us do our part by doing your part. Share out that link. So that's enough of watching Mischievous now. I guess we should move on to Yeti here in P7, trying to chase down Mischievous. 2.7 seconds, 2.8 seconds behind currently. Gov also right there, 3.9 seconds off the back of Yeti. Ricardus, oh my goodness, I can't talk, I can't do anything, especially coming out of the pits. Obviously, as we can tell, he's holding one of those fancy dancy 3-second penalties. I feel you, man. I feel you, Ricardus. I've gotten 3 of them. PDC falling in just behind, trying to get us another lap back from Ricardus, and he is going to do so as soon as Ricardus serves this penalty here. Penalty serving section coming up here momentarily. TDC going to get us another lap back from P9, although, and that's super. That's great. Yes, it is, my friend. Yes, it is. We should only be 2 laps down on them now, maybe. Because I got one last stint, and you got one this stint. So very good, very good. Still hurt. There we are. Alright, so let's see. 7:16. CG. Right there in front. Holds the fastest lap of the race. You got this, lady. Do your thing. So curtailed is 4 laps to go, has a leader in its race. Man, and it's still too good on 2. Just absolutely sanding it around Spa here. I mean, the entire team has just been rocking it out. So, 18 Splinter running ragged those softs. Lucky 7.5 seconds off the back. I'm gonna say that was 12 seconds last time we lucky trying to make a push here. End of the stint. Try to get closer to P4. Definitely knocking that time. I still have a stint of racing to do. I don't even know how I'm going to do it. To be quite honest, I'm just going to do it. I mean, I'll do it. It's like I can't fall asleep while I'm racing. At least I've never done that before. But it definitely means that I am not racing up to par. You know, but my racing, I have not had the seat time that I have had in the past, and so my racing has suffered for it greatly with the career change and all that. My just waking up anytime between midnight and 2 o'clock in the morning to go to work, and then not returning home from work till sometimes 4 or 5 o'clock in the evening, and then eating, showering, and going directly to bed and getting up and doing it all over again just does not leave me time to race at all. And even if I do have time, I'll be quite honest, what's on my mind is getting more sleep. I mean, because yeah, getting up at midnight to 2 o'clock in the morning, driving a log truck for 14, 15 hours a day, it's tiring, let me tell you what. Because you got to be on your ball, man. You got to be sharp mentally. And it's pretty, you wouldn't think driving a log truck is very physically taxing. But when you have to make a 35-point turnaround in a semi-truck and you're whipping that wheel from one side all the way back to the other over and over and over and over and over again to try to get turned around in the middle of the road, not to mention the truck just beating the snot out of you, driving it down the logging roads and whatnot, it's pretty physically taxing, really. But mainly it's mental. But enough about my situation. I'm just saying, you know. It's ooh, here we go. This potential battle coming on, ensuing here. Gov holding a half-second penalty, though, right at the end of this race. We have a potential battle for P6, so we're going to leave it right here because this is the closest thing we have to a battle, and it's a three-way battle between call sign Yeti, RA's Gov, and Tenths Misdevious. So P6, 7, and 8 all right in a row. That is nice to see. That is nice to see after 18 hours of battling. And Gov is really pushing hard. Of course, he has to because he has to serve that half-second penalty, which is going to basically turn into a 1 second time loss overall. He's coming up on that now, so he wants to be as close to Miss D as he could possibly be. Ooh, and boy howdy, he sure is too. Now he's going to have to slow it down, but he wants to try to remain in that slipstream. I think he has done it. I think he's just inside the slipstream. But now that puts Yeti within his slipstream as well. So we got a battle going on here for P6. Now I'm starting to get a little excited. Ooh, the BMW does not get the greatest of exits there. A little bit sideways upon exit. Drops him potentially out of the slipstreams. Kind of difficult to tell. Yes, definitely out of slipstream currently, but Gov is not. Gov is well within the slipstream of Misdevious here. See that time just dropping now. Gov taking a look on the inside, thinks better of it. Misty ain't gonna give it up easy. She's gonna make it work for it. Yeah, back to yawning again. Apologies, y'all. Got excited there for a minute, got a bit of adrenaline going, and just crashed right back down again. Oh, goodness. So, yep, we're going to leave it right here for the time being. We want to watch this battle ensue here. And, man, Gov sneaks to the inside. They're side by side. Miss D is going to have the inside for the next turn. No, she just backs out of it. But she's coming back now. Gov got slightly better tires, I believe. Oh, yes, indeed. More than slightly better tires. Wow, he caught up quick, too. Gov's been on one today. He's always a really good racer, though. So Yeti's starting to creep in there now as well. He's still well within the slipstream, though. Let's jump on. Oh my goodness, I cannot stop running. Hope you guys can. Really can't help it. Seems like since I started driving the log truck, I just cannot get enough sleep. Just can't. Body's not used to getting up at 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. I wake up without an alarm clock. That's not a problem. But midnight too. Ooh wee. It's a rough one. So Gov now getting just a bit of breathing room, 1.48 seconds. That's going to put Miss Devious outside of the range of being able to grab that draft. So no slipstream advantage here. It's all cars, all horsepower, it's all driver. And right now, she is struggling, having much more tires. Not much more, but considerably tires. As is likely call sign. Let's take a look at his tires. Yeah, his tires are definitely falling off, and he's running short on fuel. Oh, God. Gov's doing good on 3 laps to go for Racer. Should have just enough. I haven't seen anybody run out of yet. I have seen them in it's on fumes. Now running away 3.5 seconds up the road from his. And getting 1.6 seconds in time. He could get in the slipstream. Morning, I just can't help it. Leader has gone into the pits. That is this stint for the Roots leader. Boy, howdy. Let's take a look now at P2. Where is P2 at? Speaking of running, or near. This is the final lap for Itio as well. There's Bityon now. Three with still yet another lap to go. One more lap for 3. just enough fuel to that splinter as well. There's 2 laps left to go. But the egg now, 4 seconds. Lucky seconds. He's brought it in 12 seconds. 4 seconds. One lap to after this one. 7 seconds now. Lucky losing. Worked big time on snatched. That gap's 0.5 seconds now. Billy wants to close up and get the next driver. Can't. Got one more lap to that gap, if not snag the position. That's going to be a difficult task to not only catch a driver that's 3-5 seconds around him. Completely different story. That's asking a lot. So this driver right now is just thinking as close as he possibly can to that next driver. That next position. He's got it down to 3 seconds now. Great effort. Outstanding. That's really good. You have another energy. I got one more too. And then I want to crash out. I'm just going to complete out. Pressure. Nearly 24 hours after running short on sleep. Okay, so it smoked good. It smoked good. I can't believe I like other than pit lane infringements. The last 2 stints that I've raced, not a single other pit lane. And I'm just like, wow, by that. Lap time sucked. Hurt by getting by Rex. The lucky egg and sprint. He got it with 2.1 seconds. So he gained 10 seconds in probably the last 10 laps, second per lap. So that was an incredible, really good showing by Lucky Eggs there. Really good drive. So now it'll be Gov to come in and pit next. He is on his final lap. Well, as I believe Miss Deepus, and let's go check that out because it's like Miss Deepus is. Oh, she's got some work still. He's holding Getty at bay. But yeah, both of these drivers are on their final lap as well as Gov. Not sure about Ricardus. I think Ricardus has probably got at least 2 laps. And no cheese. Oh my goodness. so tired, y'all. Again, I do apologize for the dreary calms. It's just all I can muster right now. Okay, so Ricardus, this lap and 2 more laps. And TDC, like, there's no way it can be that many laps. At this point, it doesn't even matter. We're just trying to finish out the season. We very nearly did not make the season finale because we almost only had 3 racers, and there was no way 3 of us were going to do 24 hours worth of racing. I mean, it could have been done, don't get me wrong, it could have been done, but none of us were up to doing that much racing. It's like, that's 9 hours of racing. Which, as it is right now, TDC and myself are both doing 8 hours. Right, so, but what it would have done is made TDC and I do 10 hours. 8. Well, I don't know. Don't try to do it right now. Come on. Ugh. Good stuff. Get you napping, fella. Yeah, that's let's see, Christopher, that's just because he's on my stream. He's streaming my stream from his stream. So Ricardus here with 2 laps remaining to finish out his stint. Did you just get another lap back on Ricardus TDC, or is he actually catching you? I've missed it. Body is not happy with me either. Sitting all day, for the most part. One more, well, this lap, and one more lap for Curtis. fucking 5 and you're still alive. Oh my. Okay, so this one is about done. We're going to jump out of this stream, y'all, or this lobby, and we're going to join the lobby that GT45 is racing in. He should be just about, their lobby should be just about ready to get some good racing action in it. Probably the first 5 drivers are on tracks. So we can get that streamed as well. Indeed, indeed. Okay, come on. There we go, Stead 10. I'm pretty sure that's the right one, yeah, because I'm racing 11. Oh my goodness. I'm going to find somebody to put you guys on, and I'm going to step outside for some fresh air. I got to get up and move about. Oh, they haven't even started yet. Ow, I thought I timed that just right. Okay, well. There you go. You guys get a look at Speed Hunter. Currently, this is the team that is in P2 Transatlantic. While I step outside and air. I get the hiccups, I'm yawning. I feel like I should complain about it, but who would want to listen to that? Oh. So, Speed Hunter, definitely, this guy is quick, man. The entire transatlantic is incredibly quick, man. They have been the team for sure. I can't remember, but I want to say that they were last year's champion as well for the first season. I could be wrong. Somebody up in the chat, tell me, will you? Correct my way of thinking. Correct my getting it all wrong or getting it right. Oh wait, Speed. Oh my goodness. Ah. I literally cannot stop yawning. I do so apologize. That is very much not even close to my regular commentary. Right now, I'm literally on just autopilot. Oh boy, the wet weather is back. No, it's just a soggy track. It's just a soggy track is all. Alright, I'm gonna step out, y'all. Oh. Speed hunters on inters and not softs, you say? So the lead change has happened, huh? Now it's transatlantic. And Aero V2 team is moving on 7.5 seconds out. Aaron, hey, absolutely being away at that time. And I mean, with a quickness. Incredible in E3. Oh, it's sketchy out there, boy, howdy. Helmet. Get boosted here. Or chased down by P2 here. The race lead has changed. Oh. Also in 5 minute 2 seconds. Did 3.1 seconds to during or Ace Asylum. 7 just coming out of pits. How is it must have had a higher G. 45. Eight. Sinister is set to come out. It's next. Well done, my friend. Good job. Till tomorrow, huh? Or later today, I should say. Out on track here. Well, still 3. Now, track. Well, all racers. Okay. Who's out on track? Oh, and now it's Speed Hunters being chased down by the former leader. He may well have. So definitely not leaving this battle. It's obviously probably the closest thing we have to a battle track besides 5. I believe. I don't have a clue who's actually the tire like thing. Because I could have swore I see Andrew Softs early. And now it's showing Speed Hunter on soft, which I was told in the chat that he was actually on. He was now on Endurance. Exactly. That's, yeah. But it would appear that that is not the case because Speed Hunter walking away. I think Speed Hunter potentially hit. And it actually is correct. I'm not sure. So those did you end Edibles now coming out of the pits onto the soft and bug tires. Here we go. Here's a battle right here too. Deering and Johnny Waffle. Deering gets all sorts of squirrely. Coming onto the start finish straight here. They make their way up to Rouge and Radion. They get a good jump there. Almost straight. After Deering now open little bit of out aft earlier. Passes left. There. Whole thing. Cool. Oh, dude. Great. Old strategy here. True. Apologies. Let's see. Instant 9, leave the pits. Oh. Man, you would have to get Discord confirmation. If you're asking me, I couldn't really tell you. I like everybody's already in. I don't see why not, but again, that's not up to me. Okay, different pit strategy. Guys, consider definitely. Good. It's a good go after it. Gotta do. So get right incredible. Back 39. Back on. Big awful 5 post. Where's my other phone? I'll see if I can't get somebody on the horn for you guys over there in Stint 9. I can find my other phone. My phone should be right here, man. Right where my brain is at. Oh. I don't have the slightest clue. What has happened? Rather. Yes, indeed, buddy. I got you, man. P2 Ratia. So, minute 18 out. Now, we're not going to see whether or not this is going to play out for him or not. This strategy call here much later in the race, but again, got to try something. Give you an idea where they at, where they are on track from one another. Like that, at least. Get boosted DR here in P3. Incredible 20, basically 4 seconds and behind. Or behind Incredible, we have Race Asylums steering 40.6 seconds behind. .9 seconds back from steering Johnny Waffle. Johnny Waffle is a minute and 26 seconds to the good on P7. speaking of which, I better go change the oil in my car for my next stand of racing. Well done, you. Good job. job, my friend. Thank you. Yes, indeed. Well done there from Yanni. Getting out of the way of both of those racers. Let's have us a look hearing here. I just realized that had Godzilla back earlier. Shoot. Balling out, y'all. Balling out. Moving on to her. No. Oh, that was unfortunate. Oh no. Right? So Donnie having to be up. E3 making a pit stop as well. P5 and P6 probably their final. Oh no, we just lost Racing Maze. Disconnect. as we're seeing. It's fake. Right. Yeah, I'm seeing it. So a minute gain, actually. Minute gain strategy. Being like a strategy. So, really the right call. To make it. And you try something. You'll not have to. Good speed. Tire. Oh. I mean, light up with hearing offs. All. Good stitch. All over his business. On your waffle 6, close to 5 here, 7. Sinister. Still. Get you a lap or two around the track with the fastest man on track and your race leader, a form of Speed Hunter. Waffle making a pit stop. Damage. Ooh, yeah, full engine damage. That's unfortunate. Hearing is going to take Pete work. Johnny Waffle may take P5. Close. That looks like he will. Ghost might even jump in there. So, two positions on that. Fortunate. Or may lose a third. Oh no, he won't lose that one. Ooh. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Sinister goes way wide. Stay right. Let's play out. 5. 1 minute. his race leader, Rob.
Oh, we gonna pile up somewhere or what?
Oh, again. Strong in 30 seconds. fish are doing well. E9 is it's for some reason not getting fuel or fixing their damage, or it may actually, yeah, we may actually get a place back here. Like they may be calling it. Started putting tires on, getting full. How long it? They probably just had to peek. Alright. Dark coming up. Yeah. They're just now coming out of the pits. Up right behind them. They'll have the overspeed you've on them. Oh my goodness. It'll at least give us one lap back for sure, because a pit stop of any kind really takes about a minute. If you're getting fuel and tires and fixing damage, yeah, that's a minute. E8's now coming in for their final pit stop.
down. 1, 3 laps remain. And
Yanni's off track in front. Okay. Nice. There's a lap back. They have to pit again. Yeah, because we're now on lap 39 and they are on lap 40. This pit's going to take a minute. That's going to put us within a half a lap of being on the current lap with them. We may well yet get another place. Oh, I know you are. You always do. If I can run at the pace I was running last time, oh boy. He's just muffed it again. He didn't wreck, but he went off into the grass. Oh. Leader has hit. Yep. E2 is on their final lap. Basically 2 laps to go. 3 laps to go for P4, 3 for P5, 3 for P6, 4 for P7, 6 for P8, 10 for P9, and 11 more laps for you. You got this. No, we just lost another racer. Who did we lose? Azriel, but I don't know. Is on their final lap. Good morning indeed to you as well, Echo. Lost, I'm not quite sure exactly what that blue-faced feller is, but he looks pretty happy. P4 now in the pits. Johnny is being hunted by P5. On his way into the pits. Johnny Waffle being hunted by Sinister. Johnny Waffle into the pits. There goes Smoke. Alright, I do apologize, chat. This luck. Final step. Don't bugger it. Well, I should hope not. Not even open yet? Really? I left early again. Darn it. Well, I hope I don't fall asleep sitting here. Jeez. They're not jumping. I cannot fall asleep or so close to getting a position back. Echo. Apologies to everyone in the stream. I thought for sure my lobby should have been open by now. If I didn't, like, if there was no chance of messing up the lobby, I would jump back in. want AFR. FR. Yeah, I know, Oak, that you're the next lobby host. Oh, 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 thank you. Oh, different Oak. Oh, I see. Well, thank you, sir. Well, thank you very much. Yeah. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Thank you. I did not realize it was a different Oak. I have two friends on here, Oak. I just thought it was like a variation, right? Oh, is it not? Hold on. Back to all, I guess. No. We're literally a half a lap down from gaining a position back. Uh, to close the application and start it again. Try that. Have to do this. I made. I'll do a oil change. So can't do an oil change without washing the car. Yeah, I'm supposed to be racing in the next one. Like I say, we're half a lap down from getting our position back that really should have never lost, but it's all good. We had a lobby crash on us, or the lobby didn't crash. My system apparently just crashed from the host. But it happens to every racer, right? But the thing is, instead of being a minute and 9 seconds out behind him. There it is. There it is. Sweet. Yeah, we ended up being like 4 laps down. So we've been working this entire time to get those laps back. Now we're within a half lap. But getting back on the lap. On the racing. No. Already knew. No worries, buddy. It happened. hopefully match. Oh, Ray, no worries. No worries. I know that we were a half a lap off from getting our lap back from 9. Right. Let me know your gap to the guy in front of you. Gap to race whenever you get. That way, set the gap for back end. Right, right. Right. Screenshot it and send it into the IRO just like you did last time on Discord. Thank you kindly. Awesome, Ray. Appreciate you. Go get him, girl. You got this. The Porsche gets pretty dang old wily when it gets on some worn tires. Yep. Here's my phone I've been looking for. Well, I know in the past 3 stints we got 3 or 4 laps back on them, something like that. We were only half a lap down. Because I was looking at nice. Okay, well, when you get into pits, when you stop in the pits, you're actually boxed. Screenshot that, send it into the Discord, and then if you could keep in touch with Troy when he gets back on, let him know. They'll have a game chat in game for him to join, for them to let him know when to go. I am definitely knackered, Echo. You ain't lying. I have now been up for over 24 hours, off of running, no sleep throughout the week. Getting up at midnight, o'clock in the morning, and driving a log truck for 14. Oh, hey, oh, don't, it's all good, man. It's all good. Stuff happens. I totally don't hold it. Ray will fix us up. Get us in for the last stint. That's all we wanted to do, is just make sure we finished out this. And it's a super pleasure being a part of the IRO. What a great experience. We're glad I got to race it before it was over. she's gonna put her shot in boxes. I'll let you guys know how far out from P1 we are at least. I'm out of it, man. I don't know. I mean, like, I'm out of the race. Started the race before I get in. If I'm listening, or you can, yeah, yeah. It's all good though. It happens. We still may get the position back because they're going to put us in basically where we should have been. At least I think how it goes. I couldn't get in the lobby. I couldn't find it even after he sent me a friend request. It's almost 10 minutes to find the lobby for. I thought I didn't realize it was a different Ray or a different oak. I thought it was the same one. But yeah, it's all good. Well, it means that Troy will come in and race his final stint. He'll join a cat. He'll make a cat last time. A PlayStation, IRO, and yeah, and we'll finish it, and we'll finish out our race. Yep. Yeah, we'll get to finish. Ray's already said she'll get us final stint. Just let Troy know for good because I'm going to bed. Maybe even an RH. Oh no, he's not RH. A little bugger better get up to. Yeah. No worries. We'll be. Anyways, great job, hon. It's fantastic. The first hardcore endurance racing. Absolutely. Absolutely. Hopefully. Good. Ew. Yep, it is. It's not easy. Alright, well, I don't want to. Anybody's. Hopefully, fall asleep before I do. Oh, no doubt. Yeah, make sure you put your screenshot in the Discord. No. Perfect. I hear you there. Right on. Have a good day, hon. We'll talk to you later. Absolutely. I can at least let you guys see what's going on in the race. It's young. Ooh. I forget. IRO V2. That's for punch repair. Tonic. RA. Boy, howdy, that's a pro driver. Oh, gotta get in who you get in. Alright. Well, at least scroll through these. You guys can they'll tick back on. Six. Right on his nose. That'd be awesome. Actually, passes. Oh, choking just coming out of the pits. Well, there's loading up. Yeah, no worries, bud. I got you, man. Till you get here. Sheriff, take your time, buddy.